Euphigenia Doubtfire, dear. I specialize in the education and entertainment of 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 entertainment. Candy and the sun. Could you make me a woman? Showtime. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run daggers for you, daggers for you. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run goop, pop, 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 some neurons. I know you're used to Lucy, dinner, 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 such a sham, it tastes good, such a sham. I know you're used to Lucy, but I run. Surprise. Hip hop, bebop, dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop doesn't mean that they don't love. Hip hop, bebop, bop, 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 dance till you drop. Hip hop, bebop.
I'm already giving you some. A lot, all day. That's all you've been doing is begging for treats. Because they're in there. Someone left the cupboard open. You can see them all.
In the neighborhood, you're gonna call Ghostbusters. When there's something weird and it doesn't look good, who are you gonna call? Ghostbusters!
Yeah, get out the car now. Yeah. Stop. Get out the car. Oh, hell no. Yeah. Beat that. Beat that.
Hey now, something's a bit grainy, not just me, I'm kind of grainy right now for some reason. Something's a little grainy with the new document that just dropped from the court in Idaho. Remember, this is the Idaho court, so they probably had a 13-year-old author this illustrious piece of poetry. But let's get to it. You may have seen in the court document, it places, at one point, it places everybody upstairs. Dylan's on the 911 call, and you hear Hunter saying, get out, no, go back. That's reality. But reality versus Idaho, well, we've seen the Steve G interview, but here's reality is, on the 911 call, we hear Hunter shout, get out, everybody hops, skips, and jumps downstairs outside. Now, why the hell in the documents, if you go back, everyone is upstairs, Hunter shouts, get out. Then they go outside. Then Bethany makes the 911 call. Again, reality. There's something very nefarious, sketchy, shadowy, grainy about this document. Is it nefarious or nefarious?
So, Mr. President, listen to what I'm saying. I'll get you what you need. I'll help you accomplish the mission that the voters told you. Get these illegal people that are starting, as you said, with the worst first out of this country. That's what we're doing. But 5 at a time ain't going to get us there when there's hundreds of thousands that are committing crime and there's 1.4 million deportation warrants.
RFK and the FDA announced their plan to phase out artificial food dyes in the United States and replace them with natural dyes. So right now, you can't go to the supermarket and buy a bag of Cheez-Its and not have any food dyes in there, but maybe, hopefully by 2026, you will be able to. And so in light of all of that, one thing that people are doing on social media and have been for the last week is that they're posting photos of American food versus food in other countries where these dyes are actually regulated and restricted, and the differences are genuinely shocking. Take a look at this. This one is Fruit Loops here. The top one is the European Fruit Loops where toxic food dyes are banned, and then the bottom one, which is vibrant and colorful and fruity, is dyed with the toxic artificial dyes that are now being banned. I mean, it's the difference is insane. Another example people have been posting are the M&Ms and other types of candies in countries where these dyes are banned. Obviously, they're still colorful, They're just not as vibrant and toxic, which goes hand in hand, as our American candy.
I live in Arizona. I don't know if anybody is on time in Arizona now, but I used to live in California. We had this thing called COVID. I don't know if you guys had it. Yeah, it was pretty. I was hitting it off with women who are COVID positive because they don't have any taste, you know. I was like, this works for me. So.
Hey, she's untied.
Oh. Well, that was smooth.
Can I take a picture with you?
Of course. What's your name?
Lana. If you spell it backwards, you'll never forget it.
Hey.
Developing a new city, 150 stories tall and built from scratch, that will serve as a semi-closed environment where people can live and work without ever stepping a foot outside. And I thought that it was a joke. I thought that it was some AI weird thing, the beginning of a sci-fi movie, but boy was I wrong.
Now, a revolution in civilization is taking place. Imagine a traditional city and solid...
It's inside the walls, the cursed city. 800 million people living in the ruin of the old world and the mega structures of the new one. Mega blocks, mega highways, Mega City 1.
This is literally a dystopian nightmare. This is the whole, you will own nothing and be happy, you will eat bugs, you will live in pods, you will live in a small glass chamber. Like, you'll need to go outside. We have rooftops with trees. Don't leave the compound. Saudi Arabia is building a cult.
No. We talked about this for real. Please don't do it.
I'm not.
Okay. 2, 1, let's go.
Yeah! I'll pick that up later. I promise. I love my planet.
I asked for one thing. All of my friends are here, and they're filming us. And
it's like what we did on the wedding night.
One thing. I was mad then too.
You understand basic human language?
I thought that was fun.
No, it's not a joke. Jokes are supposed to be funny. No one found that funny.
Are you serious?
Bon appetit! Oh, you gonna cry? You're gonna mon appetit?
This was up to me. This will be
you thought
a
it was
divorce
funny, right?
party and not a vow renewal.
Did it hurt? When you walked right into that burn!
Okay, you know what? We can just settle this right here. You can have your cake and eat it too. Oh my god.
Ooh, a lone appetit.
Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product.
This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because, as Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. This is another reason why Americans should buy American and boost our own manufacturing here.
Yo, KB, is that the name you claim? Rolling through genres, let me play this game. Rap like a madman, Eminem with the slang, spitting bars so sharp like a rap hangman. From YouTube fame to Idaho's wild ride. You're breaking it down, putting truths aside. Kane B got the purge, no doubt he's the king. Breaking down the case like a YouTube machine. Kane B the purge, bringing heat in the booth. Facts on the table, there's no room for proof. Throwing down lyrics while the world's watching. Is it guilty or free? That's the question we're knocking. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's letting go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Here's my bubblegum pop, you ready or not? Kane B's in the mix with the case so hot. Rap, rock, pop, he's switching it up. Dancing through the genres like a YouTube cup. Got Kane B, the purge, putting the story in flow. Breaking it down with humor, watch the case blow. Boom, Kane B's riding with electric groove. Breaking it down, yeah, he's on the move. He's got the purge, so come and watch him reign. Sipping on knowledge like it's truth on a train. Kane B the purge, taking Idaho by storm. He's got the heat and the truth breaking the norm. We're all glued to this case, no one's let go. Will Brian be guilty or will he be let go? Kane B's in the game, watch him lay it all bare. Will justice find the truth or just disappear in the air? Now here I am, R&B vibes on deck. Let's get a little smooth, but don't forget I'm bringing humor, I'm bringing this sound. But this case got us all spinning round. KB with the truth, it's hard to ignore. Like waiting for that next chapter in the lore. It's hard to ignore, like waiting for that next chapter in the lore.
I gotta straighten out my hat. How you doing, everybody? Welcome in. I am Kane B. I'll be your host today. Heather bought me these glasses, so I wanted to show them off for you guys. I figured it was my new look. Round potato head with square glasses. That's my thing now. So welcome in. I'll be walking you through this. If you're new to the Purge, go ahead and hit that subscribe button and join us in the chat when you can. I appreciate it. What? Maybe we can get Offie to rub them together. I thought he had the fattest cock. Yeah, I've been waiting to do this, so I'm just going to get this over with. Today's show brought to you by Orange. And I'm going to... Hold on. Oh. Good morning. Is it morning? It's, well... It was morning. Maybe it's morning where you are. Tony's here. He's still, I haven't fetched his hat yet, and he's got a little bit of an attitude. He'll be back later. I'm not going to harp on anything, but we're here. We're still here. Still running. Things are looking okay there. I had to tell Heather she wasn't my girlfriend today because she's trying to get me fired up before the show. I have a special guest for you guys today, and hopefully he'll show up. Jesse 316, and then of course Mr. Operation GCD podcast is joining us. We're going to talk about what we talked about, and we're going to talk about it. So yeah, a couple Wild Things Twiz is watching, and how'd you like the reel there? That was a lot of fun. I'm going to give him his 7 minutes, and I'm going to try to do something new with the... I got a bunch of really cool plugins for OBS. And one of them is the multi-stream. I didn't set it up before because I'm obviously a busy guy with a lot of my play. So there's loud. That's good. Wow. I have a confession to make, and it's documented that I'm an idiot. Heather has actually wrote her college dissertation on that very fact, and you can look it up. It is under DeSales University. She got mixed reviews on it though, because of the way she stared at everybody. I got. It's so dumb. You're gonna love this. Sorry, it's Florida. It's warm. It's in the 80s. It's not bad. I wanted to dress up for you guys and wear something nice. So I have the AC on. Sorry, put up with it. We're gonna have to get used to it over summer. But I got one of these Nespresso things, the canisters, and I have a Keurig. And so you see where this is going. I put the Nestle in the Keurig, and it made a coffee after I took it out. I think with the way that the Keurig works is they stick the little needle, they put the water in the cup, and then it sucks it back up. I don't even know how this shit works. Anyway, this Keurig has had 9 lives. It's a cat. I have it roboed together like you wouldn't believe as it is. And so then when I take the Nespresso thing out, there is all the lights are on. I'm like, oh man, it's broken again. So I take it and I figured the water got into somewhere it wasn't supposed to. So I took it and shook it out over the sink there, and then put it back and hit the power back on, and the lights went back off now. They wouldn't turn off. Like I was plug it back in, the power come on. It's not supposed to do that. So now it looks like we're okay. I don't know. I'm gonna on my next cup of coffee. I will keep you guys posted. But yeah. Tick of the butts. So the Purge reigns, and it's nice to have you guys with me today to share this day. This is the best show I think we're ever gonna have, because I'll give you a straight. Everybody likes to be right. Isn't that right? Do you like to be right from time to time? And had it not been for Toes of all everythings, I would not admit JJ Vance, Double J, Mr. Double J, and so it's a very much an honor, and I can only assume he's probably back there right now. Maybe not. Did you get maybe sure he's got the link, because I didn't post it at the top. There you go, brother. And Jesse, if you want to join us through 16, you can. I'll let him run with that one, because it's a little but when you get this kind of verification where you're coming from, and a lot of people when I go on other channels are like, oh, this guy's whacking him, where's he coming up with these ideas? Well, we're not the only ones. So I'll roll the clip while we wait for JJ to walk his dog, and I'll throw a line down in the basement and a couple hula burgers, and it'll be right up. So let's start with that. And if JJ, if you come in, you'll just have to wait one moment. So, and let's see here. So this would be it. I think you'll pick up when I'm laying down on this one. This is okay. Let me switch over. This is one we kind of ended with on Operation GCD. And I just wondered. I didn't really look into it much more, as far as this goes. I just wonder, and you wonder the same, I'm sure. All right, so that's the first one. Let's get this back up, And then don't forget, guys, we're over there in Rumble on the next. I promise you, on the next podcast, I will dual stream. And let's see. I think you just type in my name. And if you would please go over there and sub up to Operation GCD and whoever else is over there, Heather and me. We'll get that going. I can live stream there now. And so this is, just type this, I believe, in the search bar. Copy like it. Copy. And if you go to Rumble, I appreciate it. And join on up into the Purge army. Will be a big fish in a very cool small pond. Like I said, the lives are a lot of fun. They have animated emojis. There's other things you can do. There's less stress. There's better speech, better vision, better hand. I go on and on. Please join Rumble. Okay, and Chick-fil-A, yeah, thank you. Okay. So, next, let's move on here. And this is the first one. This is going to be very interesting to GCD because he sent it to me. And, yeah, here we go. Just listen for yourself.
Sky Blue writes, will you be looking into the Idaho 4 case? Yes. I know this is off topic, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. Your perspective would be valuable. Yep. I have done probably thus far 6 hours of research. It is very scary. Potential military operation, I don't know. I know that I have never believed the official story that was given to us. None of it made any sense. And I am wondering if more people were involved. I didn't immediately go deep down the rabbit hole of that story, despite expressing my views publicly that I thought something was very wrong and something was very sinister, because there were students involved. And I just felt like it was more appropriate to allow those families to mourn. But now that some time has passed, and of course, still understanding that you are still going to be mourning over that, we do need to get to the truth of that because it happened on a college campus.
Before I start talking about this, and we're going to listen to it again just because I had the volume low. And I want you to hear it. So let's Swamp Rose.
Sky Blue writes, will you be looking into the Idaho 4 case? Yes. I know this is off topic, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. Your perspective would be valuable. Yep. I have done probably thus far 6 hours of research. It is very scary. Potential military operation, I don't know. I know that I have never believed the official story that was given to us. None of it made any sense. And I am wondering if more people were involved. I didn't immediately go deep down the rabbit hole of that story, despite expressing my views publicly that I thought something was very wrong and something was very sinister, because there were students involved. And I just felt like it was more appropriate to allow those families to mourn. But now that some time has passed, and of course, still understanding that you are still going to be mourning over that, we do need to get to the truth of that because it happened on a college campus and the media was not honest about other elements of this case. And I think that, I think there's something very dark happened there, and that the government is trying to cover a lot of it up, which is evident by how much they're locking down in the court cases alone. Sky Blue writes.
Okay, so it's a question from Sky Blue. And is it a military operation? So I can only assume, I think we've seen Sky Blue in here before, that maybe it's kind of deriving from the show. It is nice to get a little bit of notoriety, I guess.
Will you be looking into the Idaho 4 case? Yes. I know this is off topic, but I can't believe what I'm seeing. Your perspective would be valuable. Yep. I have done probably thus far 6 hours of research. It is very scary. Potential military operation.
All right, we'll leave it there. Let me check on my friend Operation GCD. He might be pulling a psyop. What is this? Okay. Himself right now. So we'll make sure. I'm losing it, you guys. Oh, there he is. Alright, let's bump him up a little bit. And, okay, so let me switch over. Hello, JJ. Hold on. I'm sorry. Wait, is that it? There it is. Dun, dun, dun. There you are. How you doing, man? Welcome in. I can't hear you. Why? Are you muted on that end? Oh, it's me. No? Is it me? That was me. Yep. Sorry about that. Try it now. I hear a little bit. What is going on here? You're really quiet for some reason. Got that up. Wait, what did I do? Did I give you the right link? Yeah. Try coming in and out again, bro. I don't know. It's not showing me either. No, it's me. Hold on. It's not you, it's me. Let me close this window. I'm so sorry, folks, for the delay here. These things happen in time. Okay, let's get rid of Kane Summons for a second here. And click on our... everybody's like, man, I hate Kane. He's a jerk. There it is. Hey, Noel. Thank you very much, dear Jiminy. I cannot express enough gratitude. We're on the road to Moscow. Now, I'm going to really disappoint her if I don't get JJ in here, because I know she's a big fan. Okay. And there he is. Let's do that again. JJ. Allow. Let me see. Okay, maybe it's this thing. Hold on. We'll get this. Whoop. Hold on. He's really quiet. I don't know. He's not normally this quiet. Cannot. And now I'm working, apparently. Yeah, I'm working. Are you working, sir?
Can you hear me now?
Hell yeah. See, I told you, we're two technical guys. We figure this shit out.
You're not cloning me, are you?
All the time. I'm going to try something new here, JJ. So bear with me one. You know you pulled the reverse clone on my ass, so don't. Are we whispering sweet nothings? Yeah, no, his twin flame is Twiz. We know that. Let me try this here and see if it works. Hold on. I've been wanting to try this. Right here, right there. Oh, I can't. Alright, I won't bother. We'll just do it the old way till I figure it out. Welcome in. How are you today, sir?
I'm doing well. How about yourselves? This is the purge. We purging?
We are finally purging on a Friday, and I got to say good morning,
nice.
Even though I was a little bit late to everybody, which is a nice treat for us late night kind of hosting. But I've kind of relinquished the title now, late night guy, over to my boy over there at what is his name? Out Skyrim, Outrim.
Oh.
Skyrim. Yeah, he's a
I'm
DJ, and yeah, no, he's a good guy. We did in a minute here. He let me take credit for it, but it was a one of these tracks that you throw over the. Sorry, I'm a little close to you, bro. I know it's uncomfortable. Hold on. Let me move over here.
Are you cloning me?
I was whispering in your ear right there for sure.
This edition of The Purge is brought to you by Chocolate Paydays and Monster Triple Shots.
Oh, thanks for getting on the Diabetes 2 train with me, bro. I just happened to be ready. I did go to Dollar Tree, and I stocked up on cheesy poofs. I've got those here ready, and then, you know I'm coming with the Nutter Bars. They're from Freshly's, and they're good. I also have an entire 12-pack of Primes. Is it Prime or Primo? Whatever that red, white, and blue one is. These are happening today, though. I'm back on. You don't even know the Jones I get when I run it. When there's an empty box, I'm like, you open that store! Yeah.
Well, I got the king size because Sadly, I only get about. I'm contractually obligated to give half of everything I eat to my dog. So he gets half of it.
I hope not. I hope you're kidding.
It's my diet. I'm on the. I give half my food to my dog diet. So
Did he
really
make you sign a billion-year contract with him as far as candy bars go?
Yeah.
Here's the really scary thing about candy bars. Is when I was a kid, by the time I could reach over the counter, they were 75 cents for the king-size Three Musketeers.
Yep.
And now I went and I was like, I was at Thornton's, and a Twix was $3.29.
Yep, $3.50, friend. That's 500% increase you're talking there.
And I was like, that's just some silly convenience store thing. But then I went to Walmart, and it was like $2.79 or $3. Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like,
it's over the same price.
You know why though? It's because they had to kill all the Twix bars because of the Twix flu.
I thought it was the illegal immigrants. They caused the.
They were eating the dogs and the cats. And how do you wash down a dog and a cat? With a Twix and a Sprite.
Yep.
You can't just leave that dog and cat taste in your mouth. What's your beverage of choice there?
I heard you talking a lot about coffee stuff. I've actually been off the coffee, but thanks to the morning time, lunchtime purge today, I need to get some caffeine in me. So I got the Monster Killer Brew triple shot.
I almost bought that today. I almost got one of those, but I like my orange. This is actually Cosmic Peach, and I'm not kidding. If you can see,
that's the flavor.
She's my flavor, baby. She's my kind of flavor. So this show is. Am I backwards? I'm backwards. Hold on. I'll tell folks at home. If you don't know who Cosmic Peach is, she's a guest on this Banana Heads show, and she's amazing. I really enjoy her.
Oh yeah, Julia's a character. She's also an occult reject.
I only look at things from your perspective. I watch your show, so whatever show she's on, she's your guest. And make sure that...
I appreciate that. And I want to also thank Toes again for introducing us, because I thoroughly enjoyed my time here at the Purge.
Man, we go kind of back a little bit, don't we? It's 4 good, solid 4 months of shows on the reg.
I was going to say, we're working on at least 3+, yeah. So I also appreciate you joining me to get a little GCD there, Kane. Had a great time here on Operation GCD the other night.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about that with you, and I know that your show, you had an agenda to get through, and all, but you cut me off right there at the last. No, that's where we're going to start. I got a bone to pick with you, pal.
Yep.
I felt like...
First of all, I turned into a pumpkin at 2 hours and 30 minutes, so that was a cutoff time. I know you like to do 7 hours here.
7 hours is when we're just getting started. And we're going to run right through Dinky's show today. Fuck it all.
I think Candace Owens watched an episode of The Purge there and decided it was a military operation. She said she did 6 hours of research, so that's one Purge episode at least. Half of the Purge episode.
I put in the time, bro. I have.
I see.
True Killer Crime used to call it me putting in a day's work when I did an 8 or 9 hour show. Oh, you put in a good day's work today. Now settle on the couch and I'll clip your toenails. But yeah, that's
Did I really cut you off there tonight though? Because I thought we were done there. I thought we were gonna explore that topic later. I apologize.
I'm only busting. No, listen. Every question you asked me on that show, you'd be like, "What do you think, Kane?" I don't give a fuck what you think. The jury can decide for itself. Go fuck yourself. And I was like,
I had to give you the full blown Hitler shenanigan infused journey of Operation GCD.
I was 100%. What do they call it? Invested. Listen though, it was really, and I said to you, and it was telepathically through Coral Gables, but that we have 2 shows. And so I wasn't really interested, and you weren't interested in my answers, because it was a learning.
I was definitely interested in your answers.
No, I'm kidding, but I'm saying I wasn't really too worried about providing commentary, because I had to think about some of the stuff that you brought up.
Sure.
And I can't wait to get into that today. Let's start with Candace Owens.
I appreciated your insight on some of the evidence stuff we're talking about, and where is the evidence? Obviously I was presenting y'all some new stuff, but it really is the question though. Is when I heard you talking about how you go on other shows, and I've caught a couple of those in recent weeks, thanks to Heather Fitzgerald notifications when you're doing panels at other places. Your twin flame there shoots me a message to come check it out. So I've seen it. Yeah, you're right, folks. Folks oftentimes don't grasp these larger details. They're getting lost in the maze of propaganda and madness that goes on in these documents.
And I have one example.
You're talking a different language to them
right off the gate with the response to Hitler's response to the non-Susian response to something coming up here in a minute, guys. Stay tuned. That's the show, folks. Thanks for coming in. But no, yeah, that we have a lot to talk about there. I had a joke too. I'm still pretty good on my feet with the jokes, and they're all dad jokes. It's the same 3 jokes over and over, but it keeps them coming in. It stays tuned. That's right. Okay, so Operation Outcast 420 over there. Make sure you sub up to him. He's almost at 500. He has like 496. Guys, he did an on-the-fly thing off a request of mine to put a beat behind the 911 call. And so he did that, and I took it, and then I added like Heather Fitzgerald stuff and made like a kind of thing out of it. And I'll play that a little later on if you haven't. I tagged you in it, so you probably already watched it, but I don't know that everybody else in here. So we'll play that a little later on when JJ needs to take his doggy break. But damn, what were we talking about?
I was just checking out Outcast channel yesterday because he does all those 911 call. He's separating the audio and stuff there, right?
Right. Yeah, we played him when I think he first was just starting up back then. Hi, Rockchop and Offie. When he was just starting out, and that was Heather Fitzgerald put the link. She introduced us to him, and it was the separated. He used an AI plug-in to remove the noise. And now we have what we have. We've all listened to it, but it's kind of cool with the song. Darn it, it's killing me. I can't remember the joke I just came up with. I guess which is a joke in itself. So we'll just leave it at that. But what were we talking about?
Well, it's interesting with that Candace Owens thing. So I'm kind of on the fence. I did send that to you, but if I can share my thoughts on it.
Yeah,
I'm on the fence of where she's going with that, right?
Well, yeah.
Because I've seen I really appreciated what she did with covering that French journalist's extensive reporting on the president of France being married to his high school teacher, who's his dad / husband wife, and they're all Rothschilds from the Trogno family, chocolate family.
A lot of Uncle Daddies in the Rothschilds, a lot of them.
Yeah, and what makes a lot of sense when you put it in that context, right? And again, the French president was the youngest director of the Rothschild Bank for no explicit reasons, because he didn't know anything about banking, according to the folks within the bank in that reported series by that French journalist. Now, Candace Owens did bring that to America, and I appreciate that because that's some good coverage, but some important stuff. But I also seen her do some real shenanigans, not the good kind, over there with the Stephen Avery case. So, are you familiar with that?
The Stephen Avery, refresh our viewers' memory.
So I got a lot of problems with Making a Murderer. That in and of itself, in my opinion, is.
Avery, yeah, okay. I watched that several times. Watched them all, yeah.
Yeah, in and of itself, I think I got a lot of problems. Not so much the movie's a limited hangout, but the story it portrays. Because Stephen Avery has hated those attorneys from day one. He knew those guys had the frame-up job on him from day one. So those 2 defense attorneys you see in that series. I'm not saying the series is a limited hangout. I'm saying the story in which it portrays. Because a lot of those guys became heroes in America's eyes when the guys rotting in jail hated those dudes at that time. His civil attorney who got him those attorneys, he hates that guy too. That's Stephen, whatever his name is. So anyhow, they had Making a Murderer. And then Ken Kratz, the prosecutor, and some of the other prosecutors and some other filmmaker got together, made a documentary called Convicting a Murderer. It was such a dog shit thing and full of nonsense that it sat in production hell for like 6 years. No one would release it. No one would distribute it. It was made completely produced as a film, but just no one would distribute it. So, come along Daily Wire and Candace Owens. She goes up there to Wisconsin, films some 30 minutes of new scenes to splice into the original film, and then they release it on Daily Wire, convicting a murderer. So I've seen some of those shenanigans, and so I'm really curious which direction she's going with this. But wait and see, I guess.
I was just startled because when you sent it to me and it said military op, I thought she was talking about a new beef with Iran or North Korea, because that's the type.
I thought she was watching The Purge.
That's the type of level stuff that she usually covers, right? But
yeah, for sure.
That's the thing I mentioned before you came in, is that the question came from one of our viewers. Do you understand that?
Oh, that Sky Blue is one of the Purgers, huh?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Nice.
And so that's why I gave you full on credit for that question being asked. So in an inadvertent way, you
I see. I see what you're saying.
You gave yourself you doxed yourself basically, and I cloned.
Nice.
You. The clone you is very familiar with what I did there. But hi, Leia Story. Very nice to see you.
Did they ask if it was a military operation, or was that Candace? I thought that was Candace's own conclusion.
It was, when I rewatched it, I realized that it was her own insight into it, the Contra thing.
Yeah.
Like, one thing I keep not being able to.
I mean, it's a good point. Don't get me wrong, but I think it's important to delineate that she came up with that on her own based upon the Purger's questions. So we got a lot of folks coming to the same conclusions.
Right, and that's why I say creators watch this show. It's amazing because I'll give you about 60% of the people that watch this show watch from beginning to end, and they stay with the chat. The chat is amazing here. A lot of them are still waking up. I don't see Meg P yet. She's taking an appetizer, I guess, and Meanie Weenie. But they're out there. There's Doug. Slowly as we rise, it's still 9:30 where Twiz lives. So we'll be seeing him later on, I'm sure. But one thing that I keep not being able to get out when we talk about... what were we talking about again, JJ?
America.
Fuck yeah.
Candace Owens, military operations, Iran-Contra.
Iran-Contra is... we may have talked about it once or twice, but what I've always wanted to get out is the similarity between Meowri and Payane. Are the responses that they give are the exact same. I guess I wanted to make more of a point of it, that the responses that they give are straight out of Clinton trial or Iran-Contra. I don't remember at this time, and I can see going into trial where they're going to be like, define Tuesday, or define or something stupid is going to come out of it,
Well, Kane, I suppose that depends on what your definition of the word is.
I knew you'd have the right adverb. Is that an adjective? Adverb.
That was the statement Bill Clinton made in the image you used there on your screenshot today for the show for the Purge, when he's got his hands in front of his face. That's what he did, and immediately following his statement of depends on what you define the word is.
I love that picture, and I'll tell you, I've stolen your joke. Which came first, Clinton or the blue dress? And it did pretty well on Dago's show. Oh man! So how you been, man? Everything good over there in Ohio land? I know it gets crazy like it does here.
Stupid. Oh, doing well. It's been warming up. Thankfully, we don't have any wild winds today, so that's good.
So at night, the ground is still kind of probably frozen. I can only imagine 4 to 5 feet down, or at least for a good portion of May, right? And
just as I said, we had good weather. It cut out on me. Holy shit!
It got you. The winds be blowing. Did you happen?
Here's a question for you. Here's a question for you. Yeah. What's going on in Clearwater Beach today besides type 2 diabetes and some sunshine?
Well, Clearwater Beach is somewhat clean.
I saw you cruising around.
Oh, that wasn't Clearwater Beach. That was Ozona. That's in Palm Harbor. That's North Pinellas County. There's not much of a beach there. Definitely not surfable. I have actually caught in waves at Clearwater Beach, but it's so shallow in the Gulf here. About 50 miles out, or 15 miles out, and then it hits the continental shelf. And so, but from there on out, it's so the waves, even a big, powerful wave will lose power by the time it reaches shore here. You have to have really, really strong. But if you go down south to Sarasota, since you asked, it has a closer continental shelf, so you can get some world-class waves down there. I don't know how that came up, but no, it's. Did you see those houses, bro?
Well, you're a surfer. So you consider these things.
Oh yeah, I've fully researched all the topographical maps, and I've talked to some of the fishermen, and I've even considered flying out in a private plane to islands and stuff like Bahamas and stuff like that during hurricanes to try to get the best swell. Because, you have to find that one spot. Because the problem is, if you have snow surf, you can't surf. But when you get huge surf, on a beach break, it'll just close out. You know what I mean? So there's no ride. You just go straight and it's over, and then you drown. So anyway, yeah.
Strangely enough, I know what you're talking about. I'm a land-based mammal, but I've watched the film Point Break enough times that I know what you're talking about.
Have you seen Scooby? Little dog Scooby.
Now, my dude in LA, he's a big surfer, so I'm familiar with some surfing stuff from him.
No, yeah, and so we have a couple spots around here at North Madeira Beach. I won't dox where it is, but in Indian Rocks Beach is good. Go there, and so there, and then you go down to Sarasota. You have everybody knows about White Avenue and the Twin Piers, and they just happen to be on a little curve of the landmass of the beach. Did you catch the Coral Castle thing with Nick today?
Yeah.
Man, they were getting into some real shit. But I really was amused when they were ripping on Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah.
Because I can't. If that guy comes on, I just want to. They're like, his superpower is that you can't argue with him. That was one of the things.
Let me ask you this question about Neil deGrasse Tyson, he did not play the principal in that Canadian TV show Degrassi High.
Was he on Dawson's Creek?
He might have been. Him and Bill Nye, who are our leaders, our quote unquote thought leaders in science across the mainstream society today.
Him and the purple dinosaur.
Well, I like to call him Bill Nye, the stand-up comedian guy, because I've reassigned the science guy to Dolph Lundgren, the science guy. But he's far more qualified. Far more. Dude, he has a Fulbright. He's got a Master's in Chemistry, a Fulbright scholarship. Or not Fulbright, from...
I love Dolph. I love him.
Lundgren, way more qualified.
Is that who played the Flash? Did he play the Flash?
Dolph? You don't know Dolph Lundgren?
No, I'm just kidding. If he's gonna die, let him die. Who was the guy who played the Flash, though? He was great.
The Flash?
Yeah. Flash... Oh, I'd get my guitar, but it's all the way over there.
You talking about Flash, the comic book thing, or Flash Gordon?
Flash Gordon in, Flash Gordon.
Yeah, I know you're talking about. I don't remember his name, though.
Yeah, there's all kinds of... talk about
a one-hit wonder, right?
Well, you want to talk about a customer of Cocaine Bob. There's your guy. The legendary store. Steve, we should introduce him to Steve G. Maybe they could hook up.
There you go. But so Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson, so they went to elementary school together. Isn't that weird that today there are thought leaders in science across mainstream platforms for all spectrums of science, regardless of the fact that Bill Nye has a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering, and Neil deGrasse Tyson was wearing sweatpants at the planetarium in New York City 15 years ago. You know what I mean? He's running the planetarium and wearing his sweatpants, telling kids about stars, and they're like, "Hey man, do you want to be a star?" That's literally where he was at. But I'm just saying it's weird. They both went to the same private school in D.C., in the same, we're in elementary school together.
You just brought up a topic, and I have a confession to make. I'm going to make a motion with my hands that represents what I'm going to do to Fauci when this is proven. And it's something along the lines of like this. And I'm going to literally do, I lost my cousin to COVID. All kinds of the whole country. Not a single person here hasn't suffered from that. And his funding, apparently, you know the rest. So, it's coming.
Well, let me tell you something about you mentioned old Cocaine Bob. Let me tell you about a Cocaine Bob Anthony Fauci connection. Bet you didn't know that existed.
Wow, blow my mind off.
So,
that didn't come out right.
Anthony Fauci would hire a doctor under his tutelage there at NIH for work for many years. I believe he won a Nobel Prize of some regard, I think, for diddling kids. His name was Dr. Carlton Gadget.
Is that a category?
Dude, it should be, because not for a good reason, because this dude went to Malaysia and brought back 50 young boys and no one batted an eye. They all lived in his house there in Bethesda,
I remember
Maryland.
that. Sure. Sorry, go on.
He worked for Anthony Fauci, right? He never got bought. No one's like, how do you even get 50 young boys into the country? You know what I mean? Let alone have them at your house with no one asking questions.
Well, you claim it as your adopted school, right?
I don't even think he went that far, dude. He just, Anthony Fauci is the highest paid employee in the federal government. So, you do that for what you will, but this is the guy he employed it right underneath him as a number 2 type of character in his NIH weird science projects. But Carlton Gadusek comes from Yonkers, New York, where he was, according to author Maury Terry, author of The Ultimate Evil, and his case files and documents signed by quote-unquote son of Sam killer David Berkowitz. Carlton Gadusek was part of that Yonkers cult scene of the Process Church offshoot that Berkowitz was associated with. I mean, the cult scene there predated Berkowitz and the Process and then Berkowitz's attendance. But nonetheless, Carlton Gadusek was a long-standing member of that cult scene in that same mix. So that's the Cocaine Bob connection, because cocaine he may have never met Carlton Gadusek, but on separate sides of the country, just like Maury Terry says, Charles Manson never met David Berkowitz, but at different times and in separate locations on different sides of the country, they were both members of the same cult. So that goes the same for Carlton Gadusek and Cocaine Bob Evans.
Yeah, I probably can't get to him. He's probably he's got a long list of suitors coming his way for many reasons. But hey, check out who just showed up in the chat there at 12:46. It is, and he's saying "fuck off." No, Sky Blue. Was that your question? We wondered, Sky Blue here.
Nice.
We watched a video before you got here, and welcome in Amor, and also somebody else popped in on me here. Tom Campbell, yes sir. Nikki Barbie is here, and there was one more I wanted to welcome in. Everybody, Doug, how you doing? Please go up. I cannot implore enough, and I'm literally begging on my knees. Please go to Backwood Beats and Outlaw Rhythms and get this gentleman subscribers. My goodness, he is churning out hit after hit after hit. If I make a movie, I already have a complete soundtrack with him, and we're going to make $1 million, and you'll be able to say you knew him when. And he can wire your house also if you need that. All right, so yeah, Fauci.
I got a question for you, Kane.
Go ahead, sure.
Oh no, go ahead. If you got some more Fauci stuff.
No. Oh, I could go all day with Fauci, sir. But no. Go on with your thought.
What I'm just forewarning. I'm gonna judge Hitler you. What are your thoughts on the Gonzalez family's attorney, Shannon Gray?
Shannon Gray. I would say
Shannon Gray.
Yeah, I would.
Well, here's what I would say. Here's what I would say about.
I knew I didn't have a chance on that one.
Seems like a suspect character.
This was the theme of his entire show. I would get started talking, and I was like, "Am I in Hitler's courtroom?" I think he got the idea from me being in Dago's chat, where everybody would ask me a question and then just gang pile on top of me. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Though. Let me let you interrupt me. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. Go ahead, please.
What was the question? Shannon Gray, what's my opinion? I don't have an opinion. I think he is the reverse of what an attorney... He does the reverse of what you would expect an attorney to do. At the same time, I believe he has a client that is out of control. His control, anyway. And... I think that getting an attorney as a family as a murder victim's family member is more or less unprecedented, especially having one represent you so.
There you go. Okay, I like where your head's at there.
So popularly in the media, and speaking for you and this and that, which is usually a privilege held for presidents, not victims' family members. So yeah, I've always found it strange that I think in the beginning, what you had was somebody who wouldn't stop talking. He's like, "Look, I'll say what you want me to say. Just let me say it." And then that wasn't enough, and so now we have to propagate the media blitz, as somebody called it so eloquently in another chat the other day. But what are your thoughts, more importantly, on Shannon Gray, since you brought it up?
Oh, you want to know my thoughts? Okay, I appreciate it, sir.
No, not really, guys. Fuck yourself. Go ahead. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, JJ. Sorry. I do a bad Judge Hippler. It's JJ bailed out. I'm sure it's just the wind, and he'll be back. We'll give him a chance. He never holds a grudge. That's what I like about JJ. We'll give him a second here. He's having windy conditions up there, so he'll be giving the old in-out, as they so eloquently described it in Clockwork Orange. There he is again. Let me boost him up a little bit. There we go. And oh yeah, I can make him. What happened? Did I kill him? I think I just killed JJ. Yeah. It looks like I'm gonna have to carry on the show. We're gonna be watching JJ. I made you super small and it disappeared. I don't know what the fuck happened, bro. What is going on here? Language options. Add to calendar. Try coming in and out again. It's not coming out right today, folks. Maybe, I don't know, JJ. Let me give him the link. Maybe he lost the link. No, I think he has Starlink, because he's kind of out in the country there. My Starlink gremlins are acting up. Okay. Well, there's the link when you're ready to come back. I have a couple more things while he gets that sorted out. Let's give him one more minute to see if... that was good timing, though. It looked dramatic. Maybe I should cuss Heather out and then just quit the show. I do want to play, actually, one of Jenn's videos, and hopefully Jenn will be joining us later. And also one of Heather's really killer videos, if you haven't. Like 80,000 people haven't already seen them. Right? So, alright, JJ, take a little hiesta, my man. Oh, no, wait, I spoke too soon. Let's see if we can get him back in here. I was trying to full screen his ass, and I thought I minimized him.
Does that mean clone? Is that what you mean by that? Full screen my ass? Does that mean clone?
You can really read through everything I say. That's the benefit of having chilled together for 4 months. Now I'm getting an echo, though. I was trying to full screen his ass, and I thought I minimized my ends. Do I have... Maybe I have... Hold on. I did something. You can really read... Oh, we got... Chickbait has joined us. Hold on, let me move Chickbait over. I gotta turn the echo cancellation off. There we go. Yeah, there's. It's okay. I can take care of it. I know how to. I can fix this.
Is there an echo?
It's not you, it's me.
Oh, we got.
Okay, there we go. All right, everybody. Okay, welcome in, Chick Bait. How are you today, my dear? Very nice to see you.
Howdy, nice to meet you.
Your head is cut off. Where? Oh, there you are. Okay. Hold on. There we go. Okay, I'll make me smaller just for you.
You're smarter than me.
What brings you our way today?
I know.
Today, my dear.
Yeah. I don't know. I saw a link and I clicked it.
What are your thoughts on the Gonzalez family's attorney, Shannon Gray there, ma'am?
Boredom. Also, I'm packing my apartment up, so. Why is there a delay on this stuff? Hey, Kane, why is there a delay on hearing my voice?
Because you're on YouTube and you need to mute YouTube and just listen through the Ninja.
I can't do it on delay. I'm like really be confused.
You just have to listen through Ninja, which is the link that you clicked on, and mute YouTube.
Mute.
Oh, yeah.
You are a Ninja.
Everybody has this issue. No big deal.
Can you hear me now? Okay, cool. I am no longer using the YouTube audio. I'm using Kane's suggestion.
So our question to you was, what do you think about Shannon Gray?
I don't know much. I cannot say much on things I do not know. From what I do know, I really can't say much either. You know, like I've been like in a lurch with the situation on that one because I've been like moving apartments. I can't speak to that, if that makes sense. I wouldn't feel comfortable speaking to that.
Oh, I'm sorry, I missed. What was the question?
Shannon Gray.
Oh, it was my question? Oh, my bad.
Could you please answer that for us, JJ? I'm sorry.
I'm looking at the situation, approaching it, and asking this question specifically from this angle.
Specifically
and that
from
is...
what angle I was using my political angle where I was like, I can't say this, but I can say that I can't say that, you know?
No, I hear you. No, but what I'm saying is just fundamentally speaking is how does this Gonzalez family... Well, first of all, why do they hire a criminal defense attorney from Portland, Oregon to represent them? In discussing things with the media.
You are my VP, right?
Well, don't vote for me in 2028, please.
I will not. But there is a document, like in January 2023, from Santa Claus, right?
Yep.
Where the G family are like notarized as witnesses.
Interesting.
The only family mentioned. And that document, nobody likes to point out but me, apparently. And I'm like, it's kind of weird and wacky that they pointed that out, right?
Yeah, we've talked about that situation before. I didn't know there was a document.
This
no,
was
there is a
filed
document. Very early document. Like, early.
I'm on the court case right now. What are we talking, January?
Very early, January 2023, very early when Bill Thompson...
Oh, the non-dissemination order. Is that what we're talking?
When he testified to being the prosecutor, he listed a few names, and one of them was the G fam.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, that's saying that they can't talk about it, that they're held under the same non-dissemination order as all other parties, including Shannon Gray.
He is the only one going online like blah 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 blah. I got something to say. I have a scenario. I have things to say. I'm on news.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at. So that they have this one family that's got this one attorney. That attorney's technically the only one bound, I believe, underneath that gag order, the non-dissemination order.
But I mean, if Bill Thompson is the one supposedly regulating Steve G, why is Steve G allowed to be on like News Nation?
Exactly. No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So it's like this weird little game they're playing, right?
Well, we came to the conclusion on that as far as where it's going.
Through this attorney.
But
I dispute it. Like, I want to know why, of all the families, only the G fam speaks out through Steve.
That's a great question.
Like, you know, Olivia is not talking anymore. The mom's not talking anymore. The son's not talking anymore.
No, that's a great question. I think I've had these same questions. I think to understand it, you got to go back to understand how and why the Gonzalez family hired this man to begin with. He's a criminal defense attorney from Portland. That's his only experience.
Well, remember, they were the ones who hired a private investigator.
Sure. But Portland, Oregon, just geographically speaking, though, Portland, Oregon to even Coeur d'Alene or Moscow, we're talking 12 hours. At least 10.
Matter. I mean, the weird part was Steve G was in the hospital that night, that morning. Okay? And he does not talk about that anymore.
I didn't know he was in the hospital.
That was really early on. And if you look early on, he was in the hospital for some condition the same day this happened.
It was some skin condition or something like that?
I forget. Honestly, I forget. Because they scrub things from the internet and I can't look them up. And all my old links go defunct, you know?
I'll say Heather Fitzgerald seems to be a repository, especially for the oldest information in this case, having right off the top for bringing
good.
it. So
Somebody should save it.
See if she's got some input on that.
She has all 68 terabytes of DPICs, actually. Go ahead with your response to your question, though, JJ. Please.
No, I just think it's really important to understand how these folks met in the first place, and then to understand why they hired them, right? So how does the folks from Coeur d'Alene, Rathdrum, how do they hire an attorney from Portland, Oregon, who's not at all, has no experience in such matters in which he's doing right now? He's a criminal defense attorney, and they're hiring him for the purposes of essentially PR and damage control with communications with media and law enforcement. You know what I mean?
Why?
I'm sorry, I missed that last part, JJ. Go ahead.
It makes no sense, and it's on, like you were pointing out, Kane, in its fundamental aspects, that the Gonzalez family would hire an attorney in which to communicate for them with media and law enforcement. On its face, that seems a bit odd. By all means, they're happy. It's their right as an American, but then they hire a criminal defense attorney from Portland. How do they meet this person? Why do they hire someone not skilled in it, right? What's that?
I would build...
I'm trying to let JJ finish his thought, but go ahead.
No, I just wanted to interject with, why would Bill Thompson put the G fam in his documents as witnesses? But go on. I don't mean to interrupt you.
Well, okay. I got to find that document. But yeah, so Shannon Gray first registers in the state of Idaho on July 15th, 2022. He's already been an attorney for like 15 years by this point.
Okay.
In Oregon.
Okay. Why? You're asking why? Do you? I'm sure that it is a rhetorical question.
Well, your thoughts. Don't you find it odd that the family would hire an attorney from a great distance away who's not skilled in the things in which they're hiring to do, right?
What's his connection to Fort Bragg?
What's his connection to anything? Right now, he's running
there's a family member in jail, like an uncle or something of Kaylee's.
Oh, there's a lot. Yeah, for sure. There's a lot of hood rat shit that goes around a number of these families, but. And and again, I'm open to it with the Gonzalez family, but I'm just looking at it right. The one question I have is, this guy plays an integral role in the situation, and it seems like there's no purpose to hire an attorney. None of the other families, as y'all point out, have hired attorneys, and then they hire an attorney from a great distance away, and then to simply be a liaison for them, essentially. And now he's under this gag order, and now he's seemingly, someone's feeding Steve G information. Is it Shannon Gray? Presumably. Who else is it? Because he's not telling him to shut up, right? If he's not telling him to shut up, then he's telling him to talk. Right? Do these things strike you all as odd? Is this, again, how do they meet someone from so far away? Why are they hiring him? Why are they hiring somebody without the skill sets in which they're seeking?
What skill sets are they seeking?
Well, I mean, you generally want to hire somebody with some experience in civil law first and foremost, because he's not defending any crimes here. He's not a civil litigator in any regard. He doesn't negotiate anything as far as contracts go. He doesn't interface with folks in any sort of PR capacity. Looking at his cases in Portland, Oregon, which again I draw the circle around Portland because of things like B.K. Norton. But looking at his cases in Portland, he's a standard run-of-the-mill, I represent hood rats criminal defense attorney from 2006 forward.
I agree. I had to put my glasses on to see this.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm gonna have to kick you off the show unless you get those bat wings out.
I felt that.
Go on, JJ.
It's not quite as far. But it's a 6-hour drive. It's nearly 400 miles to Portland to Spokane. Coeur d'Alene.
Okay, but if you want the document I'm talking about,
please.
I'll post it in my
Thank
community.
you, Chick-fil-A, yeah. Or you can put a link in here. You're a moderator, so.
I would say if you know the date, I have the court docket up right here.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's very early on, so if you blink and you miss it, like that's how early on it was, and like honestly, I don't even know how I found it. When I backtrack to get it, it'll take me a minute. Okay. Right.
I'm just scrolling through the non-dissemination stuff to see what's. I
never
realized they were mentioned in anything.
Way back to.
We're just getting started. Are we in an hour and a half already? I don't feel like I've
we're
even
only getting started at 7
done
hours.
my interruptions.
I have to go like 2022, 2023 documents. Okay.
Okay.
And I have to go way to the beginning. All right. To like the first of the few things that Bill Thompson filed. Stand up. Right. Because there was a list of names, right, that he filed. And there's stipulation, amendment, court minutes, request for discovery. It'll take me a minute. You know what I mean?
Take your time. Let us finish what we're talking about here, Shannon Gregg.
I'm gonna get going so I can look this up. But thank you for letting me on.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Good person.
Thanks for coming up. We appreciate it.
No, you're welcome.
Great
Thank
insight.
you.
Awesome job. Thank you very much, Chick-fil-A.
You're welcome.
All right, cool. So in response to your question, if I may be so bold as to offer a small opinion here.
Yes, sir.
So you asked why would they choose somebody from so far away, and you're saying he's not a criminal defense attorney.
I'm saying he is a criminal defense attorney.
Okay, so there's my answer: is that the Gonzalez family is no stranger to legal situations, right? With his brother and
Allegedly.
These types of things. So I can only conjecture that perhaps through that discourse, he maybe represented somebody else in the family, and that's why you have what
I would
you have.
argue that's not likely true because unless it occurred in Portland, Oregon, because he just registered as an attorney in in Idaho in July 15th, 2022. He did not practice in Idaho previous to that date, sir.
I see. So, that's interesting because the brother thing was definitely in Idaho, and they let him in. That's the other thing that's amazing, right? Wait, 2022. You said?
I thought it was a few years prior. I thought it was like 2019.
What? That he was able to practice in Idaho?
No, that Steve's brother had.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, you're. But then again, lawyers are pretty famous for referrals. But you have the Pacific Northwest area.
Nah, this is highly unprecedented, Kane. This is very highly unprecedented for attorneys. This is very highly unprecedented.
Well, I think the whole thing is unprecedented for him to get that kind of. I think that
what I'm saying is Spokane's a big city. You're gonna in Coeur d'Alene as well. You know what I mean. You're gonna find plenty of attorneys that are licensed both in Idaho and Washington between those two places. But nonetheless, you go nearly 400 miles away to Portland. and hire a guy who just registered, for whatever reason, just registered in Idaho months prior. So what I'm getting at with this, as far as this highly improbable, what you're suggesting, or at least from what I perceive you're suggesting, is because this dude's not attached to any law firms in Idaho. So he if he's doing that in July, he must have been doing it to represent a case in theory, right? Or prepare to represent a case.
Sure.
One of the two.
See
what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, my amazement is still laying in the fact that they're going to let him in. So there must be some kind of connection, because like we were talking about before.
Well, he registered with the bar.
I see. Okay, so that circumvents the whole state process then, I guess.
Yeah, and I'll dive further into his history out there, because he's done some stuff. Because again, if you remember, it sits weird with me, the whole circumstance, right? Doesn't it sit kind of uneasy that this dude even exists? I mean, his general being and his actions, but I'm saying, like, why hire this dude who has no experience, from far away? You know what I mean? What's the purpose?
I feel you're driving me there, but you're taking the long route. You're trying to get extra money on the meter, JJ.
So then, here at Operation GCD, I am a garbage can dude, but it also stands for greatest common denominator, because back when I ran my private detective agency, that's what the name of my agency was, the GCD Detective Agency, because, greatest common denominator, right? So, nonetheless, it's becoming a common denominator here, not necessarily greatest, but I start drawing circles around things as they come up in my brain hole, flag it. So Oregon keeps popping up in this case from November 2022, when James Fry invoked the we're gonna double check make sure the Salem, Oregon murder is not connected with this murder. Like, why would you even say that from the podium of a press conference? And press conferences, you're already closed mouth in. You're not providing any details in, and then 2 weeks later you would start shouting from that same press podium saying, "How dare you bring in conspiracy theories into this case?" Well, you just brought in conspiracy theories into the case, James Fry. You did this.
It's right along the lines with calling Cyray a conspiracy theorist. Yeah. Okay.
Exactly.
Sure.
Exactly. So we got the Salem incident. And I looked into that recently further, because I got a Google alert on it, and that whole there's a lot of weird stuff in Salem, and they knew who killed that couple at that time. I'm not saying that folks from Salem were colluding with the folks from Idaho to draw heat away from them, but the cops are in a lot of trouble over that Salem incident. The perpetrator of that crime, is now confirmed by DNA left at that crime scene, and the family's now suing Salem PD in the city, because the assailant of that young couple in that home invasion and murder was under police watch, probations, going back to prison. You know what I mean? Like, dude had so many layers of, the cops are certainly liable. You know what I mean? So he'd already violated his probation twice since being out of prison a month earlier. You know what I mean? Busted for pot twice, got a DUI. Then they were either ankle tagged him, or they were supposed to ankle tag him, and then they didn't do it. And then he murdered this couple. So, and then they knew it. They knew it the entire time. They knew that long before Chief Fry invoked it, and that's been evident in the recent court filings from the family, because that individual was then arrested for those probation violations immediately following, and suspected in these crimes, and he hung himself in the jail there in Salem, Oregon.
Wow.
So the cops have known it the entire time. I'm not saying, again, that they called Chief Fry and said, "Hey, get the heat off us on this case," but it made no sense what Fry did on that, talking about that from the podium. You know what I mean? Even addressing, like, "Oh, we've seen internet rumors." Why would you address the internet rumor from this while saying you're the only point of authority? What is going on here?
Damn, JJ. Well done, brother. Thank you very much, man. I wish. I wish
I'm not the vice president, but as you see there, I bring the death sickle there with me.
I wish more people would appreciate you the way we do here, man. You're definitely bound for greatness, man. Unbelievable. And a nice history thrown in. I have some more girlfriend history to talk about.
I can't wait.
Oh gosh. Well,
so if I may, at my Oregon point, then we got
Please.
Shannon Gray, Portland, Oregon criminal defense attorney, located approximately 45 minutes north of Salem, Oregon. Straight shot on the highway. And then we got BK Norton, PhD student at Portland State University, who was most certainly not a classmate of Kohberger's, despite the media quoting her and telling him, her, they, telling everybody that Kohberger hates LGBTQs. That was in all the media reports real early on. Now, never a classmate, by their own admission, BK Norton, that is, they never even worked at Washington State University.
Sure.
In their own resume. So they're there in Portland as well.
That is a point we discussed on your show there, or that you talked about and then talked over me for.
And then Hipplered you about it?
I got Hipplered left and right. But I was just trying to be a student because you were bringing new shit in, and you're hop, skipping, and jumping right into it. So I appreciate it, and I know we're not done. So, okay.
We're just starting. This is the Purge. We're just starting.
So we have a Kane level thing. This isn't the Manson level shit. This is Kane level, notary, insurance, realtor, of Oregon stuff. And I actually had one queued up for us from Bubbly Waters to add to the mix. No. You're not getting off that easy, my friend. I'm enjoying this topic. So
you're also enjoying some sort of a delicious snack. What do you got there?
I'm in the Nutty Buddy land right now.
Oh, good call.
I'm about halfway there.
Chocolate plus peanut butter. It's tough to go wrong.
I'm sure somebody in the chat saw heard my stomach grumbling. I had to get something in my stomach hole. No, you got my wheels spinning here, and as if the gooch wasn't enough.
We're getting our gooch on, are we? All right.
I'm ready to double down.
I heard you bring up the gooch on another program that I tuned into.
I tried, bro. I tried. We couldn't get past
and
opening
they didn't
the door.
understand what you were saying, dude. I'm like, how do you not realize the importance of the gooch? These people were just ignoring the gooch.
Ethan's body was blocking the door, and I was trying to open that motherfucker, and I'm kicking it in. Yeah, you can only.
She's
when you're here,
for the
you can
key
only
statements by DM, right?
One of the energy drinks I have today is a power pellet. I can't wait to see how they do. It's literally the Pac-Man power pellet flavor. So all these years I've been wondering what it tastes like. I can't wait to get to it. But
life dangerous, my friend. I quit these energy drinks. I've been largely off coffee for about 2 months now. Largely, I went back to the Mountain Dew, the Diet Dew, which that's not good, but it's slightly less caffeine, I suppose. But these energy drinks, man, I tell you, there's probably the devil's butthole in them. I just don't see them on the ingredients, but
that's
what be good for you.
He scratches each can. The Dark Lord himself. So
I'm not surprised.
It's some type of Yiddish tradition to blow your brains out. No, okay. I'm trying to process. Okay, so my addition to where you're at, and I like it, is the Oregon car. And so I'm sure that was on the tip of everybody else's brain wiggle right now.
Yeah, so bring me up to speed on that. I'm not up to speed on this Oregon car situation. I mean, I'm vaguely familiar with it, but I'm understanding there's recent developments, if I'm correct.
Well, yeah, if you remember back in the beginning of the case, it was one of those things where, hey, there's this wrecked orange car, white Elantra, from Moscow in Oregon, deserted. And
desert or deserted?
It was, well, it depends on how hungry you are. Like, remember I had the Godzilla dream I was telling you about in JCD. But we're going to be okay.
Dream.
I'm telling you, there was more to it. I didn't even really... Anyway, so...
Well, did I Hippler you again? Did I Hippler you?
No, you're fine. You're bringing up shit I wasn't even going to bring up.
No, I mean, did I Hippler your Godzilla dream?
No.
Wouldn't that be wild if your next dream is Hippler
details,
versus Godzilla?
Sometimes there's details I can't even share with you, JJ.
Wouldn't that be wild if your next stream is Hitler versus Godzilla?
Like Mecha Streisand versus Godzilla?
There you go.
Robert Smith! I sent one of my songs for them to use in Team America World Police 2 if they ever do it. They've sworn they weren't going to touch marionettes again, but I don't see how they can resist that. That shit is so funny.
It's a classic.
They literally bash Matt Damon so well, and Kim Jong.
Well deserved. That Matt Damon's a douche.
If you listen to them, all actors are. I mean, the basis of acting is just nepotism.
It was what really irritated me. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy watching Tom Cruise play a tall man who knows how to fight. I enjoy watching Matt Damon in a lot of films, despite him being probably Looney Tunes. But that bit he did with Jimmy Kimmel for years, it just irritated me.
What I like about Tom Cruise is when, who's the guy from Seinfeld's son? The red-haired guy.
Schindler's List?
Schindler's List does the stuntman bit with him, and he started, and we finished each other's sentences, the whole laugh thing. And he's got Ben Stiller, and that's my favorite Tom Cruise moment. And also that.
And Tropic Thunder. Don't.
Well, I was just gonna say the furry arm. No, not the damn scene.
Yeah.
Bill Hader owns the second best line in that. Welcome to the goodie room. Yeah.
Yep. That's a great movie. And apparently, Cruise demanded the prosthetic arms. He's like, I'm going to need really big forearms for this scene.
So
they're like, what are you talking about, dude? And Stiller's like, I'm going to need really big forearms.
Welcome to the best line in that movie is, I'm a lead farmer, motherfucker. He shoots the empty blanks.
Right? I've watched that movie literally thousands.
Oh, okay. Oh,
like, what are you talking about, dude?
Hold on. Oh, jeez.
Am I getting cloned?
Yeah, let me turn her echo off here. Give us some warning there, chick babe. Here, hang on. What's going on?
I'm spontaneous. Can you ask me, does this look better than... This looks better than this, right? That's it. That's my question. Do I look smarter with this or with this?
I think you know the answer to that question.
I am Batman. I knew it. Thanks, guys. I just
Glad we can help.
I need that self-esteem boost, but I did have a question.
Sure.
Kane. What makes you an expert at these cases?
What makes me an expert?
Yeah. Like, in your opinion. Or others' opinions.
I don't know. I've been around it enough. Where are we going with this?
I want to investigate.
I can tell you, I'm an expert in nothing.
No, JJ is my VP. So.
No, I'm not even an expert in that.
I don't know shit. I'm just out here trying to find my tail.
Can I ask you a question, like a serious question? Like, did I actually scare you from bats?
No, you know I like bats.
But it was keeping me up at night, you know. I want to know, do people really think Brian Kohberger is guilty because he looks or comes across guilty?
Yep.
Because I'm not buying it.
I think the media's done a good job of conveying that message to folks.
That's what I think. But, I mean, if you're a criminal profiler, right, by trade, that wouldn't make sense because he doesn't fit the profile.
Yeah, I hear you. But I also see a lot of YouTube channels calling themselves criminal profilers, Twixter folks, Jennifer Coffendoffers, these kind of characters. Like, oh, well, he's definitely guilty.
I can't even pronounce Coffendoffer,
Isn't it weird that we have a former FBI and CIA agent? She's both at the forefront of perpetrating a lot of this propaganda across
I mean,
social
it's
medias.
like, what's that channel? Inebriated Bird.
Oh yeah.
Like, you're a former somebody, so it makes sense that you don't work for them anymore for a reason.
Well, I'm not pointing any fingers. I'm just saying he does live on a border town, so if Mexican cartels are associated with this in any regard.
I'm not saying cartels aren't real, I'm not like naive. But I do think with Moscow, Idaho, especially, like, they do like to cover up stuff, in my opinion. right?
Oh, for sure. Just generally speaking, right?
Yeah, just in general. This is like the biggest one they had to cover up. So they're very
for sure.
busy on it. Right?
But the cartels are very busy up there as well. So they've had Sinaloa cartel leaders and Sinaloa cartel leaders popped off in Idaho and Washington.
Half the people in that house had people in prison, you know, in one way or another.
Sure.
You know, first or second generation, whatever, like once removed, right? But they had people in that area, in that exact area, right? It does lend credence to the fact that that made them the target, and that's why they were running their mouths about if the house was a target. Like, who phrases that?
I agree. I think that house has been a long-standing distribution point for drugs because here's the thing, Mexican cartels can't come on campus and deal it themselves. They got to have a throughput, a distribution.
No, it was an off-campus housing arrangement that used to be for boys that turned into an all-girls thing. But I don't think the rugs thing ever changed, you know?
Oh, for sure. No, so this one dude I'm thinking of right now, this no, he's not Sinaloa. I forget which cartel he's part of. He's over there in Pullman. He's been busted twice dealing cocaine on Washington State campus. He gets busted. He goes back to Mexico, comes back, deals more cocaine there. He just got busted again in March of 2023.
BK came out there because he was so curious. He had the entire campus of WSU to stalk, you know. He didn't have to go to Moscow.
Well, sure, but what I'm getting at is this Mexican cartel leader keeps coming back to Pullman, Washington to traffic cocaine. You know, he's dealing with somebody there, and he ain't selling it himself on the campus. He's dealing. He's the distribution point through these Greek systems.
There's a drop there, you know. They drop it.
And I don't want to cut out the obvious white nationalist Nazi drug trafficking that goes on in.
Oh no! I just mean there's a hidden agreement. Once you make that drop, you have to pay it back. Right.
Sure, but for example, the new prosecutor Josh Hurwitz, he had to focus on prosecuting both the Sinaloa and the Nazi drug traffickers in Idaho. So
they're not going to get anywhere, in my opinion, because of the cover-ups.
Who's that?
The university in Idaho, where it happened, or close to proximity, right? Wanted this house destroyed for a reason.
Oh, for sure. But what are your thoughts on this vast drug trafficking network and the new prosecutors' relations to it?
Because they've been helping them out or using them as, like, you know, informants for years, for decades. They're
but why bust the leadership of both cartels in around the same time?
Because they know if they stop that drill, right, they can't get to the bottom of it. So they're willing to throw this entire case under the bus and BK under the bus just to keep going after these informants, these people that will tell them what actually happened, and he'll be collateral damage, in my opinion.
Sure. No, I don't disagree. But what do you think about Hurwitz? And he seems to me like the puppet master of all these drug trafficking. So he creates a power vacuum at the same time by taking the two cartel leaders off the streets, the Nazis and the Sinaloas.
Heather might have this doc, okay? Not to call her out, but Ann Taylor worked on a case before where she just called out police investigation, got her guy off the hook, only to retry him and got him guilty. She was calling off the investigation for the right reasons. Like faulty investigation, right?
Sure.
And so she got her guy off the hook on the grounds that the investigation wasn't true, accurate, you know, legal. And I have a strong feeling she's doing the same thing with Bryan Kohberger right now, if he was guilty. I'm not saying this, you know, but she's definitely cracking down on the investigation. If you pay attention to the documents, she's cracking down to how did you find him in the first place? Right? They threw out the IGG. They agreed to throw that out. You know, then how do you have him? Through the mantra?
That's what they're trying to say. That and they got a PowerPoint. I'm not
Through
sure,
the phone
if you're familiar with the Mallory report.
It's really brilliant how they just found him, right? WSU just phoned it in. They got him, right? I'm not buying that, you know, and I don't think
No, you shouldn't.
You know,
I think what the evidence is showing now that the FBI convened a grand jury with the name Brian Kohberger in mid-November.
well, it's good to talk to you, JJ, for once, because like usually I'm in the chat.
No,
But
for sure. I appreciate your thoughts and insight on this for sure. Because
I gotta get going right now because my friend I was babysitting, she's off at the bookstore. So I'll see you guys later.
did you see?
We appreciate you being here, Chief. Thank you for coming
Great
on.
Purging.
Very welcome. Very
Great
welcome.
job.
Thank you for
Really
coming out.
great job. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, where do we leave off, JJ?
Wildaway Park? Is that what you're saying to me?
I said Lewiston. He was on his way back to fucking Pullman, and Heather wants me and Too Fast to Rubber Fat Cocks together, and I need to play that HR video because that just sounds out of context. Yeah, no, great stuff from Chickbait there.
Yeah, where are we? No, she brings up a good point. Where are we on the videos? Because if you go back, and look at what back to the hearing last May on the probable cause affidavit, where Ann Taylor is questioning Detective Payne and Detective Meowry, and more so Meowry when it comes to videos, right? So where's, because she was asking where's the car in the video at the cannabis shop on the dispensary at the line of Washington and Idaho. She's asking where's the video on heading southbound because they relied upon that in their statements, right? So we've never heard any more about those things, even though they couldn't produce them then.
You kind of got me tongue-tied there with the whole "they rely on" phrasing.
They rely. Well, that's a very broad statement. That's a very Iran-Contra statement. Well, we relied upon the best evidence available to us based upon our experience and education. Those kind of statements, right?
Sure.
I've read and written a lot of government reports. I know the lingo fairly well, and police reports for that.
All right, so we were talking. We were in Oregon. We're talking about Portland. We're talking about.
I've actually never been there, sir.
Eugene.
That's the only state in the lower 48 I have not attended.
Well, then you are not an expert. I would have to say.
Not an expert in anything.
I would be. I'll tell you what vets me as an expert is I've drank a lot of Sierra Nevada beer. And it's equal at this point. It's akin to staying at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Well, let me tell you some stories about Sierra Nevada beer.
Oh no! Don't ruin it for me. I know they have a restaurant there, and when I was waiting tables, I really wanted to go over there, and I really just wanted a fresh Sierra Nevada, just freshly squeezed, right out of the tap there.
Squeeze it.
That I know about it, and it makes you smart enough to be an expert on YouTube.
Yeah. My one of my dudes is a Chico resident, Chico native there. He's one of my Air Force dudes, but stationed with 20 some years ago. We've been dudes for a couple decades, but he got married at the Sierra Nevada. He didn't say he got married. They had like a justice of the peace, but they had the reception there at that restaurant and the reception center you're talking about. It's delicious food, delicious beers. Strangely enough, the Knights Templar monks set up shop just outside of Chico. The beer drinking monks of Robin Hood. Like the drunk monk in Robin Hood, Friar Tuck.
Yeah, okay.
Those kind of monks. Those are the folks that started the Knights Templar. They set up shop just outside of Chico. They brew beer with Sierra Nevada. They do their own beer with them. This drunk monk beer, or whatever. But
the drunk monk. I've had drunk monk.
They moved a Templar religious house from a 13th century Templar religious house to their new location in outside of Chico. I just think that's weird. They brew there with the drunk monks do. Brew their own.
I just always assumed that the monks were just taking up the name Templar. Do you really feel like they have history back to the ancient times? Back to
they not only have yes, sir. They not only have history in ancient times. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Is it a bloodline or is it just a pass the sword kind of thing? Okay.
It's a bloodline, sir. Yes, sir.
Well,
so George Washington, for example. I'll just give you one example.
No, I love history. Go on.
He is the the descendant, so he's his 16th great grandfather. 10 of his forefathers were Knights Templar who signed the Magna Carta. 10 of the 25 Knights Templar that signed the Magna Carta, their descendant is George Washington. So, including the head Templar that signed Magna Carta. It's definitely a bloodline. It's a history we don't know about because we know the Crown's history, what the British and the Vatican want to tell us. But this was usurping that power. So the Templar Knights allegedly took King John hostage, chopped his head off, and then later did some weird shit with the skull. That's a different story altogether. Religious freedom of religion, if you will.
Heather just turned her head back to the show.
But those men brought us what is known as the predecessor to the Bill of Rights in the U.S. Constitution. So it's weird that you have Robert de Ross, the head Knights Templar, doing the Magna Carta in 1215. And all they were doing was taking their land back. King John of Lackland stole it when they were on the Crusades in 1213. He gave it back to the Vatican in an edict. So he was the fake king anyway. His brother was the real king, King Richard. King Richard was a Templar. King John was not. So King Richard was on the Crusades. King John, this is the story of Robin Hood. King Richard was on the Crusades, and King John said, well, I'm going to take control of this motherfucker. And I'm going to take all the Templar land. I'm going to give it back to the Vatican. So, because then that way they're going to support me as the new King of England, right? And that's what happened.
I guess it's all post Bloody Sunday.
This is like 1213, 1215. So Robert de Ross in 1215 brings us Magna Carta, and then his descendant, George Washington, brings us the Magna Carta 2.0, is what historians call it today. The U.S. Constitution, 560 years later. So it's a bloodline in history we don't know because the Crown history is what we know. The British and Vatican Crown history.
Well, Jefferson wrote the Declaration. I know that. As far as the Constitution,
Jefferson airplane.
It was Grace Slick.
I believe, sir, it was James Madison. That was kind of known as Jefferson's little BFF.
I see. Okay, so it was a Tesla Edison kind of thing.
Despite being a Madison myself, Colonel John Madison.
How many fucking hyphens do you have in your name, bro? I can't even keep up anymore.
Colonel John Madison's my fifth great grandfather. That would be James Madison.
So you have 5 great grandfathers. Okay, great.
So he was definitely part of it, but it was alleged that they were boyfriends, him and Jefferson. Now I asked that question on tours of both of their homesteads, and I will tell you, sir, they do not appreciate that question. They're like, does anyone have any questions in the tour? I'm like, did Thomas Jefferson and James Madison used to bang? And they're like, we're not even going to answer that. I'm like, all right.
I take this homophobic rhetoric of history with a DEI grain of salt. I think it helps propel the socialist agenda a little too much for it to be a fact. The Lincoln thing and all this shit, and people are still trying.
Oh yeah, the Lincoln's a queer dude. All these things is to diminish the characters of the men that founded this country. And I was largely being a jackass by asking the question, and I recognized that at the time. But at the same time, like I think all of these things are like George Washington's a piece of shit, Abraham Lincoln's a piece of shit. These are all pieces of shit. That's what they're trying to say, right? It's the propaganda campaign to diminish the men that created this country.
Absolutely, yeah. That's to bring down the infrastructure first. They got Cosby, and then it was to George Washington. It's like pudding pops. Now the Magna Carta. Let's get them.
Well, I to this day I would still like to believe the Dr. Cliff Huxtable there was a good man. I grew up on the Cosby Show. However, I will also say it doesn't look good for old Bill, despite what the circumstances are of him getting out of prison. He used to live across the street from Jeffrey Epstein. You imagine how many times Cosby danced himself over across the street with some Jell-O pudding pops to an Epstein party? I assume that was more.
Pudding pops will get you a long way at an Epstein party. I mean, think about the two great tastes that taste great together. But don't take that literally. Anyway,
and when I say across the street, it's a very narrow roadway, so it's like literally like door to door. It's like 80 feet.
And is this where the tunnels go to the Playboy Mansion and all that?
Well, they may lead to the basement you were claiming that exists under 1122. I don't know about that.
Oh, I'm convinced on that basement.
I know you are. That's why I was reading that out.
You brought up some great pictures that really sold me on it. Ever since I've been it's been kind of stewing around in my mind carousel.
I was talking blood, but I saw the wheels turning in your brain hole, thinking basement. Like, here we go. We're going to go basement, aren't we, Kane?
You get me started and wound up, and all of a sudden Jenn will wake up and jump into the show. But yeah, no. Back to Eugene, Oregon. Before I forget.
So what's the deal with this car? Are you in the market for a new car? I hear they got a nice Elantra in Eugene.
I've only got 7 years, but I only have 3 years worth of mileage on my Hyundai, and I can add to the DoorDash and the bushy eyebrow thing that I was in Eugene, Oregon at the time. And I'll be honest with you, no.
I'm gonna need to see some tickets, some receipts.
I have a K-bar click on Amazon.
Have a PowerPoint. I'll accept the PowerPoint.
We rely on that PowerPoint, and you know why the PowerPoint is so important? Because that's what they reference when they ask, do you have anything to show your work?
Right, exactly. That's what I'm saying. When Brett Payne's asked,
I have a PowerPoint.
How did you make this? How did you substantiate this?
Look over here. Look over here.
Some Google Maps, and I just put some pens on it. It's a PowerPoint. It's a fabulous PowerPoint.
No, but the Eugene, Oregon car, obviously you know about, has come back up in the news. So I was hoping Bubbly Waters would be up and join us today, and I would have her up here to discuss her finding. Sure. Because when I've watched, I'm not going to play the videos because it just shows. I don't know where she was going with it. It was kind of a headline thing, and I clicked on, and I didn't. Yeah. The whole show was about something else, and then so I would like to hear her thoughts. She has a lot of thoughts.
Watching a video.
She's. Do you need a break?
No, I mean I will in a minute, but I just need to stretch. I'm an old man, Kane. I just need to get up and stretch a little bit, from time to time. I blew my back out the other day, so and I'm already.
Are you picking on me, JJ? Did you just clone me?
No. I mean, to be full disclosure, I am a 100% disabled veteran, so retired after 20 years. So I have a lot of miles on these bones, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you've done your share of marching. It sounds like.
I used to do a lot. I used to throw fucking caution to the wind, my friend. Caution to the wind.
Well, those Air Force issue boots, I don't know how well they play on your shins after time.
Well, when I was a young SWAT team leader in the Air Force, I used to just not only did I not really consider injuries, I just used to rub dirt on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you get a cut, rub some dirt in it. Dirt don't hurt.
Dirt don't hurt.
After time.
But when I was a young SWAT team leader in the Air Force, I used to just not only did I not. Can I make one point before we take a break though?
Sure.
I want to thank take this moment by thanking the Purge, sponsored by Type 2 Diabetes, soft drinks and snacks. Thank you for the invite, Kane. I appreciate it. Always, sir. I would look forward to this Eugene, Oregon video so we can discuss that.
Well, I was actually going to play Jenn and Heather's video.
Let's do
first.
that then. Let's do that. I thought you fooled me. You tricked me.
But I wasn't done talking about Oregon. I wasn't done talking about Oregon yet. You keep Hitlering me, damn it. So
go ahead.
Yeah, no. As far as you're making a Kane list and you're building on it. I know we haven't gotten to the final effigy of it yet, but okay. So you have a lawyer, Shannon Gray, over there representing Galvez, and now Chickbait has added that they were listed as potential witnesses and should be under the gag order. But from what I think my conjecture is that the reason for Steve getting a lawyer because he's his own worst enemy. He needed somebody to speak for him because he just basically flies out the mouth. Am I right? And so, what was your other
image portrayed?
What was your other Oregon connection other than the seaport and the river that we talked about? And we'll get to that.
Seaport. Yeah, we got seaport. That's true. That's a good one. I wasn't even thinking of that, Kane.
Yeah, because you're going to have...
How dare you hit me with seaports out of left field? Yeah, that's a good point.
It was an uppercut.
Goes right
it was
through
an uppercut.
It goes right through there, doesn't it?
It certainly
Lewistown
does.
Seaport.
And you're the one who brought it up, so I'm not going to take credit for it.
Well, I just forgot it goes through Portland. It does go through the Columbia River there, doesn't it?
So you have much less scrutiny over cargo that's coming through down a river as you would as opposed from coming overseas, because you're transporting, and you're gonna have port authority, and you're gonna have your patrol officers, but I feel the scrutiny and the searches are going to be less on the river than even you would having a vehicle on a car driving down that Pullman Highway.
Well, I can assure you of such. Do you know who patrols the rivers? The Coast Guard, and they're largely undermanned and understaffed.
Are they really? Okay, because we have a really big Coast Guard presence here, and the only time you ever really
we have one boat on the Ohio River, Kane. One boat out of Cincinnati. You'll see on the Coast Guard. That's a long stretch that they cover too. That's what I'm saying. They're largely, areas like where you're at. I get it. They're probably there because of the customs interdictions and whatnot.
Okay.
Like
well, that's a lot of H2O, high quality H2O to cover for one unit, because you have Lake Erie, Lake Superior, Oregon, right? All that. Okay, so it's even more strained there. Because
it's even more strange there because that's, if you look at Oregon, just generally speaking, the Oregon State Police will have like 2 patrols out patrolling the entire coastline of that entire state at one time.
Okay, so they don't have any time to focus on the river.
Yeah.
But here, the reason that I bring that up is because we have the Pinellas County Sheriffs, and they have these little those Zodiac boats. And so if you're out recreational boating or whatever on the bay or in one of the channels, they will board your boat, make sure everybody's got a life vest and all this stuff, and make sure you're licensed for whatever and registered, just for driving by you. So I wonder what the local representation is, because they got to know that that's a means of smuggling. So they're not dumb.
It goes back to 2 things: jurisdiction and authority. So you're talking about Pinellas County; they're probably exercising that under a specific authority. I don't know which one, but their jurisdiction's obviously clear within the confines of their county and the waterways there. Now up there is a little bit different. If you're traversing a long distance through a river system, you're passing many jurisdictions. So that's why I was saying it's really contingent upon the customs, the DHS under the U.S. Coast Guard under the auspices of DHS, because it's not a wartime environment. They're under DHS under non-wartime. They're under the Navy during wartime. So under non-wartime times, Coast Guard does this. They do law enforcement, drug interdictions, and other sort of tomfoolery inspections along waterways in America, mainly around ports. But these inlet riverway systems are their responsibility as well. And I'll look into it further, but I imagine that whole riverway system is largely unguarded.
Do you want to know an interesting fact? And I'm sure you're aware of it. Is that there's a real heavy push to take over that northern peninsula of Oregon by Idaho, so that Idaho extends out to the coast. So
I've seen that.
I just it makes me curious as to where the push is coming from, because normal people living their everyday lives, taking their kids to school and going to work, aren't like, yeah, we need Oregon. Let's seed that into our state. It's not their main drive. So this is the kind of push you would see from like a Soros character or somebody that had an agenda to get Idaho to that coast. Anyway. So
that's a solid point. I'm going to look behind who's funding that. I'm familiar with the initiative you're discussing. I don't know off the top of my brain hole who's funding that.
The group itself is convinced they'll be able to do it. I think the long-term goal is to take over the whole state. That it's a non-productive state. Not enough contribution to the national. I'll get it. CERN too. Not enough contribution to that. And so that is, I think, when you talk about military in that area, I think this new smart hydraulic collider thing or whatever is a big part of any motivational speaker. Would you say, Matt?
Did you call me Matt Damon?
Now suck my cock.
So I think you're right. So I was just also responding to a statement there in the chat. What were you saying? I got the two statements mixed up in my head here. My brain hole's conflated with both answers. What was your answer? What was your question?
I don't remember. It was to you, American World Police.
Do you like Nutter Butters, or do you prefer the cookie style Nutter Butter things? You know, like the little.
I used to eat those, and I would eat them so much, and my dog would stare at me, and I fed him to him, and he got a tooth decay on one tooth, real bad. Girlfriend story. That's related to a girlfriend story.
I'm not willing to blame it on the Nutter Butters at this point. I'm gonna need more evidence. Do you have a PowerPoint?
He did lick his balls a lot. I don't know if that contributed enough for you. But I eventually went to the...
That's as good enough as the PowerPoint, as a dog licking his balls.
I meant chasing his tail. I'm sorry. Okay. Oregon aside...
balls. That's equivalent to the Maori report, the dog licking his balls.
He wasn't a scooter, though. I'll take any big dog that's not a scooter. If you have a scooter, it's over. It's just embarrassing when people come over. It's, it's a habit that they develop. And, but Oregon aside, let's talk about Oregon. And other agendas as far...
Technically, I can't talk about Oregon. I've never been there. I try to go there. They just the forces of nature and the universe have literally prevented me from entering the boundaries of the state of Oregon upon both times I've been there.
Well, Portland's already been conquered, so I don't think you want to go there anyway. It's not like Hello Larry days anymore.
No, I was trying to go to Astoria. I'd like to get my Goonies on.
Yeah, it's people that live there will tell you it's a beautiful state, and there's great surf there. Unfortunately, you have to jump off a 200-foot cliff to get to it, and then you're going to freeze your ass off. But it's really big surf there. Today's show brought to you by Tropicana Twister.
And other very sugary snacks and cakes and drinks. I had a guest on my show, good, solid dude. I've done a couple shows with him on his show and mine on Fridays. B.T. Wallace, he's a local Oregonian. We discussed some of these strange tales of Oregon the last time he was on Operation GCD. He advised me of a murder of the head of the prison system of Oregon. Got murdered right outside their own prison building. Still unsolved today. It's an interesting case.
I'm laughing at Heather's comment right now. So more importantly than Oregon is Pullman, right? That's really where we're focused. As far as Twiz lives there. They have white Elantras there.
No, I thought we're done with Oregon. I thought we were talking about Eugene.
Well, I haven't gotten to Eugene yet.
Okay.
I
haven't renamed my friend's dog Eugene because he looked like a Eugene.
Well, I knew a guy named Eugene who stuck his hands in fans for fun. I don't remember that fella.
My friend's wife, my dude's wife, was trying to make their dog trans. I was like, well, that's a boy dog, and they named it Zoe. I'm like, you can't do that.
Heather does that. She puts a little bonnet around her pit bullopotamus on Halloween.
Oh, really? You can't trans out your dogs. Come on now.
Well, she slips estrogen into his mac and cheese once in a while, just so she has a girlfriend to hang out with.
This all sounds very, Brave New World like or something.
Well, if you took your Soma, you would know. Anyway, yeah, that hit the wall. Sometimes it's gonna stick. There it goes, right there. Okay, so yeah, no. Apparently that was a ignored fact, and that was just another gut instinct thing. That car, and my whole point of it was, as far
on that though, right? They're convinced they had some sort of connection at some point, right?
Well, I think a lot of people still feel that way, and she's like, that's what her headline was. What's old is new again. But My point is, you brought up Chief Fry, bringing up the home invasion murder that happened there.
Yep.
Out of the blue, yet they were readily willing and able to brush this Eugene, Oregon launcher that had Moscow ties aside. And so as far as we knew up till now, there was, it looked like the holy JJ was appearing. I wanted like Ave Maria to be playing.
I've descended back upon the Purge. No, you're making a solid argument. Please continue.
All right, so yeah, he's very quick to jump on the tinfoil hat wagon and see which one comes first, the dress or Clinton. And then when it comes to here, a clear piece of evidence, there's no investigation. And it goes right hand in hand with no report taken, which seems to be the drive in Moscow. Procedures aren't followed. And so I just remembered the Hitler response, and I just forgot it again. I'd have to let me pull up the thingamajabber. You like where I'm headed though? Or should we change topics?
You were saying there. What I thought was the salient point you're making was that the way law enforcement addressed this car, right, versus the way they addressed the Salem home invasion, right? It is the comparison of their activities that does seem telling, right?
Yeah, you don't have to even. Okay, so this is. Hold on, I'm not gonna pull it up or anything. I'm just gonna reference it to it here. Yeah, thank you for being with us today, JJ. I appreciate it. If you're new to the Purge, please hit that subscribe button. Make sure you get over to Operation GCD podcast and become an expert by hitting that subscribe button.
Don't become an expert over there. No,
you will become an instant expert if you do. I know, but it's expert by association through osmosis.
I used to sign all my emails in the Air Force, Joteman, jack of all trades, master of none.
Yeah, I'll be the first to tell you I don't know shit. Okay, so was this the one? That's the Brady material one, which is its own little animal. Filthy little animal. This is it, I think. This is the state's response to... Let me go all the way up. Let's see. Order of defendant's motion to strike death penalty and adopt necessary procedures. Okay, and so basically, more or less, in this... I think it's in this particular document here... In addition, there is no need, this is from Judge Hitler's response, there is no need to require the state to disclose a list of hot documents, which is a tool imposed by some courts for particular voluminous discovery. And so basically what they said is there's no reason for the prosecution to have to organize and present their documents as opposed to doing 52 card pickup. So now, not only that, they also have basically said in so many words that they don't even need to worry about any deadlines as far as providing discovery. And you know what? Just keep what you got. Just keep what you got. We don't need it anymore. And don't worry about getting it over to us. And if you are going to give it to us, make sure that it's redacted, blacked out, in a confusing manner. Like they probably wrote the words like we do here at the Purge, and backwards, upside down, sideways, and crisscrossed out. So back to Eugene. Yeah. How does he know, again, so quickly, when he pulls up to the house, that this passed out individual does not need CPR? Somebody brought that up in the chat the other day. And then how do they know so quickly that this Eugene, Oregon has nothing, they literally said, has nothing to do with the crime? And then I play, and you'll hear it when I finally give you your break here. Has it been 6 hours yet?
You're going to slide some more hula burgers my way, right?
Always on the side. That's it. What was what was the movie? Glorious Bastards.
Schindler's List.
It is that there just seems to be no. I don't know what my point was with this watch. There seems to be a drive by the state to sell the most candy bars, and if you're not on the team, you can't get the box for free and eat it like I did, and then have your mom pay for it later. You can't. You have to be a starter. But they literally wash each other's hands, and I don't know who was it. I was having Sergeant Friday.
Wait, does he live in Eugene, Oregon? Let's finish this thought, please, on this card. You got me intrigued. So, what's your thoughts on? Is this a real thing? I like where you're going with the way they acted about it, but like, is there more to look into here? Because my initial glance, I wrote it off a long time ago, is tomfoolery. So I really didn't get much further into it because there were some claims I saw it was connected to the owner, that diddler owner of the home. I'm like, I looked into that. That wasn't real. So
no,
I kind of wrote it off after that.
Well, it may just be another distraction. There's always that, but you do feel better when you have facts and not just a PowerPoint,
Sure. Oh, I always feel better.
I know you like PowerPoints.
I love PowerPoints.
Don't try to fool me, bro. I've known you for 4.5 months now.
It's one thing I've learned about you. I like PowerPoints.
I love a good PowerPoint.
Am I right though? It's not connected to it's not connected to those folks, is it?
We don't know. I don't know anything about it. From what the pictures or the people that found it said, there looked like there was bloodstains inside. It was wrecked, abandoned, right at the time, right at the beginning. It was one of those, like I said, it was more of a gut instinct kind of thing.
Well, let me ask you this next question. When did we learn about this car versus when they released the information about the white Elantra?
That's a good question. And let me get to that right now. Because in the video that I'm about to play in a little bit on your break, make sure you listen, is when they do finally take down BK, the big takedown there, the cross-country chase. Bill Thompson refers to the investigation now as a new beginning.
Yep, fresh start. We're just starting. It's the Purge.
It's all one hand. Here, okay, well, don't worry about anything that happened or the timeline that we gave you previously. Now, it all revolves around wherever the fuck this guy was and whatever the fuck this guy was or wasn't doing. And we're going to invent a whole narrative. And so, the other part of that video, just to sidebar real quick, is
sidebar away.
The origins of BK, which stands for Boogeyman Killer.
Or Burger King.
A lot
of BKs in this situation, Kane. A lot of BKs. We got BK Norton.
Don't we?
We got Brent Kopacka. We got Brian Koberger. The folks that employ Howard Blum, that capital group that also is well invested to the tune of $1.5 billion by the Washington State Employees Pension Fund. That same capital group, they employ Howard Blum and Airmail. They own Airmail. They also own Burger King. A lot of BKs in this situation. A lot of BKs.
I constantly hear that commercial when you said... I had a rodeo burger and a frozen Coke the other day. I told you this already. It was our confession time. You told me about the boating accident. Nobody knows. But anyway, that commercial, that BK, the guy's purposely out of tune. But it gets stuck in my head, and I can't stand it. It's majorly... But then you also have BTK is involved with...
Yikes, you just out-BK'd me, friend. I forgot about BTK.
I don't mean to over BK your ass, but yeah.
So what's your thoughts on this? Why does Howard Bloom and his BK overlords there, that capital, TCG Capital group out of Dallas, the folks that own Airmail, Bob Cocaine Evans' friend is the president of Airmail. He's the quote-unquote founder, but it's owned by TCG Capital. Bob Cocaine Evans, the guy who was the executive producer for his life story, his biopic film, back there in like 2017 or so. That's the dude who employs Howard Blum. That's owned by TCG Capital. They own Burger King. They're well invested to the tune of $1.5 billion from the Washington State Employee Pension Fund, which includes all employees of Pullman, all employees of Washington State University. So that's who Howard Blum writes for. So Howard Blum keeps trying to invoke Catherine Ramsland and the BTK killer into the situation, and it's I have no idea what I mean, I know what he's going for, but I don't know how he's claiming these things. You know, they're not real. He claims that she's the one who recommended Kohberger for PhD. That's not real. That's one of the statements he walked back on that Not Sober Bird show when the homeboy was like, oh, it was Catherine Ramsland. He's like, whoa, well, you now know it was this other person. No, bitch, you knew the entire time. You just wrote propaganda, now you're walking it back. So what's this Ramsland situation? What's going on here?
Give me a minute. I live in Central Florida. I need to chew on that one for a second here.
Two questions, two-parter. How do you feel about all the BKs in the situation? And what is your thoughts on Ramsland? In this, why? Because now he's claiming Ramsland's going to be at the trial and stay with his parents, and Ann Taylor at a B&B, I think is the claims in his most recent airmail piece written a week ago.
Say that again. Repeat on, por favor.
Approximately 7 days ago, Howard DeBloom wrote a new article in his series of "I'm jerking off everyone who thinks Kohberger's guilty." And I think that's the unofficial title. And he wrote that Catherine Ramsland is now coming to the trial, staying at the Airbnb, going to be at the trial, sitting with his parents, staying at the Airbnb with his parents. That Ann Taylor got them all. And he's the one who perpetrated the ideas that she was the one that recommended for the PhD. Hilarious.
Wow. Well, I mean,
yeah.
Why wouldn't she? If it's her ex-student, she believes in him, good for her if she comes out and But, I mean, I think he's been reading too much Stephen King.
I think what he infers is that she knows he's guilty, and she's just studying him for her next book.
She's studying him for her next book. That's a hell of an implication. I don't know.
I don't think there's anything to substantiate she has any involvement whatsoever. When questions about the case, she's quoted in the media as saying she was not going to talk about it.
Right, and you're cloning me, bro, because we're jumping ahead topics on the other night's show. This is another thing that we're going to get to. But when you ask me about all the BKs, I've been sitting here trying to be an experting, and doing the things of experts, and just running in place, and trying to live in a van down by the river. But I can't seem to get my top off when it comes to...
You gotta get that top off, blast them nits, air out the gooch.
Listen, I'll be up on the main stage down to the bare essentials by the end of this sentence. It's taken me a while to get here, and I want you to come to the dark side, folks. Hit that subscribe button if you're new to the Purge. Jump onto the chat. Mean you don't bite. Is the perpetuation of a tale, and it's the story. I've never wanted to digest it like an orange creamsicle, but it does fit. It's literally. I am wondering at this point if Howard Bloom didn't write the narrative for them to sell to the public. Because, let's take the worst, most hated Dennis Rader guy, attach that name to it, we'll attach some type of mental illness to it, and then we'll throw in all kinds of other BK alphabet soup to keep everybody spinning around, can't figure it out like the Kennedy assassination. Okay?
It's some sort of unconscious mindfuck with all these BKs, dude. I like where you're at.
I wish it was just BKs. You have Jakes and Jacks and Johns and Davids.
Yeah, it gets real
and
confusing,
Kanes
doesn't it?
And Elantras. Now, I cannot help after...
No, I like where your head's at. Look, we have another murder mystery writer in this case, don't we? Kind of Angela Lansbury-like, if you ask me.
Well,
Murder, She Wrote style.
Angela Lansbury's tales were because she was the actual killer. So you're really
Well, maybe not. Maybe I'm not alleging that specifically. I do like that theory with the Murder, She Wrote, but old Detective Gooch, the Gooch.
I could. We can't not talk about the Gooch here at the Purge.
Ignoring the Gooch.
We have. I really have been waiting for the Gooch. I knew you were going to the Gooch.
Here at the Purge, we're unofficially sponsored. We're unofficially sponsored by Sugary Snacks and the Gooch.
I was deflecting. I was trying to deflect the Gooch, but eventually you're going to get your hand in the pants and get your Gooch. No, I doubled down on the Gooch here because she had double duty in this, and from all indications, she doesn't really have any involvement on a regular basis with law enforcement. From what I understand, she was the one who conducted the many of the interviews with Dylan Mortensen. Is that correct?
Well, she's a long-standing. It's in part correct and also in part not correct, sir. I will be happy to elaborate on that for you. So she's been a long-standing character in Idaho law enforcement. Her father, former military intelligence officer,
sure,
and protege of Colonel Paul Tate, Sharon Tate's dad, Manson murders. Seemingly, the Gooch's dad and Paul Tate went undercover into the hippie movement. This is by her own admissions. She wouldn't see her dad for months at a time when they moved to San Francisco in 1970, along with Colonel Paul Tate, his boss. And that's what Colonel Paul... She doesn't say what Colonel Paul Tate was really getting into too much. She does a little bit, but, she also doesn't say her dad was doing that, but, it's to be inferred when she says her dad disappears at the same time Paul Tate, his boss, goes undercover into the hippie movement investigating Sharon Tate, his daughter's death. So then after that, they moved to Boise, Idaho, Ada County, and her dad, the Gooch's dad, becomes county commissioner in Ada County. She goes to college. She and her twin go to college. They both become, members of law enforcement. Her twin sister today is a deputy sheriff in Ada County, and the Gooch has been around a couple different places. But for the last 22 years, from roughly December of 2020 or 2000 to December of 2022, she was an Idaho State Police detective. She retired immediately after she questioned.
There you go, retired.
Dylan Mortensen in this case.
Yeah. Somehow
she was in a quasi-retired state before that, though. So dating back to her, officially her last salary was
cold case detective member, right?
Today, but officially her last date of salary was December 2022. Now, but looking back at her history, she was clearly in some sort of almost kind of quasi-retired status. She was doing the cold cases, yes, which she's back to doing now again, right? That's her only job now. She was doing DNA stuff in cold cases beforehand within her details within the ISP detective, job she had.
Get your acronyms right, JJ. We're watching.
Get them damn right, boy. Around here at the Purge, you get your acronyms right, you get out of here. The
gerunds.
Yeah.
Also, gerunds are very important.
What I find interesting is, she was in a semi-retired status from around 2017 or 2017 or so, yeah. So she was teaching at 4 different universities part-time and a high school part-time, and she also routinely taught these murder mystery fiction writers courses at a local library. So that's the Gooch.
At a library?
And again, yeah,
I thought libraries were just for smoking meth in the bathroom now.
Well, that and assaults out front. I mean, one of the two. But the fact that she writes murder mysteries, if you're looking for an author to write the fiction we now see as this case, I mean, look no further, perhaps, right?
There's I think you have a lot of creative input. This story is akin to whatever the writership is for The Office or Parks and Rec or Modern Family. I think it's coming from the same socialist agenda, but they're fucking funny. This is hilarious. If you look at this as not a tragedy, as a comedy, everything outside of the Lavins is hilarious. It's as like I said. I think
it's captivating.
I think I said it on your show. Well, yeah, let's just call it captivating and entertaining. Because you could over and over people say you couldn't write this shit. Well, guess what? I think somebody did. I'm starting to believe somebody did.
I think somebody did fucking write this.
And when you have a collaborative like that, this is the result. And so, as
Look,
far
on that note, just let's put a pin on that note for a second. If I may just interject there, Kane. Let's think of that. Let's just ponder on that notion. What a great captivating. It's like the opening sequence to a Christopher Nolan film. It captivates your attention. The headline: 4 young college students murdered in their home in their sleep on their off-campus house. That's the first headline I recall reading.
that is a title of the book. Or the introduction.
Very captivating.
At least.
Very
Captivating. It drew us all in. I always say, and it's funny, people pointed out, I always say I was brought here by Grizzly True Crime, and she dropped me off and never picked me back up. And now she comes back and visits the case and offers a very mainstream media perspective of it. It's disappointing to see her not look into it further. She covers a lot of cases, and she is over there in... She's from South Africa, but she's in Holland, I believe. And she doesn't speak Dutch, which is just wild. Anyway, so... it seems that the people that were so adamant about figuring this thing out in the beginning,
I thought the South Africans spoke Dutch.
They do. This is the problem I have with her. And her husband's a pilot, and he won't give me lessons. I just want to
So
become
there's South Africans living in Dutchland in Holland, but they don't, and who are South Africans are of Holland descent, largely, I believe.
Yeah, I might have it vice versa.
Dutch?
She might be Dutch and living in South Africa and not speak Dutch.
Let me ask you this question: are we currently speaking Dutch? What is Dutch?
I don't really know. I know Papiamento, which is the Aruban pidgin language of English, Spanish, and Dutch. So I know verboten is a word in Dutch. I know danka is thank you. If you want to say
I don't mean this in a racist capacity by any stretch, but here in America, Kane, we speak English.
We just say bingo. That's a bingo. That's another. That's a German phrase.
I lived in South Korea for a year, and the idea, just in comparison, the idea of going over there and demanding everyone speaks English. Don't worry, most of them were taught it in school since the 1960s, but nonetheless, the older generations who weren't taught it in schools, they have a pretty good understanding of what. And this is, something I think I learned from them. Possibly was just the idea that like it's preposterous to come into a nation and be like, you know what, you guys need to speak our language. You guys. If you don't conform to the language, we're going to force a new language on you. That's just, the idea of that's kind of crazy. And there's a lot of younger generation Koreans who had no idea of anything. They didn't live through the Korean War, but they all hate Western, especially American influence because, we went in there and were like, hey, we don't want to learn your language or nothing. You're going to speak our language. It's very, they make a certain argument about it. I'm just saying, on that same note, here in America, we speak English.
I got to be honest with you, JJ. That's the most racist thing I've ever heard you say. Fucking with you.
You want to talk about racism, dude? Some of those Asian cultures, they fucking hate each other, and for good reason. It's because the Japanese were, invading Korea for a while. The Koreans don't have a very good opinion of them.
Yeah, from what I understand,
I made friends with a lot of Koreans while I was over there. You know what I mean? I'm a very cultured man, Kane. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. I'm a very cultured.
You seem to have an encyclopedias of knowledge of the world map. However, it was written.
I created a few international incidents that year. That's a different story altogether.
Did you cross the DMV?
Party. No, I visited it, but no. One of the international incidents that I was involved in was I don't want to get. That's a different. These are different stories altogether. I like to party. I'm a garbage can dude.
Is this an ex-girlfriend story?
Get out there, things get a little wild at times.
If you're trying to slip an ex-girlfriend story in here, feel free. I give you full liberty on that.
Let's hear an ex-girlfriend story. No, that's a better story.
Well, I'm sure there's got to be a chick involved if there was an international incident. There's no way.
No, I was a taken man at the time, Kane. So
see, there it is. There you go.
No women involved in that incident. It was sure, a lot of nothing that was done intentionally, but things that were just like, wow, that shit got weird fast, huh?
I've been there, Drew. It always feels like an international incident with me, and it starts out doesn't it start off so innocently, right? And then it just blows up into this. Tear down this wall! Speak English, damn it! Yeah, no, it's you made a lot of points there, and I'm not even going to address all of them. As far as yes, they are much more educated in other countries than we are, but they have less opportunity there.
I just don't like people coming to America and claiming they don't have to speak English. You know what I mean? It's like the Americans going to Korea and forcing them to speak English. It's the same bunch of nonsense. I'm just saying, let's just end the nonsense. Is what I'm getting at.
I see. Yeah. Well, I mean,
here in America, we speak English.
Here in Tampa, we speak Spanish. It's Spanish only. That's kind of the friendly knowledge. Anyway, so let me get a sip of drink here.
And now in places like Minneapolis, they speak Somalian, whatever language that is. I think it's a lot of clicking noises. That might be racist.
You have a lot of people that are eating dogs and cats.
Oh, that's
that
here in
speak
Springfield,
their own
Ohio.
language.
Yeah, the Haitians, little Port-au-Prince. They're eating the cats. They're eating the dogs.
And
what happened to that psyop? What happened to that psyop?
Were they eating the dogs and the cats? I still don't know.
That was an October surprise psyop right before the election. Real heavy. They had them. The Trump team had them Nelk boys come to Springfield, set up a fake dog and cat food truck.
Wow.
I'm not making this shit up, dude. I drove past it.
No, you can't write this shit. And back to Idaho again. Wow, you really, you couldn't have brought in better skills than the Gooch, it sounds like, as far as the story goes.
Yeah, but I might just put a book in there. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of Haitians here, and they are terrible drivers. I'm not sure if they're worse than the local Springfield drivers, but they are terrible drivers.
They drive fast, right?
Yeah, well, my biggest issue is clearly it's what the biggest problem was the obvious problem is you import a lot of people. It's going to mess up your housing market. It's going to mess up all you're suddenly paying more from the municipal government on things that you weren't paying before. It's increasing your bills, decreasing your tax revenue, and suddenly you have giant-sized moon crater-sized fucking potholes everywhere. You know, and their solution is they just put out these fucking steel planks everywhere. So we have roadways full of steel planks. Like if I go to the gym. When I go into the gym and stuff in town, I just, it's like I literally am slaloming steel planks to get around because I don't even, it's just fucking ridiculous, dude.
So, you go to the gym to work on your Burton hips?
I do that. I do a little bit of that. Sure, I dabble in it.
Some squats and get them in. So you're saying that they're not only eating the dogs and the cats, so they're also eating the roads?
They're definitely eating the taxpayer funds that would then be available to fix the roads. Yes.
Let's put together this BTK, BK, Brat Norton, Brat whatever.
Is this
connection?
Is this the Ocho Challenge?
Yeah, that's exactly.
That's the last time I ate Burger King was I got 2 quad burgers, put them together, and called it the Ocho Challenge.
How many double cheeseburgers do you think you'd eat at BK? I'm gonna go with 7.
That day was 8. The Ocho Challenge.
That's pretty impressive if you can out eat me. Just don't eat me out. I don't. I'm sorry.
That you have no problem, sir. But I will say I'm not winning any Joey Chestnut style competitions. But I don't be fooled by my size. I'll put away a lot of delicious burgers, and some fries, maybe. Possibly a milkshake. Milkshake or two.
That's if you can get. Weren't you telling me about a strawberry milkshake? Or was that a girlfriend story?
Let me tell you about Al's Burger, Fries, and Milkshakes in South Burlington, Vermont. It's been a staple in the area since 1948, I believe. It's been a staple in my life since circa 1981.
What's the name of it again?
Al's Burgers and Fries. They got some delicious shakes.
And it's in
Cincinnati?
Cincinnati?
Window. You got South Burlington, Vermont, sir. South Burlington, Vermont. I'm vaguely a Cincinnatian. I'm half West Virginia, half Vermontian, and I did go to high school there in Cincinnati. Yes, junior high. Correct.
So is that a popular place, Al's Burgers?
Al's Burgers? Oh, it's the spot to be. It still is, despite all the stabbings that go on and around the area, thanks to their partially Haitians as well up there. So I actually walked in on a Haitian voodoo ceremony with a chicken being sacrificed in the hallway of a hotel there circa September of 2022.
That's a true story.
That happened, yes, sir. Walked out of my room, 2 couple Haitian guys executing a chicken in the hallway. I assumed it was some sort of voodoo situation. I said, "Oh, what's up, fellas? Top of the morning to you," and just kept walking.
That was probably your best decision you ever made in your life.
Well, here's the deal. I'm not going to argue with a couple Haitian fellas holding a knife and a chicken at 10:30 in the morning in my hotel hallway. That's what you're asking.
I walked by a guy squatting in the bushes once.
That's the spot. That's the spot.
And,
right there in the walk-up window.
Yeah, I wanted to give some credit, give a little love to Al's Ice Cream, Burgers, and French Fries, just in case JJ happens to visit back in what city in Vermont was it again?
Oh, I'll definitely be back there, sir. I'm a bootleg Vermonter. This is South Burlington. It's the south side of Burlington, Vermont, the most populated city, but it's not a city by most folks' definitions. But yeah, Al's Burgers and Fries and milkshakes and ice creams. It's I'm a bootleg Vermonter. I spent every summer of my life there as a child, and then every year in the Air Force, my 20 years, I took 2 weeks out of my 30 days leave. I'd spend in Vermont every year. So
it looks
home away from home.
It looks to me like a New York City diner kind of look to it. Is that correct?
It has that feel to it for sure, and the interior is very diner set up too. And they got some delicious chili dogs. Get you a nice chili dog in there. Get you some burgers.
Oh, I think you're destroying the chat.
This is not a paid advertisement. I'll just know this is just me loving this food.
Listen, I'm trying to get you a sponsorship here, so don't back down on my drive, and let me control the narrative on this because I'm the only true source of truth.
There you go, see?
Are these for the young ones, these little stools, or is that just...
yeah.
Oh, that's fun. Okay.
The midgets? Yeah, they got a midget. They got a circus midget crew that comes in these days.
We have something like that here called Johnny Rockets. And I know they had one...
Yeah, I used to love Johnny Rockets back when it was good.
Yeah. I ate there once, I think.
It's like every other restaurant. You know, they grow so much their food deteriorates, you know what I mean? You know, as far as the corporatization of it goes. This is Al's. This is the original. They only got one location, and you can taste it. Look at them onion rings, dude. Tell me you don't want them onion rings in your mouth right now.
Oh, those look delicious. I did get the value ring at BK the other day. Back to the BK topic, just because I'm an expert on it.
You think I'm going to undersell you and recommend some bunk onion rings to you, friend? This is
listen. Look at
rings.
these chickens, and it's a well-known fact that me and chickens get along. Those fries look bomb. I like they still have the skins.
Yeah, you can basically do a whole cruise the whole menu. You're not going to go wrong here at Al's.
Oh, I think I see the chocolate milkshake. Oh no, that's a sauce dipper.
Dude,
boy, they give you a good portion.
You can mix those flavors, dude. You can mix them together for milkshake.
Oh, look at this kid's happy. You know, if the kids are happy, it's got to be good.
Oh, there you go. Now this is a smart man. They got the cheese and the gravy for the fries.
Is this a smart person? Right yeah, that's where I was. There I was. Now I think
you know a man made that decision.
I think I'm on the clam strips now, and everybody likes a good clam strip from time to time, right? And they got. I say that because they're showing the tartar sauce with it. And those are about...
Here's one of my favorite things about the Purge, Kane, if I may. Not only do I enjoy our discussions on the Idaho Forum, I do appreciate the chat and the participation around here on these topics. Good times.
For sure.
I also come here for the food talk, to be honest with you.
It happens. It's a part of life, and I like to talk about
one of the things I like to talk about.
I like to talk about things that I'm an expert in. And so if we're not talking about
I might be an expert in this. Yeah, I might be an expert in onion rings.
But... yeah, maybe that was calamari. It looked like clam strips to me, and I didn't call it a landing strip on your behalf, Joaquin Tonka. But here, I like this last one where they show the empty plate. It's like, yep, won't be anything left on your plate when you come here to Al's Burgers and Fries. Now, is there an actual Al, and does he tell...
Yeah.
Does he tell Mel... Oh, look, we got a close-up of the onion ring. Here.
Yeah, it wasn't Al. He came back from World War II and started this spot. In fact, my great uncle was friends with him. I think they served in World War II together there. They were both from the area there, obviously. And
what's his Colonel Sanders level?
Oh man, he might be the local Colonel Sanders, Al.
Look at this hot dog with all that coleslaw and onion. That looks terrific.
I'm telling you, dude, this place has been killing it since like 47 or 48 after the war. That's what I'm saying. Old Al, the original Al, which again, it's still family owned. You know, but the original Al, like I said, this was his spot, dude, just making delicious food.
So if you haven't had lunch yet, please subscribe to The Purge and Operation GCD. Have yourself a Cosmic Peach. I didn't even realize that the name of the drink was Cosmic Peach. That's hilarious.
That is hilarious.
Make sure, I passed on my number to you. Feel free to pass it on to her. I'm sure she's not interested. All right, so
Anyway, to be
anyway,
fair, I believe she may have a newborn and a husband that may contest with your advancements. Kane.
all right, then I'm gonna have to just let that one go, I guess. We now, when you want to talk about being an expert in something, I am definitely good on the ice cream. And look at the fun
I'm an
times.
expert in that blue stuff right there. What is that? Is that blueberry maybe?
I accidentally clicked out of it, and now I'm more interested in the signage of Al's. They call it Al's French fries, burgers, hot dogs, and chicken on the sign.
Yeah.
Do I have the right?
The shirt just says burgers and fries. It's called burgers, fries, and shakes.
Because you can't not get a shake when you go to Al's.
Absolutely, dude. It's fresh ice cream, dude. They're not shortchanging you. This is all some good shit that they make there. You know what I mean? They're not giving you some old ice cream. I mean, it's not Ben and Jerry's ice cream. It's some creamy stuff, but you know.
Well, we do have like a pseudo Ben and Jerry's here in Pinellas County. I drove by it quickly.
Is it gin and berries?
It's called Strauchens. And it's very difficult to pronounce. It's actually Strauchens, but they say it's Strauchen. It must be some type of European thing. I'm not sure, but yeah, if you woke up to Burgers and Fries Talk Twiz, I'm sorry, but we'll send you a shake out there, made from Code Red, I assume.
It's kind of Idaho related, right? I mean, they got potatoes.
Any place where you order at a window, like if you can get all your stuff, and then you sit at a picnic table, is usually pretty good. That's my qualifications for restaurants, really. I want this globe.
They got a little playground for the youngsters over there on the side, too.
Keep them busy, and we can talk about Idaho 4 while they're over there. Yep. Which, speaking of Idaho 4, that was Al's Burgers and Fries. Here in Florida, we have a chain called Friendly's, which is a sit-down restaurant. Yes. And if you're familiar with Friendly's,
it's mediocre.
But they have great ice cream. You cannot deny.
They're delicious. Yeah, their food's their food's mediocre. Their ice cream is delicious.
I can't spell.
Slightly different than Ben and Jerry's though too. It's got its own kind of unique consistencies.
Say that word again.
It has a slightly different consistency than that of Ben and Jerry's or Al's.
Yeah, Strauchen's is right up there with the cream flavored, right? And here's Friendly's. It has its own unique building. So when law offices take over it, after these pictures are much better presentation than Al's gives. I'm sure Al's is way, but these are professional pictures. Look at the cherry on top. Look at the subliminal smiley face. Hold on, you guys can't see it yet.
Al's?
No, this is back to Florida Friendly's.
No.
And yeah, look at this, dude.
They do have a smiley face, don't they?
They cloned your ass right there. If you thought you were gonna look at that. I mean, that's like Mom on the Wendy's logo, bro. I'm just gonna leave it right there. That's the show, folks. Thank you. So, all right, I know you were going somewhere with all this shit, and I was listening. I know you're always testing to see if I'm just like that douchebag on Wayne's World's. Yep. And I can be sometimes if I'm not really an expert on something. I'll just you, and you can say Schminkter said what and all that. Get away with it. Yep. The bass player from Spinal Tap was the DJ, by the way. For that, he's also on The Simpsons. He's a character.
Oh,
in there.
I think he was also in Schindler's List.
This watch, you can't take it with you. What a deep movie. Schindler's List, everyone. Check it out in theaters near you today. AMC has it, from what I understand. Okay, so here's a twist for you, JJ, on the story. Twiz has an ice cream brand that is nearest him, nearest to his heart in the stores.
Is it Twizzler? Is it Twizzler flavored ice cream? Is that where we're going with this?
Oh, dude, I wish, bro. That would be
delicious.
Dude. You should probably work
red
for
licorice flavored ice cream, bro. That sounds amazing.
You know who would do that? Is what's the brand?
I might do that.
No, not you. It's the one that had Listeria. What's that one?
Bluebell.
Bluebell, thank you. And Bluebell would Now, if you like what they call drop, that's another. I'm trying to show my language skills because I'm third best with Dutch. Is what they call black licorice, and that's the salty. So if you got a savory ying, a ying, they could make it. That would also make for black licorice lovers a delicious ice cream, I think, because you'd have the opposing. But yeah, you would have to have the thick roped Twizzlers in there, because when you rub a Twizzler, it gets hard. I couldn't even make it through without laughing on that one.
I'm trying to listen, but I'm also trying to imagine red rope licorice flavored ice cream, and that sounds amazing.
But here's the problem, JJ. You're going to have to take it as a sprinkle, because if you put it in the ice cream, it's going to freeze and be overly unchewable. You're going to break your molar.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, you can't put it in there as a chunk.
Negative.
I was taking it to a different level. I was going more fundamental with it, sir. I was looking at getting some flavoring and making my own.
That's not a bad idea. That I'll allow. I'll allow that.
I make some good pot ice cream.
Make sure that you submit the TPS report by 5 o'clock today on my desk, and I'll try to approve it.
I will do. It's actually surprisingly easy to make pot ice cream. I mean, to make any homemade ice cream, but just add some pot to it. Some pot stuff.
Put it in a pot. In other words,
put it in a pot.
Just don't smoke it on screen. Here we go with the M&Ms now. Okay, so I did the whole thing, and while JJ's on his break, 5 hula burgers today, JJ?
Possibly 6. I'm pretty hungry.
Oh man, you put them down. I am getting a hankering myself, and I think we lost half the audience, but they'll be back. They're just out getting some Al's burgers and fries.
I was about to say, we gave them too many suggestions for food options. They had to leave.
Yeah, as if burgers aren't already... Hey, what's up, Dynamite? Yeah, the licorice thing might be good as a sprinkle, as long as you get to it before its temperature drops below 32 degrees. Anyway, so BK, BTK, to BK, to not BTK... Let's finish this one out, and then I'll allow you 25 minutes.
We got a lot of BKs
because we have this is just the pre-Dinky IMO show. We're just trying to keep the troops entertained. I don't know shit, and JJ's an encyclopedia of shit. So I'm the pretty face of the show, in case you haven't been watching all along. So let's kind of see where you were headed, bringing up that topic on Wednesday, and what my response would be if you let me finish.
Let's do it.
All right. So we've added up all the BKs. Do they intentionally do this in military stuff to thwart the enemy's plans and to divert attention away from things regularly, or is that a new idea?
That's old school.
You couldn't get more old school than that, right? And so, as far as rattan hats and stopping bullets and stuff like that. So you have, in this case, as many red herrings as you could possibly put into one mix of batter and still have it something that is admissible at the county fair or at the school cooking bee, whatever it may be, right? So the problem is it's so much from every direction. Is when you stir the pot and you throw a jury in, the jury's not going to know which end is up, right? And if this is somehow militarily related, it is going to get pushed through from even a higher brass, I guess you'd say, right? Is that where you're going with this?
This comes from the highest brasses. If you want my opinion. If you want to compare it to the elements of the Iran-Contra, where did Iran-Contra get run from? a very small team of folks in the White House known as the National Security Council that was being led being led by, wasn't the head of the National Security Council, but the effort of Iran-Contra out of that council was being led by Oliver North, the man you've mentioned numerous times, Kane.
I wish I had the cojones to cut you off. I'm just too interested in everything.
Hitler me, dude. You can hit,
I wish I could Hitler.
I'm not going to get offended if you Hitler me.
I'm far too interested in everything you have to say, bro. All right. Right there, folks, we're going to take a little intermission. And we're going to play some music for you.
Cue the music.
And I'm going to let JJ go back down to his basement and gather his toy soldiers. And we're going to play Civil War marbles like me and my grandfather used to do on the marble floor when we come back. So thank you for being here today. Don't go anywhere. You're going to enjoy all of the... Was I covering you up, bro? There he is. Okay, so...
No, I had that's the mountain I had put up there. We were talking about owls, and it reminded me of my mountain I grew up on. That's Campbell's Hump.
Is that really... Did you grow up on the mountain, or were you in front of it? Or?
Yeah, I just grabbed a blanket, tucked myself away in a little crevice up there on top.
It didn't look very inhabitable, this is what I'm saying.
No, we lived right there. My grandfolks lived there at the base there, and I would always hike up that mountain. I fished that mountain every day, and also, in my teenage years, I would just, I used it for conditioning. I'd just run up the mountain,
That's good. Yeah, I did that in Aruba. I'd be reciting my Dutch, and they had this one little hill by the airport, and it always challenged me to run it. So I got a brand new pair of Reeboks, and then when I got back down from the mountain, everybody's like, "Man, I can't believe you did that." I'm like, "Oh, I'm in good shape." They're like, "No," because there's like tons of fucking snakes up there. I was just like, "Fuck." Now I know. All right, thanks for warning me.
That's the one nice thing about Vermont: no snakes. No snakes.
They have a whacking day every year to get.
Too cold.
Too cold for snakes? Well, yeah, no gators. I like that.
In northern Vermont, I think they got some down by Bennington, maybe in the southern part, but that's northern Vermont. And yeah, I mean, it's you're good for your summertime's basically May through September. You can those are my fishing seasons because again I've spent a lot of time up there. They you can get outdoors before that and after that, but I mean that's really your peak outdoors time for good weather. Because in April, it's all the snow's melting. You really can't get in the rivers. All the rivers are flooded. More rain and stuff. And then by October, you're dealing with some freezing temperatures. I've fished all the way up until the end of September, beginning of October, but it gets cold.
But you get some heat waves through there too. So it is America, which is in the summer.
Well, here in America, we like a lot of different weathers. I think, and that one's unique up there. It's fairly moderate actually, in the summertime.
Well, what makes you an expert on that?
Nothing except for sweat my butt off in many other climates and saying that it's not as bad up there as it is.
No, from what I understand, the fly fishing pretty good also as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of that, especially in the larger rivers. I'm more of a mountain.
All right, let's take a break here. Oh, did I interrupt you? I'm sorry. I'm going to give you a break, JJ. JJ just rage quit. Everybody, we'll be back in about 15, 20 fucking minutes. Thank you for being here again. All right, bro.
We're just getting started here at the Purge.
And hopefully Jenn will join us. This is just the Dinky IMO pregame. We're going to keep the crowd warmed up. Dinky. All right, everybody. Okay. All right, that's JJ Vance, everybody. And he'll never be back again. No, he'll be back, I swear. Let's see here. Where was I with Heather's video first? And then we'll get into all the stuff. And this is, I don't know if this is her latest one, but this is one of her instant classics, as I would call it. Let me pull it up so you guys can see it also as well. And I hope JJ is enjoying his break because it'll be his last one. And let's see here if I can do it. I think we got it, guys. Here we go.
We have something, we have a little lead, or we have an idea, and it just gives you a little bit of hope, and I mean...
It is very hopeless right now, I guess, being left without that information.
You can't grieve, you can't feel safe.
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
and if Kaylee and Maddie were down there right now, in this situation with somebody else, they would be home. I would have told them, and they, I would have been, you girls need to get home now, like yesterday now. So... to families, I mean, I think it's Thanksgiving weekend is coming up, and most kids are coming home, but there's no way. And there's no way that I would send them back until this person is found. This person, it's an isolated, targeted incident until it's not. Until this person was angry. This was not just, oh, he got drunk at a party and shot up a party, which I'm not putting anything down to, people have lost loved ones that way. But this was a very
violent, targeted attack.
And hearing yesterday, hearing the coroner say that one person may have been killed in their sleep, is that something that you had heard?
Yeah,
yes.
And that's hard, but I guess for us that kind of just indicates, premeditation, which we've been fighting since the beginning away from this term, crime of passion. I think that comes with a certain connotation that can lead to empathy, and we don't agree with that.
No.
So when you hear them say that someone was killed in their sleep, you think premeditation?
Absolutely. I think it's impossible not to.
And not one, 4. I mean, I don't know if all 4 of them are, we don't really have the details, but regardless, 4 people were stabbed to death.
And premeditation, I mean, like you said, it's very different than
someone's house.
I'm not saying, weeks lead up. I'm not saying months lead up. It literally could have been 20 minutes. I don't know. But
somebody went in there.
This wasn't a fight that, the girls had said something and offhand this occurred. They must have, walked in on vulnerable, sleeping
a coward.
Kids. And so for what it's worth, I want to run as far from the term of crime of passion as possible, because I think it's weak, and I think it allows him to hide, and I think it gives him an out that he doesn't deserve.
That he walked in and got mad and angry. They were all there together and something occurred and he got mad and, wielded his weapon or whatever. No, this person snuck somehow into the house, whether it was a door, an unlocked door or an unlocked window, but he was not invited, and he came in with a weapon,
to do intentional harm.
With intention, intention to kill.
Intention to kill, exactly. Not even harm, to kill.
Yeah, and not just 1, not 2, not 3, 4. 1 after another, after another, after another.
And again, that little detail about it shows like there's vulnerability, right? There is the idea that there may have been defensive wounds, but at least one person didn't see it coming.
Right.
As far as we know.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know.
As far as we know.
Yeah.
According to what the coroner has said.
Right.
In terms of somebody getting into the house, they keep saying no sign of forced entry.
Right.
Do you think that this was somebody that was known to them?
I think that that's kind of an impossible question. Yeah. I think it's a very popular house.
As a mother, I feel like they know him. I do. I've always felt that way. Nobody has told me that anyway. I just feel like, I mean, this is a college town. It's a small town. I feel the girls knew this person.
But we don't know that.
Well, we don't. Yeah, we absolutely don't know that. I just feel it in my heart that they knew the person, and I've always felt that way. I don't know why, but I've always said they knew him. They knew him. They knew him. Yeah. I just don't feel like this was like some rando just driving through Moscow, happened to stop by their house.
I will say they did have a keypad on their front door, and it was a very popular house. So I know for a fact that people who weren't necessarily roommates of the house did have that code. So no sign of forced entry doesn't necessarily mean that they were invited in. That's all I can say.
And the people that survived were on the first floor.
To our knowledge.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then if they come in through the keypad, is it possible to bypass a room on the first floor and go up to the second floor and third floor?
Yes. Yes. There's also a door in the back that just leads directly to the middle.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to put you guys through any more. I think we're good.
One of our senior producers did have one question. We know it's been tough getting answers from police for everybody. Just what have police told you guys about the investigation, what they found, what's going on, and God will.
Yeah, I think to answer that question, we know exactly what the public knows. We really don't have any further details. And unfortunately, if we did, I wouldn't give them to you guys.
Right.
Yeah.
Just we
frankly,
we're not
ready to I would never impede the investigation.
We don't.
Mm-hmm. The public needs to know is that there is someone out there that has violently killed 4 people, and that no matter who died first or second or last, they're gone, and we need to get this person now before it's too late for anybody else to suffer what we are suffering for the rest of our lives. He took their lives, but he took them from us. That will never change. We will never let Kaylee and Maddie's memory ever disappear, but that's all we have left, and that's not enough.
All right. Oh, it's still going. Is it still going? What are you doing, Heather? So if you weren't confused enough, here she goes. Oh, we're not even halfway through. I'm going to stop it right there while I still have my thought. I was making food. I don't listen to Heather, and neither should you. I don't know what makes her an expert. No, I'm kidding. Obviously, the problem here with Heather, and I'll be honest with you, I have the G Fuel, and this, I'm finally going to taste what a power pellet tastes like, you guys. You're going to be here with me to enjoy it. Let's get that on. This is my second one today. My first power pellet, though. Oh, no, it went everywhere. Wow, this must be a really powerful one. Ready to turn into ghost? What is it? Interesting. It tastes very, like, vacuum cleaner roller-ish. It's nasty, yeah. It's supposedly an energy drink. Power pellet. I should have known better. They call it, it's not Cosmic Peach, unfortunately. It's Cherry Lollipop. They tried. Tony's here. So the reason you shouldn't listen to Heather is because you don't understand how to listen to Heather. As if it wasn't hard enough to understand what the fuck she's talking about, these Easter eggs and this cipher business all the time. Now she is making two amazing points at the very same time. So now you need a rosary thing or whatever they call it, the Rosicrucian, and you need the cipher, because she's talking about his alibi and he's talking about let's rewind to that one particular note there.
Into the house, they keep saying no sign of forced entry.
Right.
Do you think that this was somebody that was known to them?
I think that that's kind of an impossible question.
Yeah.
I think it's a very popular house.
As a mother, I feel like they know. I do. I've always felt that way. Nobody has told me that anyway.
Just a
I just
gut.
feel it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a college town. It's a small town. I feel the girls knew this person.
So stop right there. I didn't have it up very loud. I apologize for that. I'm always ripping on Outcast audio, and I had the audio halfway down. Hopefully you can hear it. I'm trying to give you guys a break. We can listen to that one again. But when you talk about here, I don't even need to tell you guys. And welcome in, Nick. How are you, Occult Rejects? I enjoyed your show today, man.
Anyway,
Just
I just feel it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a college town.
So you have the mom right there. I think this was probably somebody that knew them. They knew the lock. They knew how to get into the house, the ins and outs. Here we are at trial, and they have this guy that they've pinned it on, and she's all about getting him unalived as quickly as possible, and wearing a shirt with the firing squad chair on it, allegedly outside the courtroom by their own admission. But that's okay. It's America, and I'm a big believer in the First Amendment T-shirt clause. So when you factor that in with the rest of this video here, and you run both ciphers at the same time, you'll start to get an image where she's going here. Watch.
It's hard to see, isn't it? What I want to know is what you relied on to get that first one that talks about WSU and the cameras of WSU. Where'd you get that?
Yes, ma'am. So Special Agent Rob Hilly with the FBI was also co-located with us. He was tasked with analyzing that video from WSU and the surrounding area. So it was a conversation between he and I, pointing out areas of locations where the car was likely seen on surveillance footage. And that's what I relied upon to create that map.
So you created that map how?
Through PowerPoint, I believe, ma'am. Memory serves.
You saved your work on that?
Yes, ma'am.
So if there was ever a video made for JJ Vance, this would be it. Anyway.
Let's go to the next map. That one would appear to be a trail or a path from south of Moscow back towards Lewiston, or back towards Palmer. From south of Moscow back towards.
So there's where Lewiston comes from, right? That's what it says. Anne even said it at trial. Well, she literally said it right there. But that was that another Freudian slip? Do they actually have him going towards Lewiston at the time, or is he going to Pullman? She says both. Anyway, I don't mean to interrupt.
Lewiston, or back towards Palmer. Lewiston, or back towards Palmer. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get that now?
Same thing. It was just created using open source satellite imagery and I think it was PowerPoint.
Did you create that?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you get the information to draw that trail?
So that was used from the cell phone records referred to me by Special Agent Vance on his interpretation of possible places where someone could have driven between the location that starts there and then back to Pullman.
Could have.
So you did this on some open source mapping, not anything from Nick Balance creating a visual for you?
No, ma'am. I did view a draft report from Special Agent Vance to help me conceptualize this, but it did not look like this map.
Where's that draft report?
Is that right?
To my knowledge, it's alreed been provided to the prosecutor's office.
But do you have a PowerPoint?
Is this the lengthy past draft report, or is it a different draft report?
Well, it would have to be the draft cast report. That's the only cast report I'm aware of from Special Agent Vance.
Who's Glenn? I don't know who Glenn is, darling. Just that.
So, all right, I did put a burger in the toaster oven. I got some really good Publix bread, and I'm gonna put some cheese on top of it. I made sweet potatoes last night, so I may hold off. We got more. Let's look at my song. First of all, hold on. Let me hide this from you guys, because otherwise Trish will have a heart attack. Let's see here. It's one of these. Let's see if I can. Okay, and then this, and that, there, no, and then, hold on. What am I looking for? Oh, I can just do this. Hold on. This is a lot easier. Welcome to the Purge. If you're new to the Purge, do other things. Alright, there we go. Thing, me. And, okay, so this is a video that I suggested for, what's his name? And where the hell is it? Oh, it's probably under the right place. I don't know about you guys. I'm just so hungry. All this food talk. JJ cloned me. Pretty much. I have to. Okay, why do I keep getting March and May? I must be turning trans. I'm going to stop taking the pills. Here we go. No, Kane. Bad expert. Here we are. Okay. And let's see here. Okay, this is it. The Outcast General 421 put together. He slapped some kind of scary music backbeat to it that he got off the interwebs there. And then I went in and I added some Heather type stuff. You'll see what I'm talking about in just a second. If you haven't seen it. So
they're called military operations other than war.
Here's the connection I'm making. And let me get this out before I forget, because you know I will.
I'll moo at you. Moo.
I just stepped in it. When you are talking about a military operation, it's either starting a war campaign, something like that, or an assassination trial, the effort of the CIA to replace someone in power or someone that's bothersome. So if it was a military, paramilitary operation, then my best civilian guess I present to you, dear Dark Lord, would be that they were trying to take somebody out and these motherfuckers got in the way. No offense, the victims got in the way. But from their perspective, I would say.
That's certainly possible. I would ask you to widen your gaze a bit, not the gaze of the gaze, but the gaze of G-A-Z-E, in regards to what the military does in operations at times. So if we're to call this Idaho Contra, which is what I'm calling it, and I'm just saying, in that same concept, I'm not saying you're calling it that or subscribing to my ideas. I'm saying that's what I'm calling it. So in that same concept, let's look at an Iran-Contra case where evidence didn't matter. Everything was secret because national security was invoked, but we really didn't know it was invoked until well after the conviction of the man. And that was the drug trafficking convictions of a man known as Freeway Rick Ross. Not the rapper, the drug trafficker.
Okay.
The rapper stole his identity.
I follow.
You familiar with him?
You discussed him previously. I don't know the character by name.
So, I mean, he tells his whole story on things like the Joe Rogan show these days, but he did about 20 years in prison before he was able to successfully work his way out of there through appeals, I believe it was, on his own regard.
Okay.
So, he was railroaded through the system in Los Angeles. He was running a nationwide crack, cocaine trafficking and crack operations, raising money for the CIA and the Iran-Contras. He was dealing directly with the ousted Secretary of State from Nicaragua.
Okay, so he was their, he was like their, he was their plug, and he was their civilian connection, as far as the Iran-Contra goes. Follow.
As far as that portion of the cocaine trafficking, that was only one component of the Iran-Contra cocaine trafficking, right? Bob Cocaine Evans, a criminal associate in the murder of Roy Radin, Karen Greenberger, her husband was the Medellin cartel's #1 guy in America. So there was multiple facets, right? And that included Barry Seal and Clinton and the Mena, Arkansas wing. That was all the Colombian wing. So this is a different wing of the trafficking. It may all be coming through the trafficking of that Colombian cocaine, right? But it's then getting distributed out to California is what I'm saying, right? So, and that's Freeway Rick Ross. He's going to be getting it into all the neighborhoods across America. He's their crack guy.
All right, so let me ask you this. How is this Ross guy widening my scope? Where are we going with this?
So what I'm getting at there is, as far as the military operations go, and/or military intelligence operations specifically, right? So these are all military intelligence operations surrounding these activities, the distribution of this cocaine, the production of this crack, all focused around the leader of this crack ring, a dude from Compton, Freeway Rick Ross. You know, street dude, and again, he was just dealing drugs on the local level. They found this guy. He starts getting all this cocaine from them. He starts setting up crack houses around America. He was the #1 crack dealer in like Georgia, Ohio. He set up crack in Dayton, Ohio. Dayton, Ohio's crack epidemic is thanks to Freeway Rick Ross. So when he gets popped for all these activities, I think it was on around the same time everyone else was getting popped in around 1990 for all the Iran-Contra stuff. They railroaded him through the system, right?
Otherwise, he was going to sing like a bird, right?
He was, absolutely, because Gary Webb, that San Jose journalist, was piecing he was doing a bit stories on that Blandino guy who got busted at the same time, the ousted Nicaraguan Secretary of State that was dealing directly with Rick Ross. So this is what Gary Webb killed, the journalist from San Jose Mercury News or whatever, who got popped twice in the back of the head, suicide. So he's the one who connected the Freeway Rick Ross and Blandino and stuff. So
I remember that.
Yeah, it all got stamped national security, right?
Sure.
So and no evidence was ever allowed in Rick Ross's defense in the trial, right? It was a lot of it was sealed, So we're seeing what I'm getting at is, as far as widening your gaze of military operations, those were all military intelligence operations and CIA operations,
sure,
probably working against each other, quite honestly.
Okay,
but nonetheless,
go ahead.
If you look at it that way compared to this way, we have the same environment, everything's secret, no evidence exists for the defendant, you know what I mean? And if you consider that this is all as a result of similar activities, I mean, we have a bunch of military intelligence running around that, you know what I mean, that whole circumstance.
Well, so I think we all see that there's cover-up and it's at a military grade level. for sure. And I think anybody in here would agree with that. But my perspective was that in a military op, you have an objective. You have an objective to take somebody out, or you have the objective for national security, or in the nefarious cases, an objective to protect some.
Did you get there?
I just arrived. Thank you. Will you take my bags, please, to my car for me, sir? Oh, wow. You're good at this, aren't you?
Oh, yeah, so that's what I was getting at with Herwood earlier. So when he's busting both the cartel leaders of the Nazis up there in Idaho and the Sinaloa cartel, he's creating a power vacuum in which he's unable to be the marionette, the puppet master of the drug trafficking in that area. The same thing we saw out of the U.S. attorney in places like southern Florida during Iran-Contra, right? He was the puppet master of all that drugs coming in through southern Florida, Miami Vice style, right? He was also the head of that bank that was funneling the money. So I'm not saying Herwood's head of a bank. I'm just saying if he wants to go full-blown, Iran-Contra, he's the head of a bank up there too. But nonetheless, that's what that does. And as a result of that, they get to control the environment because the drugs are still coming in. You know what I mean? They didn't stop the drugs,
Nobody puts the drugs in a corner.
No one puts them in the corner. But no, that's it. So the operation is to sell the drugs to raise money. Now the Iran-Contra claim was we're raising money to fight communism across the world. That was bullshit then. It's bullshit now. You know what I mean? They're raising money to do hood rat shit because they like to do hood rat shit and control power and everything else like that. So
sure. Okay, so
but, instead of specifically just again, it's the same general area too. They were working with the Nicaraguans before. Now they're working with El Salvadorians, the MS-13. Now they're working with the Trinidad TDAs, the TDAs.
Here, hold that thought one second, and feel free to keep speaking. I need to flip my burger real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah, for sure. I'll sing a song in Kane's absence for everybody. And by singing a song, I will not. But no, I just think this is these are some interesting parallels for sure. But it goes back to where I started this conversation. My mind to go back to where I started this was, why is this attorney Shannon Gray involved? Who is Shannon Gray? How did he get hired by the Gonzalez family? And what is his role in this matters generally? Because it all seems highly suspect to me. I'm sure I'm late to the game in noticing these things because I didn't really put much thought into, Shannon Gray, and I just presumed he was like I said, a local dude up there in the Coeur d'Alene, Spokane region. And I know a lot of attorneys. They'll do a lot of shady shit for a buck. So this is, representing a family in this matter, regardless of his background, isn't necessarily shady. He could be a criminal defense attorney trying to make a buck, trying to help out this family. I get all that. The part that really troubles me is he's from Portland, Oregon. Why would they hire him from Portland, Oregon? How did they link up with this guy? And why did he just register to practice in Idaho under the Idaho bar in July of 2022?
Well, you're taking the you're taking the clam chowder and mixing the red in with the white right now, and you're creating this whole gumbo. So let me make
like
sure.
A delicious combo, actually.
It's actually it's my safe word, but if you okay, so you've taken us now beyond a hit, beyond some type of psyop. As far as now we're looking at a protection thing, here's where we falter. How do these four kids fit into this thing?
That's a great question. No, that's a great question. It could be a witness protection thing. It could be a full-blown psyop thing. I don't know, but I mean, either way, the psyop works. Either way, they were murdered, right? The psyop being folks, if they're in some sort of witness protection, thereby folks are convinced they're dead, right? And that's not the first time someone's had a fake death to go into witness protection, right?
So let me add two things to that. Is A, we never saw the bodies come out. B, Steve G did slip up and say Kaylee doesn't have to go to court now, or something like that. So those are just two interesting notes. Sorry.
Well, we never saw the bodies. There's strange anomalies around the autopsy times and reports, and Allegedly, the bodies were cremated. We never saw them leave the house, but they were allegedly later cremated. One of them was allegedly buried.
Mm-hmm.
That one doesn't have any proof of the burial, and there's no probate record.
And I mean, the probate is the delivery of the assets of the students back to the families. So
any debts or properties settled through the probate.
From what we understand, they were in such a rush to get the possessions. Now, somebody's made a good point.
Well, so let me point out real quick. I'm glad you said that. So, items in the house that wouldn't go under probate necessarily. The things that would go under probate would be like a car, right? Like Kaylee's Range Rover, right? Or if they had any student loans or credit card debts, like those,
I see.
all those we see a bunch of, like, for example, Kaylee's got, like, Gonzalez has like 6 bank accounts listed. Well, they're not all traditional savings and checking accounts. Some of those are like retail store credit cards. So those would be settled through probate.
Okay.
If
lottery
you had an
winnings,
insurance
these type of
policy. Yeah, it's very possible. As a student at the university, there is an insurance policy. And her parents may have had an insurance policy she was covered under. So these things would all be settled through probate too, because you got to pay off the debts with some of that money and whatnot too. The ownership of a car needs to be transferred to somebody else through probate, unless she had a living will, you know.
Well, that's the question I have right now. Is of course nobody's going to fight over the end table or the couch that's coming out of that house. Wouldn't you have to have an opposition to bring up a probate case? Does it automatically go to probate with the car? Can't you just go to the DMV and put it in your name?
Nope. How did you how did you transfer the title? The person's dead. Must be settled through,
so you have to have
power. Must be settled through probate. If you don't have a will that here's how it works. If you have a will that tells the court the state how to disseminate your property, or how to establish how to take care of your debts, then that stuff gets passed on, oftentimes to family members. You know what I mean? If it's a debt situation or a home that's not paid off.
Oh, so the court determines who has...
Unless you have a will that says these things go to who. Other than that, the state has their own rules of how the stuff gets disseminated.
Oh, so it's different by state, huh?
Yeah, but that's why folks should have a will, because other than that, the state's rules to disseminate shit can get real fucked up. So, but if you have a will, then you can just make everything goes to this person. But if you have a living trust, everything goes into that living trust when you die. You don't have to deal with the court at all. You can disseminate it through the executors and trustees of that trust.
So you're saying that the debt goes to the nearest adjacent family member as well as the gains?
If it's a secure debt, it can, absolutely. Now, I just want to point out I'm not an attorney. I'm also not the vice president. But this is my understanding, my experiences.
You're also not on camera much today. I miss seeing your face.
No, I was going to light another doobie, but I'll join you back for a few.
No, it's not necessary. Do what you think. Somebody flew over you there. Was that a tractor?
Yeah. They got some work going on the farm today. It's an operational farm.
It's a Psy operational. At the end of the day, Psyreg, right? There's my
Psy-operate?
Well, he's a conspiracy theorist. Obviously an expert at it, though. But, right. All right. Dude, you're scrambling my brain hole here, Heather. All right, okay. So I'm stuck. I'm still patting myself on the back too hard about figuring out the protection thing. What possibilities, as your military background and overall knowledge of everything, lends or piques your curiosity the most?
Let me give you an example of a similar a good question. Let me give you a similar circumstance I think might answer that question. So during Iran-Contra, one of the peak distribution points in funneling cocaine into America was in Mena, small regional airport, rural airport in Mena, Arkansas. Right, this was part of the Clinton, Mena.
Okay, I was just gonna say this was Slick Willie days, though.
Yeah, this is when he was the attorney. Started when he was the attorney general, when Bush was the CIA director, because they were buds, and they remain buds. You can see him at a backyard barbecue in Kennebunkport there with the Bush family, Clinton that is, in like '81, drinking a beer with believe it was George Wallace, strangely enough. They're running it out of there. Some kids in the early 80s, some kids stumble across this, right? I'm trying to remember their names. It's a couple young teenagers, Ives and somebody else was his buddy. One of them's name was Ives. His buddy's name was something else. It'll come back to me. Anyway, they stumble across and witness this cocaine trafficking network in Mena. No one knows about it yet, right? They get murdered. Their bodies are left on the tracks. Old Slick Willie's friend, the state's medical examiner, determined that they had smoked too much weed and got run over by a train. Well, they were dead before that train hit them. It was later determined in a second autopsy, and the children's parents and family have been suing the state of Arkansas basically ever since, at various times. So that wasn't, but no one knew what happened at first because it got all written off and stamped national security, and they smoked too much pot and laid on the tracks. What really happened was they stumbled across the cocaine, military intelligence, CIA operations of, again, these two networks. While they may be separate, they do intersect and work together at times. And they also fight at times, so they like to do these things. But anyhow, these two young teenagers stumbled across this. They were murdered, and their case was never really investigated and stamped closed, right? So that's what I'm getting at as far as...
I see your pitch there. And it's a swing.
Yeah.
It's a swing.
This happened years before anyone knew about Iran-Contra, so once Iran-Contra came out, like, wait a second, Mena, Arkansas, those kids, and then that's when shit hit the fan.
How do you stumble on something like that when you're a party house and there's frats that may or may not be moving product?
Well, I don't think anyone stumbled on things in here. That's not what I'm saying there. I'm just saying as far as how much that those deaths got stamped as something ridiculous that obviously didn't happen. And it was for years that secrecy was under still for, right? You know, that.
Well, I mean, those are back in the days when less people questioned, especially military, of course.
For sure. But it is an example, I think, of how cases around between that case, those murders, how that got stamped secret, and, you know, the Freeway Rick Ross case. This is the type of stuff we're seeing in these court proceedings as far as secrecy goes, and these are the things that happened during Iran-Contra to stamp things national security.
Well, okay, so you've hit on two really big Idaho 4 topics. One of them being that a lot of people in this case have wondered whether or not they stumbled upon something. We've heard that many, many times. And, you know, if you're on a need-to-know basis...
What you're saying. So maybe they stumbled across something and that would then solicit their need to be in some sort of witness protection or something, right? Is that what you're saying?
Or unalived.
Sure.
More than likely.
We both agree right now there's more evidence supporting they're alive than not alive. There's, you know, when there's no records of burials, there's no probate. Again,
there's no bloody house. There's no bloody house. I mean, there's literally no house. But there's apparently not enough blood in the house and if you've got this borged out witness that saw somebody laying there and then ran, then you have verification of death without having an actual dead person. And they never, you know, Hunter Johnson allegedly, what did Hunter Johnson see?
I'm not sure, Kane, to be honest with you, I'm not sure he saw anything, and I think that's one of the things that you end up finding friction with discussing the ideas we're discussing here today on other venues, because those other venues are focused on dissecting and understanding propaganda, or long aid propaganda, as Heather keeps putting in the chat, and they're focused on the maze of madness presented in this propaganda and not what is actually going on here, right? They're trying to solve they're paying attention to the magic show, but what we're trying to do is look behind the curtain.
Yeah, that maze has no end. It just keeps going around in circles.
For sure, and that's what it's designed to do. That's a military operation. It's designed that you never know top from bottom.
Candace Owens again. There you go. You do have a roundabout way to get into shit, buddy, but you explain it very thoroughly, and I appreciate you dumbing it down for me and having your patience, man.
Yes, sir. I don't know if it's dumbing it down, but I do appreciate it. I try to make it, try to be as thorough as possible. Here, I try to go on with the Detective Mowry report of thought here, and that is
keep it simple. Keep it simple, man.
Well, and thorough. It's very thorough. It's a fabulous report, much like the PowerPoint.
Jenn says she's eating right now, which is something I'd like to get into. So let's play another Heather video if you want to take a little horky break, and I'll bring you back.
Let's do it.
And that way, I can be nice sometimes. I mean, you're 8 hula burgers deep. How many shows would give you that as a guest? I'm going to imagine that GCD can't go past 2 hula burgers a day. It's not in the budget.
I'm still waiting on my popsicles.
I know. They melted on the first batch, but we'll get them next time. Let's see here. All right.
I'll take a bucket of melted popsicles and popsicle sticks, please.
Just freeze them back together, and it's just, you get that pudding pop swirl in it.
In a Frankenstein conglomerate.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do first. I'm gonna mail you one of these Power Pellet energy drinks, because I am definitely not going to drink it. Yeah,
that Monster did me dandy. I'm not gonna lie to you, that did me pretty good.
Yeah, no, the nitro. You know, I like to get to the point where my head's literally exploding. By the time, hey, P Fox, welcome in. Good morning. That's the whole point of doing this show, is just to be able to say good morning. We're at 4 hours here at the Purge. We're just getting started with Operation GCD, and you know, Heather's not here, so I want to say it before she gets her. Jen's not here. This has been one of the best shows that I've ever done. I'll be... Alright, let's take a break on that note, guys. Don't go anywhere, JJ. We are enjoying putting you in timeout and picking your brain hole with a pair of Kelly clamps. And we'll be right back with
I'll
JJ.
see you after the break.
Alright. Thank you. And you're welcome for the break. I never get a welcome. Thank you or anything from JJ. All I do for him. Alright, let's see here. Go to Heather. She has one more I wanted to watch today. And make sure you're subscribed, because she only has 5 billion subscribers over there. Let's see what we have here. And this one's way better than the last one. The last one was really, really, really good. But it's a little longer. So we're going to give JJ a little stretch break, and I'm going to chow down on a burger real quick. Hold on. Yeah, this is the one. I'm sure you guys have all caught it already. But this is Heather Fitzgerald on the stage, live. I forgot to do the things, and I was muted. Hello. Here we go. Alright, there it is. I think that's it. I don't know, maybe not. Oh, I have it all big, is what she said. Right, P Fox? P Fox is just waiting to say that, or cold and covered. Here it is. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Call me crazy, but don't drunk down me. Alright, here we go.
Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn. Oh, and thanks for being my neighbor. You can cross my bridge anytime you want. Unless you're a fed.
So wait a second, Heather. Hold on. Okay, so if you guys aren't following along with the arrow, as far as what she's alluding to. Hold on. Is the man running into the river clad in black? the shadow man there, okay? And this is out of his video. And I think there's a reason that she's pointing to it here. Hold on. Okay. I think... Hold on, I was covering up. Sorry, hold on. Okay. I think that it's less important where he's running to as to where he's running from. And I can only assume this is some kind of scale model of downtown Moscow. And the building he's coming from has a steeple. Am I on the track, Heather? Am I the first one to notice this? So let's continue on the video here.
I need to dig in, and you all need to dig into exactly what is the problem with each one of these issues. All right, so let's talk about the schedule. Okay, the state asked for this, some disclosures of witnesses, expert witnesses, exhibits by May 3rd. I don't think that's particularly practical at this moment. I know that you had, I'm not looking at it right now, you got another idea about that, Ms. Taylor?
Judge, I think I had May 7th.
Okay. That seems more practical. Okay, so I will put an order out, schedule order for providing, I don't know if the state really knows what you do until you see what they have. And you're shaking your head, yes.
Yes, sir.
And that means that maybe you don't have any witnesses, expert reports, or exhibits at this point because you don't know what to expect. And this is related to the hearing on the 16th, right?
In the 14th, I'm not sure.
Okay. And there may be witnesses on the 14th too, as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so let's make it May 7th for disclosing witnesses, expert reports, and exhibits. We'll see what the state has to do with that, and we'll have a response maybe May 10th. Is that sufficient? Okay. It's tight.
Well, that gives us 3 days to respond.
3 days. Yeah, that's right. Well, May 10th is I don't know when I'm going to read all this stuff too, because it's 14th. So if I don't have it by the 10th, then you're saying the 13th. I guess I can do that the night of the 13th. But also, the defense needs some space there too. And I don't think we want to push out that hearing. Can't do it by the 10th.
We have no idea what the defense plans on doing, and that only gives us 3 days to read, comprehend, and respond.
We'll deal with it. We'll deal with it the 13th then.
Yeah, I mean, we can try, and then if we need more time, we'll ask for more time.
It's just then on my end, you're looking at, I'm going to have really more, I'm going to need more time.
Your Honor, I don't expect reports. I expect to provide a witness list.
Okay.
I don't expect there to be reports.
Exhibits?
There may be exhibits. I think there will be at least 2 or 3. I know some will be things that they've already given us in discovery, so they shouldn't be new and surprising.
Okay. I mean, it's hard to have these tight, time frames because we also have other things to do, but.
Yeah.
Mr. Thompson?
Your Honor, it's completely unfair and unacceptable for us to get a list of witnesses with no idea what they're going to testify about. We're just, names witnesses don't mean much of anything. And unfortunately, we're having a pattern in this case of last-minute disclosures of witnesses and PowerPoints and all sorts of things that frustrate Your Honor's ability to assess what's going on because it's brand new to you, just like it's brand new to us. And I think that practice has to stop. We need substantive disclosures. If they're offering experts, the rules of discovery specify what you have to disclose regarding an expert, and that's not just a name. So what's being propounded by the defendant right now simply isn't within the rule. It's not appropriate. It's not fair to the court or to the state.
Okay, well, I mean, you don't have to have witnesses or exhibits, but you can have a response to say, well, this isn't fair, or whatever you want to say. Otherwise, I just need to push out this hearing. I'm stuck.
I appreciate that, Judge, and I guess we've said it before. It is more important to do it right than to do it quickly if we have to have a trade-off here. And that includes fairness to everybody involved, including the court. And I would prefer that this not be kicked off, but we're realizing that we're essentially 2 weeks or less away from these hearings, that apparently there are going to be a number of witnesses that nobody but the defendant knows who they're going to be and what they're going to try to say, and then we're expected to react in court. That's just simply not the way to operate an effective, efficient, fair process.
Well, let's explore this. I mean, how many witnesses are you expecting to have?
I'm expecting to have 2 on 16th. At this point in time, I'm not expecting either one of them to write a report. I expect a couple of exhibits. Some will be things from the protected materials that the court allowed us to have already. There will probably be 1 or 2 other exhibits, maybe 2 that the state hasn't seen before. I can provide those. I intend to provide those. On the hearing on the 14th, I think there may be 2 witnesses. I'm not hearing 1 for sure, possibly a second. We haven't made that determination yet. If there is going to be any PowerPoint presentation, I will provide that to the state as well. If we have an expert who hasn't written a report, then we won't offer expert opinions. We'll offer opinions about why we know the discovery is available, why we know these items are available. The state knows full well what they have and what they're withholding from us. And it's not going to be about what they're going to show. We don't know what they're going to show, but we know they exist.
Thank you. Well, I just want to have this hearing. I don't want to push it out. All I can say is do your best. I'll be fair about it. I'll give you more time to respond if you still have that time. That's kind of where we are. And I just want to keep going. I mean, we got to get through all this discovery stuff so that we can get ready for the trial.
Well, and Judge, I do for the record need to clarify. Representations of the defense that we are intentionally withholding things that they're entitled to is just utter nonsense. We have strived. We are continuing every week to provide additional discovery. We have more discovery coming. We hope that much of what they felt they had to file a motion to compel on, instead of being patient and waiting,
Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn.
All right, wait a second now. All right, this part of the show is shirtless. Not the shot, guys. I just didn't want to get any burger on my shirt hole. But when he says, I'm going to put on my expert glasses real quick. When he says, don't play with fire. Is anybody feeling that? Don't feed the trolls. Don't feed the feds. Don't feed them after midnight. Is the implied implication. Now, here's one other thing here. Let me rewind this portion here. Excuse me. Goodness gracious. That's terrible, Kane. I'm going to skim through this real quick. right there is a zoom in. These are the only characters other than the Shadow Man. If we're going to analyze this video, which I guess I'm doing now, it looks like they're at Jackson Park Pharmacy here. Who's this guy in the suit, in the gray suit? Is this Ann Taylor with the blonde hair and the pink suit jacket? Who's this? Who's this guy? Is that where you're going? It's the Corner Club. You have to ask the right questions, and Heather will answer. Jackson Park. Jackson Park on the corner. So this is Moscow. It does very much look like downtown Moscow to me. All right. I just wanted to let Heather know that I noticed that.
That we'll have and be able to make that available between now and the hearings on the 14th.
Which, by the way, makes me an expert.
And there may very well be little, if anything, we have to fight about. Your Honor also noted there are some things that we simply do not have the power to access.
Wait, nothing says that she doesn't see the blonde hair. Maybe I was covering it up. Sorry about that, nothing. Here we go.
With fire, but burn whatever bridges you need.
Okay, so here is somebody in a dress pantsuit, whatever. Maybe they're wearing a hat, but it does appear they have blonde hair. That's all. I'm saying that. Do you see it now? Nothing? Because I see a face right here, and I see the blonde hair. And you can go with that. I think the important thing now is to figure out two things. Because you see and if we're going to analyze this video, might as well analyze it. Right here. The ember falls on his sweater. And so you can, to me it looks like it's CGI or was some kind of special effect, right? And so that's not an accident. And he says, burn your bridges. And then he's on fire. He's burning. I don't know. Again, Heather, you got me in a land loop here.
Happy November.
Alright, so here's somebody else now. And it might be a cop. Hold on, let me do this. Give me 1 second here, guys. Yeah, that looks like a cop with his hands behind his back. There's my silver Elantra. Right there. There's the cop if you don't see it right there. Looking in a window or talking. I don't know. We don't get anything else. And then, so if there's some kind of symbolism there, I don't know what that could be. That might be the Back to the Future car, for all I know. I don't know. But anyway, what's this? Because it's just a flash in the screen, I wonder. Interesting.
Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire. But burn whatever bridges you need to burn.
Because the discovery deadline is until September. That we'll have and be able to make that available between now and the hearings on the 14th. And there may very well be little, if anything, we have to fight about. Your Honor also noted there are some things that we simply do not have the power to access. And we have been trying consistently through cooperative efforts as well as following the process with the federal government. They have been good partners, but they have their own rules to work with.
I'm just going to point out, did he say following the process? Did you pick that one up, JJ? I'm sure she threw that one in there for you as a little Easter egg there.
This isn't the motions for the subpoenas due stickum isn't the first TUI process, and the court is aware. We've been pursuing TUI process for all types of information for months. So the characterization that we are just consciously withholding information to frustrate the defense is utter nonsense. That is not true. We will provide everything we can that is providable under the rules. If we disagree on something, whether it exists or not, because I can tell you, many of the things that the defendant is trying to itemize, when we talk to our people, they say, that doesn't exist. So, I don't know what we're supposed to do at that point. We'll flesh it out in the hearing. And it may be that if they have experts who are going to say, well, such and such should exist, we might have to go find experts to say, well, in this case, it doesn't. Or no, we'll see.
Well, that's exactly why I want to close it on the 14th, because we're going to have many arguments, apparently, about issue by issue by issue. And some of that should not be out of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I want to respond to that. And I could give you particular examples of things. And it's already been ordered to be given to us, the CAST report, which was a draft that we were promised to have by March 31st. It's May 2nd. We don't have it. So for the prosecutor to stand up and say that I'm misrepresenting things, he's misrepresenting things.
I've been called all kinds of names, but I might be best known as a bridge builder. I do love building bridges. The thing about bridges is that every one of them is an invitation to people on the other side to come over and play. Some of those people might hate you. Some might just be simple or scared or naive. Some are enemies or trolls or federal agents who are best left under the bridge. Those are the ones who will try to steer and poison whatever you're doing if you let them come across. Every bridge could make you stronger, or it could destroy everything you want to defend.
But weighing that not just against, of course, his rights, but also against the needs of security in this case. I do expect, as it probably will come to no surprise to you, for you all to get along. I understand the stakes in this case are as high as they can possibly be in any case. It's not an evidentiary issue in which you can lay down Mr. Ray's conspiracy theory without any evidence at trial. But you are professionals. You have taken oaths, both as of officers within your jurisdictions, but also as attorneys before this bar. So I expect at all times for you to remain civil to one another, that you not engage in personal attacks, ad hominem attacks, that you not engage in theatrics. It's not an evidentiary issue in which you can lay down Mr. Ray's conspiracy theory without any evidence at trial. Not misstate the facts or the law to the court, and that when you cite arguments in your briefs, if there is contradictory precedent, I expect to see that. I appreciate in advance what should go without saying that I've just said in terms of your responsibilities. But again, I just want to highlight that because I understand when the stakes are high, sometimes victory seems to be the objective when our first objective is to conform to the oaths that we've taken as members of the bar, as officers of this court. I'll take the motions to suppress under advisement and issue ruling forthwith. The next issue is the state's motion to compel regarding the defendant's expert disclosures.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, the defendant's motion to compel the
Did I say the state's motion to compel? The defendant's motion to compel regarding the state's expert disclosures.
We did file ours yesterday, so their motion may be coming.
Well, I would be impressed if they had filed something already on that, given they were just served yesterday afternoon. So
They were. Thank you. Your Honor, we are here on our motion to compel, asking that the court remedy what the state has done with their expert disclosures. We rely on Idaho Criminal Rule 16 and the court's order setting out what we should do and when we should do it in this case.
And I would prefer that this not be kicked off, but we're realizing that we're 2 weeks, essentially 2 weeks or less away from these hearings, that apparently there are going to be a number of witnesses that nobody but the defendant knows who they're going to be and what they're going to try to say, and then we're expected to react in court. That's just simply not the way to operate an effective, efficient, fair process.
let me ask a question from a framework standpoint. I don't know what these folks are going to testify to at trial, specifically as it relates to what they've disclosed. The way expert disclosure issues usually works, I don't tell a party what you have to specifically disclose about your experts. You disclose about what you think you need to disclose. If you haven't disclosed it consistent with the rule and you try to offer it, there's a good chance it may not come into evidence. That's the general framework, so I'm a little, I guess, concerned about what appears to be you asking me to tell them what to say in their disclosures.
The court brings up a really, really good point. And I think it's a remedy the court has and one that we would hope and ask the court to issue in this case. I think when we filed the motion, Your Honor, we had a couple of disclosures that could appear to be disclosures with wiggle words in them.
Yeah, wiggle words are not going to save the lack of disclosure. I'll let the state know that right now. The fact that you say, well, you can talk about anything else, doesn't mean he's going to get to talk about anything else.
In an abundance of caution, we were worried about those words. I appreciate what the court's saying, and I'm going to make this really short. The lists are problematic for us. There are 4 or 5 experts with lists. I understand what the court said. I like what the court said.
They also have reports that they reference.
The lab people do have reports. I understand those are their opinions. When we're talking about, and I'm going to specifically talk to you about their disclosure number 7. It's an FBI agent, Douglas. There's a list of financial records that he collected and looked at. Other than that those records exist, there's not a report telling me what they mean to him at all. If he's limited to say, I collected these records, this is what we have.
I understand the state can correct me, is what I understand from the briefing is with respect to that. I think that's the Amazon documents, correct?
Those were some of those documents, Your Honor. There are a lot of others.
Was his expertise was in extracting or reviewing the information and how those were sort of obtained electronically and then simply guiding through, well, this is a transaction on this date that does this, which is not necessarily expert testimony, it's simply testimony.
No, but I believe it's a different expert that they have to do that does not have a report.
But is that expert testimony? Let's just say a television, if for some reason that were to be important, and that this transaction demonstrates that this is Mr. Koberger's account, this is Mr. Koberger's credit card, and this is the purchase on Amazon, and that was delivered to this address associated with Mr. Koberger.
Those are factual issues, Your Honor. It's when we get to what do they mean, or I put these things together and I've made this picture out of something. That when we get to opinion, I appreciate what the court's saying. It sounds to me like lists don't do it if you want to interpret a record. That's what we hope to hear. That's what I wanted to accomplish today.
Well, I think it's pretty clear. You cannot simply say an expert's going to talk about topic A, topic B, topic C, and then be able to give a host of opinions that fall within those topics. The requirement is to list what their opinions are and what they relied on to give those opinions. It's different than the civil rule. I don't think they have to give as much detail as the civil rule requires, but they have to at least give what the opinions are, and I believe what they reviewed, as I recall the rule off the top of my head.
I believe the court's about right. There may be another term or two in the rule that's specific, but I hear the court loud and clear. I'll point out one last thing and stop because I think I understand how the court interprets these issues and these rules. when you look at page 9 of the state's objection to our motion, and in the second to last paragraph, they tell you that they will continue to supplement their expert responses based on later discovery or whatever they decide to use. That whatever they decide to use has me worried. So I wanted to bring that up. I appreciate the court saying the court's going to apply the court rules and the discovery rules and follow the case law, and that's all we want. Thank you.
And so that I'm clear, as the state's approaching to talk about this, in terms of supplementation, it's allowed. It needs to be seasonable, which means it has to be not just whole cloth new experts, for example, without good cause showing me why that's necessary. It needs to be seasonable in the sense of the timing of it based upon when the information was received, when it was determined it was necessary to supplement. And then obviously we'll look at that in relation to what may prejudice the other side in terms of the timing of it.
Certainly, I understand that. Their discovery deadline has come and gone. If something brand new happens, that would be a different issue. I would assume we would deal with that then. It's when I read whatever we decide to use, that's very, very broad. That's it. Thank you.
I can keep this pretty short. I don't think that there's really much in dispute at this point. State's position, we've complied through our expert disclosures with Criminal Rule 16b-7, as well as your court's scheduling order. State understands the framework that you've outlined. We were under the same impression, and I don't think that there's anything else in dispute.
Yeah, so let me give you a word of caution. Sometimes there's dissonance between what an expert thinks that they're going to talk about and what the lawyer understands from that expert, and the lawyer submits these disclosures. And I think it's really important that you be on the same page if you don't have a specific written report from the expert about what it is they're going to talk about, and make sure that you have supplemented and that you have provided a listing of the opinions that are going to be provided and whatever else is required under the rule in terms of what that's based on. And I would encourage both sides to over disclose those opinions in caution rather than under disclose, because two things. One, you may find yourself in a bad position if you're not allowed to go into an opinion you felt you were going to be allowed to go to because it's not disclosed. And two, I don't want to spend half our day at trial with me saying, where's that disclosed at? And then chasing the jury out while you dig through your thousands of pages trying to find where that is. And so the more exhaustive your disclosures, the less likely it is it's going to draw that objection, and the less time that we're going to waste at trial trying to find where you disclose that. And so I think sometimes, and I'm not saying you did that in this case, I think sometimes lawyers view this expert disclosure requirement as sort of tedious work that they need to get done in order to comply with the timeline, a requirement of the court, and then they sort of move on from it and forget about it. It's a dangerous tact to take. It is, for the case, one of the most important things that you can do is to understand what the person is going to testify to, and give a disclosure of what they're going to testify to, what those opinions are. And to be looking at that as you're thinking about their testimony, as you should be doing certainly now, even though it's months away from trial, on a continuing basis. So I would really stress the importance of that in a case, particularly of this import. And so don't feel like your job is done at this point, because I would suggest to you it's not. That you may consider needing to do some cleaning up and making sure things are more fulsome in the scope of those disclosures and what you're doing. The other thing, I think you tried to do to a degree is you thought, well, we think this is fact testimony, but, in an abundance of caution, we're going to put it in an expert disclosure. Well, if you're going to put it in an expert disclosure because in an abundance of caution it could be viewed that way, I suggest you treat it that way in terms of what you give. Okay? Thank you. And that goes to both sides. I haven't read your disclosures yet, so I don't know where that stands, but certainly goes to both sides. And I know that also, the rules are different as to what the defense has to disclose necessarily and what the state does to some degree.
She looks like a spoiled brat kid. And when she's standing there, it's like she's a third grader standing in front of the principal. And then she shakes her head as she stomps back to her desk that she didn't get her way. Okay, so I thought further into what Heather said there. Maybe it's a 2-inch puddle. and you have this guy clad in black, whatever, whether that represents Hudson Lindau or not, I can't say, but it certainly happened in a river, in a creek, under a bridge. So I'm just gonna say that. And if the feds had the chance, they might have pinned that on Doug too. That's a wild thought. But okay. Anyway, going on. We got Jenn here, by the way.
And so I appreciate that. Well, I think the court will anticipate that there's a rather large filing that contain a lot of actual reports. Your Honor, listening to the court's comments and understanding where we were a moment ago when we spoke, I feel like I must go through what their disclosures were because there are so many lists. My hope was that they would be limited because they didn't fulfill their disclosure requirement, and we did, and that put us at quite a disadvantage, not knowing what their experts would say.
And if they supplement, you certainly can supplement based upon what they supplement, and I will permit that, and that's kind of the nature of the beast.
I do appreciate that, and should that become necessary, we'll definitely take you up on that, Your Honor. I want to make a record about some of their expert disclosures, though. All of the lab people, they have lab reports and notes. The Idaho State Police Forensics Lab, I'd better be really clear on that. Other than the wiggle room language, which would ask that they not be permitted to have any wiggle room language, the lab reports are fine, with the exception of one of the witnesses, Ms. Nowlin, that they've disclosed, and she's written no reports.
Is that the one they said is a rebuttal witness?
They said.
When it comes to Ann's original testimony there, he literally changed the topic of the discussion. Back here.
That whatever they decide to use has me worried. And so I wanted to bring that up. I appreciate the court saying the court's going to apply the court rules and the discovery rules and follow the case law, and that's all we want. Thank you.
And so that I'm clear, as the state's approaching to talk about this, in terms of supplementation, it's allowed. It needs to be seasonable, which means it has to be not just whole cloth new experts, for example, without good cause showing me why that's necessary. It needs to be seasonable in the sense of the timing of it based upon when the information was received, when it was determined it was necessary to supplement. And then obviously we'll look at that in relation to what may prejudice the other side in terms of the timing of it.
Certainly, I understand that. Their discovery deadline has come and gone. If something brand new happens, that would be a different issue. I would assume we would deal with that then. It's when I read whatever we decide to use, that's very, very broad. That's it. Thank you. There's a lot of documents, no analysis, no opinion stated.
And apparently there are going to be a number of witnesses that nobody but the defendant knows who they're going to be and what they're going to try to say, and then we're expected to react in court. That's just simply not the way to operate an effective, efficient, fair process.
We put several of these in our pleadings, and so I won't go through all of them. I'm highlighting the ones that we're really concerned about. We have 3 that looked at digital data. The court should understand there's 60 some devices. There's digital data from third-party sources, and there are 3 people that are listed with just lists of things. It's Mallory, Tanzola, and Uric. They have lists of devices or social media accounts that they're going to talk about. That our expert told us would take 3 years to look at every bit of the data. So having no clue what's going to happen, I can envision exactly what the court's fear is when we get to jury trial, me wondering if this particular thing was ever disclosed. So I definitely needed to make a record of that. Further, with the lab personnel, there's a caveat that says they'll talk about other people's reports and other things that are outside of their report, in addition to some of the other wiggle language that I referred to. Your Honor, given that the state is now cautioned to think about those things and submit more, I feel like it's important for us to bring out that we have a right to confront the evidence that's brought against us. Brian has constitutional rights, United States and state of Idaho constitutional rights for a fair trial and to confront evidence. The expert disclosures are designed to advise us of what the state is going to do. Their disclosures were insufficient. I appreciate what the court said, but exactly what the court's worried about will happen if we don't have better disclosures. The jury will be in and out while we make sure that we have a clean record. We appreciate what the court said today, and we'd ask the court to order the state to comply or for the court to exclude anything that hasn't been disclosed so far. That's it.
So I'm going to give like both sides an example of what I expect. So you understand, there's been talk in this case about DNA. If somebody's going to talk about DNA and your intent is they're going to let the jury understand what DNA is, and essentially going to do a mini course on DNA, I expect to see that in expert disclosures. Not that they're going to do a mini course on the DNA. I expect to see the mini course in the disclosures, if that makes sense, in terms of what their opinions are, what their information is that they are conveying that is expert in nature. And so it really does behoove both sides to spend the time to do that. And that's the last I'll say about that.
I burned it all, but bridges, nothing burns quite like a bridge does.
But apparently there are going to be a number of witnesses that nobody but the defendant knows who they're going to be and what they're going to try to say, and then we're expected to react in court. That's just simply not the way to operate an effective, efficient, fair
Happy
process.
November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn.
All right, let's get Jenn up here, and if you want to come back with us here, Operation GCD, we will have you welcomed with open arms here. All right. Let me bring that window up if I can here. And it looks like we got both of them back there eating hula burgers. And let's see here. There we go. Okay. All right. So let's do that.
I'm here.
Hey, Jenn, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
You got a sore throat, huh?
It's not sore. It's just like a little hoarse. I was yelling.
Okay. Everything better now?
Yeah, I just had some tea. I'm okay.
Good. Well, I hope that helps.
So the pollen this year is like ridiculous.
That's what I keep. Yeah, I keep having my own issues with that too. So, JJ, are you with us?
Yeah, you know what the cure is for all that pollen? Get yourself some hula burgers.
It's a cure for everything.
I've been providing them all I can here. So, yeah, what do you think of Heather's video there, guys?
Oh, great video. How you doing, Jenn? Welcome to the Purge.
I'm doing good. How are you?
Today. Doing well, doing well.
Yeah,
That's a great
Heather's
video.
videos are always awesome.
Definitely. Yeah, yours was too. We just played your short a minute ago.
Oh, you did?
Yes, ma'am. And I've been sitting here drinking my G Fuel Pac-Man Power Pellet.
Gosh.
I'm not even on the thing here. There we go. And it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible, but it's got energy and electrolytes. So that's why I'm sticking with it. But yeah.
All you need is alcohol, and you got yourself a Borg.
That alcohol might actually improve the taste on it. To be honest with you, it's as bad as it gets. But I'm sticking with it. I made the decision, and I'm going to follow through. So what have you got? What do you got up your sleeve there, Miss Criminal Confidential?
Well, I was playing around with the audio on the 911 call, and I'm almost done with it. I haven't uploaded it yet, but I basically, you can hear, it's one of the girls say they're dead, like a question mark. So these people knew that they were not unconscious. There was no one unconscious. It's disgusting. It really is. I haven't seen the new doc that came out, but just been going back and like kind of starting from the beginning, but with Steve. Oh, you guys are gonna love it. I'm putting together like the how do you say the word compilation? Compilation.
Compilation. Whatever you said the first time was better.
can't talk today. Just contradicting shit that he said, but starting from the beginning. So it's going to be long, but it'll be good.
That was some good stuff you provided for us earlier already. I guess that's just a taste, right?
Yeah.
What were you saying there in the beginning?
I don't even know.
You remember what did you open with there? So I had a thought on that.
Oh, the 911 call when.
Oh, the 911.
Yeah, you'll see when I upload it. You can hear one of the females. It's a female voice say to someone else, like, "Oh, they're dead." Like, as a question. I don't know.
Okay, yeah. So I remember my thought now. Here's the thing: we know that they turned away the paramedics, right?
Right.
So at the same time you turned away the paramedics, the 911 operator is making it a crucial point to get that defibrillator up there. So we're still in the render aid phase of this whole operation, and they're sending the paramedics away.
Well, that tells me that it was blatantly obvious that there was no chance that to save them. So how is it so obvious to the first responding officers but not them? Also, think about this.
Well, Jen, they added a defibrillator.
Oh yeah. Wait,
it's
and
as
is it
good-
normal?
It's as good as a PowerPoint, right? That's the
The
medical
PowerPoint.
equivalent to a PowerPoint.
And listen, I'm telling you, the 911 call, the fact that it's EA, but now they're saying in the newest doc from Hippler, he calls her female speaker. That's what he says. He doesn't say her anymore. It's all strategic. And I think it goes around there's like some law he mentions or some statute or something, whatever it's called, about a separate, hold on, let me find the wording so I can explain it correctly. Basically, what I'm trying to say is the fact that it's mentioned in the order from Hippler that the only ones who experienced / saw Xana unresponsive was Bethany, Dylan, and Hunter, and that Emily turned around before she could fully walk upstairs, right? That's what it says in the order. She's also the only one that really speaks anything coherent and useful in the 911 call. I feel like that's all strategic. Do you get what I'm saying? Am I making sense? Like, it's not a coincidence that she's the one that actually relayed the information, but yet she didn't actually visually see it herself, is what I'm trying to say. I feel like that's like some sort of like legal loophole or something.
Like
There's
she has some
reason
kind
why.
of a detachment while being fully immersed.
Right, exactly.
So, yeah. Okay, I get you. What do you think, Double J?
It's all kind of plausible deniability, right? I mean, this is more of that same routine, right? Status quo.
Something like that, basically. Plausible deniability, but I think it's... Hold on, let me find that.
Well, you can never point the finger at who. Everyone's positions, times, and activities are all shifting. There's a shifting liability. The roommates are never at fault. The people that responded are never at fault. They're not involved. They were never suspects. The police shift their own timelines. You know what I mean? It's always shifting liabilities.
Yeah, it's just completely normal, right? I mean, people are...
Well, it's normal for a military operation, sure.
Oh, yeah.
But you also have the inherent liability case with a judge that's never taken a death penalty case and a detective that's never investigated a homicide, investigating the who's who of homicides.
Right.
Oh, you mean Detective Brett Payne, who has a top secret clearance with the U.S. Army?
Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like you're offering more than you're giving with Payne right now with that.
I feel like I need some more hula burgers. So
how many hula burgers is it going to take to get a good response out of you on that one, JJ? Damn, I wish McDonald's had implemented the hula burgers. You can make hula burgers at home, folks. You just need some canned pineapple on a grill and a McDonald's bun that will not mold in 30 years. And you will definitely have yourself a fine sandwich. You can ask this gentleman right here.
I found the part that I was talking about in Hitler's order. You want me to read it real quick?
Can anyone hear me there? I was waiting. The volume was
hear
waiting.
you.
I think you guys can hear me. I don't think the audience did, but that's okay. I'm not an expert, so let's go.
Okay, so it says hearsay statements on a 911 call can typically be admitted into evidence under either the public record or business record exceptions to the hearsay rule. However, because citizens who call 911 are not under any duty to report, a recorded statement by a citizen must satisfy a separate hearsay exception. So I'm not a law person. I don't really understand all that, but I feel like it was strategic. That EA is now being referenced as female speaker. She is specifically mentioned twice that she turned around and went outside when Hunter said get out. But I want you to think about this. He goes upstairs, goes to grab a knife. Dylan glimpsed for a second Xana laying there and started bawling, whatever the wording is. So they go outside, but then the 911 operator says, "Is someone unconscious right now?" And Dylan says, "I don't really know, but pretty much." But meanwhile, it says that she just saw her for the second time laying on the floor.
Third time.
Right. Third time. Yeah, exactly. Third time, actually. So why would she say, "I don't really know"? It's so obvious to me. It's so frustrating. And I also would like to know, her and Bethany were just chilling, scrolling on social media, doing God knows what. But then within like a span of like 10 minutes, it seems, between like 11:40 and then 15 minutes ish, what happened in those 15 minutes that made them so panicked all of a sudden and finally decide to call for help? They called Hunter and Emily. Like, what made them change their minds, I guess? And I feel like it was the parents. I feel like either Bethany or Dylan told one of their parents what was going on. They're like, "Listen, you got to call." You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tomfoolery there for sure. I definitely agree with you, Jen.
Yeah. It's just not right.
Okay, so who was the girl who offered them a ride?
JM, Jenna McClure. I did the video about her. Did you see that one?
In relation to her being the roommate?
Just in relation to her being JM, when the initials first came out. The McClure family has a lot of ties to the university, like going back like decades. And politically tied, and seems like pretty powerful family. I mean, there's a building on UI campus named after the McClure family, so.
Perhaps her attorney is the new contact in the phone.
Maybe.
That's my suggestion.
There is someone named Ken McClure. He's like a lobbyist that is tied to Givens Pursley, which is the firm where the Pepler used to work at. It's a firm that's listed as the registered agent on the gift deed to UI for the house.
Oh, my money's right now, Jen. My money's on Shannon Gray as that contact that Dylan Mortensen had in her phone at whatever 351.
Really? Why is that?
Oh, he has no reason to be involved in this case. My money's on that she added an attorney, and that's just where my mind's at. My brain hole's focused on at the moment is because he has no purpose involved here. His background and pretenses in which he met the Gonzalez family seemingly should be drawn into question. They make no sense. I do believe she added an attorney. Who do you add at that hour? And when you're in trouble, you call someone, you get an attorney. You know what I mean? She wasn't read into what was going on. These matters were compartmentalized, whatever happened, right? So I presume she thought she was in trouble, needed help. She got an attorney on dial. Probably called him too. They're just not telling us about it yet.
Is there a connection that we can establish between Mortensen and Gray?
No, I'm just saying that's where my head's at right now with it, because that's my brain hole's circling around that idea. Because
I like it.
Well,
why else is he involved in the case? You know what I mean? How did the Gonzalez and him get linked up?
Well,
Is it through the same third party that linked him up with DM?
Okay, so
If that's the
according to
case.
those text messages between Brett Norton and Steve, which I've always said I think they're real, she asked him the same question, like, who gave you gray? Like, in a meaning that it was suspicious. Like, how did, who gave them gray?
Yeah.
Now, he says it was someone they know that owns like 4 businesses in Coeur d'Alene. Now, you know who owns businesses in Coeur d'Alene? I don't know if exactly 4, but at least 2, or at least 3, I think, is Jack D's Aunt Brooke Miller, who's tied to the whole Patriot Front North Idaho.
Here we go.
All that.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah.
There you go. That's interesting.
So apparently that's who gave them gray.
That's interesting. Because do you know much about Gray? Do you know his background or anything?
No, I don't. Tell me.
So he just registered with the Idaho bar on July 15th of 2022. He was not practicing before that. He does not have a law firm there. So seemingly he registered for the direct purposes of representation of some specific matter or planning to represent somebody in a specific matter. Otherwise, there's no reason with somebody without a law firm to set up shop 400 miles away to, you know what I mean? And represent a case 400 miles away. So that's kind of odd. He's a criminal defense attorney. So I've only recently put some focus on him because I realized he's from Portland. BK Norton's from Portland. You know, this whole mystery nonsense, tomfoolery shenanigans that Brian Koberger hates the Q folks, the LGBTQ folks. That was all put in the media by this alleged classmate, BK Norton, who by their own resume and all evidence was never a classmate and has no connections to Washington State University outside of one organizational chart published on November 7th, 2022, which claims they work in an administrative role within the Student Affairs Department at the university. But they most certainly were not a PhD student. They are a PhD student today at Portland State University. So,
Interesting.
So Portland seems like an interesting place. So Shannon Gray comes from there. He's got no experience in the matters in which he's representing the Gonzalez family in, meaning he's a run-of-the-mill criminal defense attorney by all appearances from my initial assessment on a surface level. The cases I was able to quickly find that he represented, it's low-level criminal hood rat shit.
Now,
hold on, Jen. Before you go on, hang on. So I see something I want to point out here. Sorry if I'm yelling. Maybe this is where Jack D's aunt comes into interjecting herself in the case, because she was sort of the liaison between Mortensen and the Gonzalezes. So she now feels...
She wanted to do the funniest for them.
Right, well, beyond that, is what I'm saying is that she feels like she's been inserted into this case and needs to answer for things. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I agree.
So go on with your thing. I'm sorry.
That seems to be the case, right? And who's she working for? Is it the feds, like Jen's pointed out with the Patriot Front stuff?
Well, here's the thing, okay? If you look on her Facebook, you could see if you request somebody, or if you can follow somebody's public posts without actually them accepting your friend request, right? She is followed by, it's Kootenai County, something police department, something. Their Facebook page is following her public posts.
Makes sense.
She's all like anti-vax, this and that, into conspiracy theories, the way Steve said Kaylee was into them. Remember? And one thing I wonder is if Shannon Gray is at all related to Molly Gray, who was Kaylee's little, I guess, or big. One of them is a big, one of them is a little.
It was big. Yeah, I'll look into it. It's a big. I'll look into it. It's a good question. What I was getting at with Shannon Gray here, if you just objectively look at his activities, he's a Better Call Saul kind of character going on here, right?
I get that vibe.
He's not really providing any value. He has, on paper, he can provide no value based upon his expertise. Yet he's going 400 miles away representing the Gonzalez family based upon, some murky, even if it was through the aunt there, like you're saying, Jen, which I'm certainly, fine to believe that. It sounds like a very plausible scenario. Like, how did the aunt and him meet then, right? And if this is a further connection with Kaylee's big, that'd be even more interesting. But yeah, what role does he play here? Again, that's why I was inferring that may be the contact in which Dylan was given and added to her phone that night, because he seems to be playing this Better Call Saul kind of role in the matter.
I was also, I don't know if you were familiar with the Venmo transactions. There was one. Well, first of all, Molly Gray was at the grub truck that night and completely ignored Kaylee, which is weird.
Oh, I thought that was her big. Maybe I'm wrong because I thought I have a different girl listed in my brain hole as her little, but I can get back to
Yeah,
where
it's
you're
either the big or the little bit. It's one of those. Either way, they know
No,
each other. They're close.
yeah.
So
They all
why
know
she
each
ignoring
other.
her? Right.
They
Now,
all know each
also there
other.
was there was another girl with her, Liz Kadovich, who's the sister of Jack Kadovich, whose mother works at Gibbons Pursley. I don't know
Oh, interesting.
what position, but there was a Venmo transaction between Liz and Molly that night, I believe, the 13th or the 12th, one of the two. That said, it was titled 3:30 a.m. or 3:30, something like that. So just a little tidbits.
Sure.
Those are some good tidbits, kid. Well done,
Yeah.
Scoop. Well done again.
I feel like the contact added, honestly, was like someone in sorority risk management, or maybe even one of the Banfield cops.
That's what I could see risk management. That's what I was thinking. Is they have someone to call that like risk management that would give them like the Better Call Saul attorney number, right?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They're getting an attorney number in there at some point pretty quick. I don't still see in my mind that these girls did not call an attorney or try to get some sort of. They're obviously calling their risk management people, right? That's got to be an early call. That's what I'm saying. We haven't seen any record of these calls yet, but I presume they exist.
Well, there was one
risk
call
management
listed. It just said outgoing call. I think it was Dylan, but it didn't say to who. I forget what the timestamp, but it's on the document.
Right. Yeah. No, I'm familiar
I
with that.
suspect we're only seeing a portion of it, though, right?
Here's the thing. Okay, so we remember back a while back here on the Purge when we were purging. You brought up the sorority. If it goes bad, call this number thing, and I called it.
Yeah.
And it goes directly to voicemail. So
classic.
I'm sure somewhere in those documents, if we haven't seen it yet, we've got an unverified call back. That would be something they'd want to keep under wraps here
they
because
want to release that number.
Yeah, both ways.
They have the Snapchat content, so maybe through Snapchat, because I think you can only see that there was activity. I don't think you can see the content. I mean, based on the.
That's the thing. Yeah, I don't know that these calls were recorded for training purposes or not.
The recordings of the calls probably not, but Snapchat, they would have that on the servers now.
I don't know.
Twiz says yes.
Oh, because it says on the docs, it says the content is not in front of the court or something like that.
That's because it's in the Meowry report. They just didn't look hard enough.
You got to really look in the window of that house, like that cop, tall, skinny cop.
Yeah. Get a good look at it.
All right, Jen, keep dropping. Let's go.
Another thing, I was going back on the noise complaints, right? I don't know if you know, Ethan was pulled over in February of 2022, I think.
Yeah, we saw the video, yep.
Right. So you have Maddie talk to the officers for their noise complaint. Xana did, Kaylee did, and then Ethan had interaction with the cops as well. So it's like the only ones that were unalived are the ones that had interaction. I just thought that was kind of weird.
That's interesting.
And if you go back in the noise complaint, where the one where Hunter comes to the door with another guy, the one where they call Maddie on the phone, I went back and was rewatching it and picked up on, okay, when I think it's Blaker, the cop that was asking them, who lives there, what sorority they affiliated with, etc. Not Hunter, but the other kid, I don't know his name. He's like, I believe it's 4 females that live there. 4. I've always said that I don't think Kaylee really lived there, so that just kind of solidified that for me.
Well, she definitely didn't live there in the weeks preceding I mean, even Steve G's recently said that she'd been staying at his house for the weeks preceding the murders.
Yeah.
That doesn't make her a loser.
It does beg the question of when she left there, right?
Right, because apparently the property manager said there was a lease signed by 6 people. It doesn't say who.
In June, right?
Starting June 5th, and it was a year lease. Now, Kaylee was higher. I mean, if you knew you were graduating and you knew you were moving, why would you sign a lease? Why would you leave all your stuff behind? Like, I understand if it was like big furniture or leaving like a, you know, bed frame, things like that. You're just going to buy a new one when you move. But like, her photos were on the wall, jewelry hanging on the organizer thing. Like, I just feel like there was some kind of like doom and gloom, some kind of fear in that house for some reason.
That you take off and leave everything behind.
Exactly.
And don't give a shit if you ever
luggage
go.
was in the place. Steve G number 3 had some luggage in the spot, perhaps.
Right, that too. So.
Well, I honestly think they were all leaving. Quite honestly, that's what I'm saying. I don't know when Kaylee left there. It seems like she left there earlier. I think when they claimed that Madison Mogan and Xana Cornetto quit their sororities, I think they were hightailing it out of there.
Right, because you don't just do that without a reason.
Right, you got to have a purpose for it, right? Especially you're not going to stick around and make it weird. You're still going to class and friends with all these people. You're quitting that because you have reasons to go somewhere. And if you look on, let me look here while I'm looking at my notes and rambling about. Xander Cornetto put up her bed for sale on Facebook Marketplace.
When was that? Do you know the date on
Really?
that? I forgot about that.
Yeah, give me 1 second, please. I got a screenshot of it here somewhere.
Really? Because even if you're going to move, you're going to need a bed.
Right.
Right. But if you're moving out of town, going somewhere, you might not need that bed no more. It looks like a fine bed.
Much easier to sell
top,
it.
A little memory foam. Got a little bed headboard and stuff. It was when I took this screenshot, it was 19 weeks ago. Let me see if I got a better date on that.
So it was recent. It was.
Yeah,
it was
I mean, so
within 2
I
months
think it was
of
September. I think it was around the same time she
Wow.
allegedly quit the sorority.
Wow.
I got an exact date. Give me 1 second here, please.
While you look that up, JJ, one thing real quick, guys, is somebody pointed out, and it lends to the character of the house, is that in totality, there was not, in general, a lot of furniture in that house. There was a couch in the living room, and that's the only real general living area, because upstairs you have a little hallway and 2 bedrooms. Second floor, you have 2 bedrooms. That one little gathering area, you got a couple things hanging on the wall. You got a couch, you got a rug. Beyond that, the only furniture that exists is in the bedrooms. And from what I understand, one of the bedrooms downstairs was completely empty. Is this right?
Yeah, it was. I had a bed that was like leaning on its side, and a set of golf clubs. Another thing I just thought of is Stacey Chapin came out and said something about how Ethan's belongings and a nice set of golf clubs and 2 cars or something.
Difficult to get back, yeah.
Right. Like, why would Ethan's belongings be being held if he didn't live there? Like, how much belongings did he have? I think he lived there, personally. I think he lived there. One of it, I mean, that guy from Sigma Chi at the 1-year vigil came out and said that Ethan was looking forward to moving back in the house in about a month.
Right.
So,
well, that makes sense,
where
right?
is he living?
If he failed out, right? If he flunked his freshman year, was he having grade issues? That's what got him out of the.
Yeah, his grade point average was bringing down the house.
Yeah.
No.
Well, you got to maintain a certain amount to maintain membership. So,
right.
If you can't maintain that, I can't imagine you're living in the house.
And also, freshmen are supposed to live on campus for the first year. But if the sororities were both on probation at the time, which I think is a big coincidence.
Yeah.
I think my understanding of the rules is that you can't live in the house on campus. Like that, like that house is now empty basically. Because like during COVID, I know when they shut down the campus, people had to move out of the houses and couldn't live on campus. So it's my understanding, like if you're on probation, like your house is pretty much shut. You have no affiliation at the time with the campus, so you can't stay in the house on campus. That's my comprehension of the rules. I don't know if I'm right or not, but maybe that's why Dylan and Bethany, being freshmen, were living off campus. Maybe because they were living in the house in the Pi Phi house, but because of whatever happened, which I would love to know. I wish it was public record.
Well, when you're young and you're in college and whatever, in this fast-moving society of gangster hood rats that you have in your general day-to-day at University of Idaho, things happen pretty quickly. So, Ethan, you're out. Boom, Xana, can I stay with you? Well, sure. But apparently there was 3 sets of golf clubs. I think it was Rock Chalk who brought that up in the house. Did you know that, Jen? So I don't know
No,
if...
I didn't know.
Yeah, I didn't know if one was maybe Ethan, Xana's, and maybe Kaylee played, or whatever. Beyond that, there's not a lot of belongings, so... I don't know. I can only assume Xana and Ethan's cars were probably registered to the parents, which would exclude any necessity for probate on that. Just give it back.
That's why I didn't include. I didn't include the Chapins in that because their tags were Washington, so presumably that was under their folks' names and whatnot.
Yeah, for insurance purposes, obviously, right?
Right.
And so I noticed that.
But it doesn't seem like that's the case by looking at the cars for the other three. Those were their cars, it seems.
Well, it doesn't seem like Bethany's was there. Another thing about cars was
whose car we got there then?
Bethany Drive.
Because we got the two Chapins, we got the red Chapin Jeep, we got the black Ford Explorer. Those are supposed to be a shared vehicle with Hunter and Ethan and their sister's Jeep and SUV there. And then you got the Kaylee Gonzalez Range Rover. Then you got the white car, and you got the little blue car?
The blue car is Xana's.
The Honda Civic.
Yeah.
Then we got the the white? What is that? It's not a Subaru. Maybe
It's like a Chevy or something, I think.
Yeah, Chevy Cruze or something, right?
Something like that.
Who's the Cruze? Who drives that?
I don't know.
I'll bet Bubbly Water. I've been dying to get Bubbly Waters up here all day. Hi, Typically Unique. I hope you're still with us. Thanks for joining us today.
It's been a long time since I looked at the cars, but I feel like that was those three cars were in by those girls.
That is a really good thing to look into. Damn.
Kane,
Well,
another
yes.
thing
I'll get
about
back
the
into it.
furniture
Sure.
is if you look at like the previous year, for example, it's like the same furniture for the most part. I think like the pictures next to above that cart next to the good vibe sign, I think that's different. But for the most part, it's like the same stuff, which makes me think it is some sort of like satellite off-campus house for Pi-Fi.
That just keeps the furniture from tenant to tenant.
Right.
It doesn't really belong to anybody.
Kind of stuff.
Even the furniture, right, in the bedrooms, you're saying, right.
Right. So that would make more sense. But because I think also the house.
But look how much stuff we saw moved out of there. We saw bed, mattresses, frames, an entire U-Haul, driven by a shit-eating grin, James Fry.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think they bring in their your personal stuff, but for the most part, like the living areas and whatnot are staying the same.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, "Hey, give us $100 and you can keep the couch," right?
Something like that, yeah.
There could be that, pass it on, or just that, when you graduate, you could give a crap about whatever, and you're gonna go move on to your post-frat life.
Yeah. Maybe, who knows? Because I know there was some girl, somebody had like broken her car, or maybe her car was unlocked and left like her underwear and her cup holder or something like that in the house next door. She said, I don't know her exact wording.
The girl who called the cops, yeah, there's a body cam of that, and they were after her panties or something like that in the cup holder, right?
She was in Alpha Phi, and she inferred that was a house of Alpha Phis, and there's a lot of pictures of Kaylee standing with other girls in her sorority outside the house taking photos and stuff. So maybe that was like the Alpha Phi house.
Sure.
1122 was the Pi-Fi house. I know the house in the corner, the one that had the garbage bags. Remember, Kane, the black garbage bags?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yeah, the apartment building looking one.
That is a lot. Pretty much, as far as I can tell, it's all Kappa Alpha Thetas, which is Maisie Chapin's and Jasmine's sorority.
Oh, interesting.
So I think those are like
1122 used to be Sigma Chi too. Up until about 2017.
The lodge might be Sigma Chi, whatever.
Yeah, they maybe switched houses. You're right. They may another house may have been available, and the Sigma Chi folks took that one. In Ohio.
Yeah, for overflow. Yeah, it could be.
Well, it may have just been a nicer house. This 1122 King was not that nice of a house, clearly.
No, not at all.
It crumbled like a tin can.
Literally.
Okay, who was it in that video in the body cam that came out? Was it Loach or was it Johnson that had the zip ties on his wrist?
It was Hunter Johnson.
Okay, so with the way that he walks out, and he's got this thing which represents some kind of frat activity, I'm sure, unless there was a lot of garbage bags that they needed to zip tie up and take to the curb, that frat activities, it might be easily agreed that frat activities were going on in the house. And Kaylee, in a senior year, you're not interested in Rush anymore. You don't care, other than maybe she found one of the guys cute or something like that. She's not going to sit there and haze people. But that's a hazing thing with the Ziplocs, right?
I don't know.
So I think
presumably, right? Presumably.
Now
I heard some rumor about that, but I'm not sure. Hunter is in the same frat as Brad Little, FYI.
That's a lot, Tony. That's a lot of zip ties for binding. I'm just saying.
Which one was Scott Green in? Which sorority was Scott Green in?
Hey, he was in the Powerpuffs.
I don't know. I can't remember.
I think it was.
I think he was a president there. Frat president.
It was Schindler's List. Schindler's List.
Oh, there. Thank you.
Finally got it. I finally got one.
Got me. That was a good one. He's the Coomer Scott Green president.
I've got a victory today. Does that make me an expert, JJ?
It might. I would certainly put you in the conversation.
Anoint me, good sir. Anoint me. One more thing about cars. And somebody was talking about double life by the cars. At the Pennsylvania home, I guess it's Pleasantville. Is there any picture of BK's car being there at all?
No, allegedly they said his car was in the garage and they saw lights flashing or something. But I looked and I can't see any windows in that garage because the garage is like part of the house. It's on the side. So I don't know what windows they were looking through.
Well, I thought I saw a picture of the garage door open and there was a red car in there.
I think it was a red SUV in the driveway, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember seeing. I don't know. What about the fact that I think there was a drone or a small plane or something that was circling over his house for like hours after he was arrested, like hours.
That's what I want to say the picture was from, because it was a sky shot from looking obviously down, and it was an open garage door with no. So I don't know. Maybe at that point they towed his car away, whatever the case
probably.
may be. We don't know the event of circumstances, but I just wanted to point that out.
I got one question here, Jen. So you were I had Molly. I had a different little sister for Kaylee Gonzalez listed. I mean, I've seen Molly Gray here. I don't know who she is. I had Jaden Anderson. I've heard the name, but I had Jaden Anderson.
Another. You gotta remember which one is like little, big, little, whatever, medium.
No, well they're both the same age, so I don't know how. You know what I mean? They're both claiming to be here little. They're full of shit because Jaden Anderson's the one that gave the tearful that she was my big sister speech.
Yeah, but either way,
well,
there's a lot of pictures with Molly and Kaylee.
Sure, you're right. You're right, and I found
they knew each other.
Here's a fun fact.
Mm-hmm.
She's from Warren, Oregon.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I'll get back to you on whether or not she's related to old Shannon Gray. They do spell their name the same now.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah. We were talking about that before you came on, Jen, actually.
Yeah?
Yep. That was one of the hot topics.
Why didn't the gag order apply to Shannon? I thought that I don't remember the outcome of the court docs.
No, it does. It's supposed to, yeah, right?
It's like he's okay, you should be telling your client to keep his mouth shut.
That's exactly what I said, Jan. That's precisely what I said.
Well,
he's doing the opposite.
I think what it is he was brought in to help Steve keep his mouth shut, which he's not good at doing. We can see that, but it's an out of control client, and you can only do so much because you're the Better Call Saul of the situation, but somebody's not listening.
Despite our shared affinity for hula burgers, Kane, I'm gonna have to agree to disagree there, sir, because I think that's the appearance they want to give off. I just think that this role that he's playing is, like Jen just pointed out there too, like If there's a gag order, he should, and if he's being employed by this man still, which apparently he still is, then he should be making sure this man's not talking. That's Steve G. And if he is talking, then sever the relationship, because that's not the role that he should be playing here.
Right, yeah,
And
literally.
If he's not sever the relationship, he's playing a different role.
I feel like it's purposeful. I feel like he's,
Right.
like you said, he wants the appearance of one thing, but really he's encouraging this behavior.
I totally agree
Even
with
he
you, Jen.
himself
That's
is
where I'm
going
at.
out and doing interviews. I mean, it's crazy.
Who is he? What does he do?
I literally see that he was brought in to be the mouthpiece for the family, and he's not fulfilling that role. I get that. And Jen, what we were talking about is what the connection was that brought him in, right?
Right. As far as I mean, this is just my guess. All Steve said was it was someone that owns 4 businesses in Coeur d'Alene, but I believe it's probably Brooke Miller, who her daughter, by the way, is also in Alpha Phi. Or
Right.
she was. She's older.
That'll be a good look, JJ. I'm looking forward to that report on my desk by 5:00 Friday, and make sure you staple and collate all the TPS parts too. So, all right, Jen, what do you got? We got about 10-15 minutes to wrap it up here. Did you want to present anything else to us? You want to talk about what we've talked about? What do you think?
Well, JJ, I'm going to send you some stuff later on. The whole Samantha Nelson, I'm not saying she's involved directly, but she had always said that the last time she was communicating with Steve, that they were communicating through email on a regular basis until the day of the crime. And he basically shut her out after that.
And
That
who
was the
is she?
last day. I think that's weird. The timing, like why?
Who is she, Jen?
Steve's estranged daughter, the one he's basically.
Oh, yeah. So hold on, one, before we get into that, did you just say that Brooke Miller, Kaylee's aunt's?
That's Jack D's aunt.
I'm sorry,
She's the one
Jack
that did
D's
the
aunt?
GoFundMes for the G's and all that.
Yeah, did you say that her daughter was a member of Alpha Phi?
Yeah, Bailey Miller.
Oh, so that's Jack D's first cousin, huh?
Yep.
Interesting. The plot thickens Twin Peaks style. So, as far as Steve G's other daughter, bastard child, or illegitimate, whatever this person is, I've long had questions about this. Was that a ruse? Is that his actual daughter? I mean, I've seen screenshots from Facebook claiming it's his actual daughter, but I was unable to confirm these details.
As far as I know, yeah.
I couldn't find any custody court cases, any matters of
I didn't look into it like that much.
yeah, I went pretty deep.
There was a guy who commented on one of the Christie's posts with the last name Nelson. I'll send you the screenshots later if you want to look into it.
Please do.
He's a woodland firefighter, right? And he made 2 weird posts of the back of the house. One was a super close up of the blood dripping on the side of the house, and another one was like a view through the trees through like to the back of the house. That's it. He just like posted those 2 posts, and I just thought that was weird. And that he made some comments about like walking towards the sunset on Thanksgiving and seeing the house. It just gave me the ick, and he's got the same last name. And I was like, So I asked Samantha if she knew who he was, and she said
What's
no.
the last name on that?
Nelson.
Well, that's creepy. And this is right around the same time. This is posted contemporaneous to the murder?
Yeah, around that time. But I just thought it was just weird. And
That's
just
creepy.
The fact that Steve stopped talking to her, the last time they spoke was like that day, is weird.
Yeah, so
You
where
lose
does
one daughter,
that
you know.
source from? Where does that source from?
Samantha, she said it. So I mean, I would love to see.
The alleged daughter, right? The alleged daughter, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have
I'm saying,
so many
I'd
things.
I'd like to see the Gonzalez's opinion. Maybe I missed it. I could never find what this was. That they made any statement about it.
Well, here's the working theory from Heather Fitzgerald last I remember on that topic on Samantha was that she was from a previous relationship of Steve. Therefore,
Not really a relationship. I think it was like a casual thing.
so therefore, Christy didn't welcome her into the home, type of thing. And the thing is, when you covet your relationship with one daughter, and I'm sure the younger daughter also as well, and Olivia so greatly, it's out of character that this other daughter matters not.
Right. Right.
But
It doesn't make sense.
Can I point out something though, as far as this being bullshit? So I just pulled up the original article from Newsweek that first ran this story.
Mhm.
So, I know that she did the TikToks. I'm saying as far as the media went, this is how it got reported. As far as they didn't do anything to verify it, right? So this is their verification. A screenshot and an alleged comment left by Kaylee Gonzalez's other sister, Olivia Stevenson, has also began to circulate. So that's their confirmation that
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Samantha
Olivia
Nelson
did.
is telling the truth. But that's what I'm saying. When I don't do Facebook, when I went to go try to find that actual Facebook post, I could not locate it.
I thought it was on TikTok, but Samantha's posts showing
She's on TikTok, but
and all
Olivia
that are on
Stevenson
TikTok.
posted on Facebook saying that this is all, legit and everything else like that. I'm saying when I did a background on that Facebook post, I could not find that Facebook post which was
probably
included in the
deleted it.
screenshot.
I'll send you what I have. if you
I don't think it
want.
was a real Facebook post, to be quite honest
Oh.
with you. But
Olivia
'cause
did.
I did a
acknowledge
background on this
publicly. I
woman,
forgot
and
about
I
that.
don't think her story checks out.
You don't think Sam's story does?
No.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure. I have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure Olivia posted something on TikTok as well, maybe, or maybe it was Instagram. I don't know. Whatever.
No, I don't do that either, so that's certainly possible.
Yeah, I'll have to look and see what I found. But let me read you this guy. I'm not going to say his first name, but his last name's Nelson. Let me read you the post that he wrote on Christie's on a post that Christie did. It says, having spent some time to know Steve and Christie and having been to that place at least 3 times, meaning King Roadhouse is how I'm taking it.
Sure.
The realization hit me on Thanksgiving Day looking at the street sign that leads there. I just walked on south towards the hills. There are frosted trees in a midday sun, seizing on the beauty of the Moscow area, one which attracted their beautiful daughter and siblings. I felt that this walk that honored Kaylee Moore. I felt this was this walk that honored Kaylee Moore. Isn't that weird? I don't know. It just gave me the ick.
I missed most of that. I cut out.
Oh, okay.
What was that from?
This guy with the last name Nelson posted.
It sounds like he's trying
on one of the Gonzalez family's things. You said
on Christie's actual page.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
And then he posted a close up of the blood dripping on the side of the house, and then another post of like a point of view from the back of the house through the trees, looking at the house. Like, why would you just post that? No comment, no caption, just it's weird. It's weird.
That is weird. So looking at something else that's weird here relative to this Samantha Nelson. This story broke simultaneously with the arrest of Brian Kohberger.
Interesting.
Oh.
December 30th, 2022 at 6:55 a.m.
Interesting.
Coincidentally, yeah.
Brian Hinton tweeted Brian Kohberger's name before anyone else. I think that was at 6:50 a.m. that day.
Interesting.
Huh. The researcher, Brian Etten. All right, guys.
I'll get back to you on. I looked into it. I didn't take extensive notes on why. I concluded her story was like that. I couldn't find connections. I mean, again, I couldn't find any.
You're the first I've heard say that really question her.
Couldn't find any child supports.
Yeah, that's you would assume.
Expected to be able to find. You know what I mean?
Where does she live? Do you know?
Amazon, from what I understand.
To be honest with you, that was my initial assumption as well, and it may be, but in my brain hole right now, it's telling me North Carolina. I don't know why.
I've heard Carolina, but I've also heard Oregon, I think.
Yeah, well, I might be getting conflated with that Chronicles of Olivia person who's from North Carolina. And I thought it was from California, but well, actually, it's from both. I'm sorry, she's from both. Well, she's from all three. From all three, actually. Her father was the editor of the LA Times, strangely enough.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, so I'll send you what I have.
She's also a model, actress, and a electronic in EDM musician. It goes by the name of Xena, not Zaina.
Xena, huh?
The warrior princess.
Yeah, from 2015 to 2021, that was her YouTube channel was dedicated to Xena. She still got her. She shifted over and started a Xena only profiles in 2021. And then started doing true crime under Chronicles of Olivia there, but she still does her music stuff.
Yeah, that whole thing when Steve on the doc that she did, where they were talking about how Steve found her.
Yeah.
Blah, 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 and he was saying
that seems like bullshit, right?
but it's not necessarily bullshit. But he said something like, "Oh, something about the case that you guys were working on, or she was working with you on a case, something like that." To Olivia, saying that she was working with Olivia, like not that she just like followed her page, saying that she was like working with her. I thought that was weird.
Yeah. Do you know where that clip was? I mean, that is super
Yeah,
weird because again,
it's in Chronicles from the Chronicles of Olivia interview of the G's, but I'll
Oh, yeah.
I'll send you a timestamp. I'll find it.
that'd be awesome. So I do think there's a lot more to that situation. Again, especially I thought about that before I knew this individual was an IMDb actor, model, singer situation.
I didn't know there was
Times editor who, well, he was an LA Times editor. Her father was like 67 when she had him, or when he had her.
Wow.
So,
Well, got a young hot wife.
Yeah, well, he had been
Of
an editor
course.
years ago, but he continued to work in the publishing house and publish stuff under the Chandler Publishing House, the folks that publish the LA Times. The Chandler family, real dark bunch. One.
Oh, you cut out.
He's having a little weather issues with the Starlink up there. Jen, I'm gonna shut it down here unless you want to add one more thing. Yeah, let's look into that stuff, and I'll work on my beauty thing. You guys work on the facts because I'm not an expert. We'll pick it up there. I was trying to do a pregame roll into Dinky's, but allegedly he's postponed his till tomorrow. It's Friday night, so I hope everybody has a great weekend.
I can hear you.
I got to get out there and make the donuts, so I'm going to take a little siesta here and eat a couple fruit roll-ups and get to work. So thank you, JJ, for being on.
JJ?
JJ's gone.
No, JJ's here. He's back.
No, he's gone.
He was
It's
back.
okay.
No, he's here.
No.
He is. I'm listening. He just talks.
I can't hear. I don't see him or hear him.
Oh, I can hear him. He's talking right now.
That's wild. Maybe he's on your phone.
Maybe.
He could have hacked your phone for all we know.
Probably.
But okay, yeah, I've been going almost 6 hours now, so this was probably the best live I've ever done. For sure. And thank you, JJ, for being up here tonight. And we'll pick it up. Hopefully we can get there on Monday if you guys would like to join me. And I'm going to play us out on Heather's new short video, and I'll leave the chat run while we do that. So say goodnight, Jen.
I'm going to send you what I have.
All right.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Say goodnight, Jen.
Good night, Jen.
All right, there we go. We got it now, and we'll play you out on that. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it.
Alrighty.
All right, we'll see you next time.
I'm gonna send you this Nelson dude. I don't want to say his first name on there, but that's a creepy comment, right?
I think I've seen it before, yeah, and it is wild. It's another thing that you learned and forgot about with all the other distractions that we've had here.
Yeah,
So,
I'll send it to you. Alrighty.
Okay. All right, cool. I'm gonna switch it over. Thank you.
Okay, no problem. Bye.
Bye. All right, everybody. Thank you for being here with us and sticking with us so long through the purge here. I feel like a lot of times you want to hear all the information that JJ and everybody has to offer, and you stick with me to the end. So I'm holding you hostage here, and we'll do Heather's video on the way out, and you can say your hellos and goodbyes. Hopefully somebody else will go live. I know Miss Potts was hoping to make a comeback this weekend, but she was also asking for help with the computer, which I reposted. It's under my community page, her community page, if you want to help her out. She's had a lot of expenses recently, and so that would be tremendous for all the awesome work that she does. I'm just buying time here, blah 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 blah. Let's get to Heather's video. And a lot of stuff I didn't expect, and I got to talk a little bit more than I did on JJ's show, so I was excited for that. Let's see here. That should do it. Can you see me? Are we purging? So okay, all right. Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend. I will catch you on the Monday, And it's been a pleasure. As always, I'm Kane B. I will catch you on the floor.
Essentially an index for all FBI documents because they requested everything that was on a shared drive for the FBI, and that was turned over with a searchable index.
Mention a problem because of the password protection of documents.
Yes, and we addressed that. Actually, we first heard of that in, I believe, April of 2023. And Mr. Thompson wrote a letter to Ms. Taylor saying that he understood that some of the PDFs were locked, but advised counsel they could get around password protection by hitting print to PDF and then saving. Get around password protection by hitting print to PDF and then saving, PDFs were locked, but advised counsel they could get around password protection by hitting print to PDF and then saving, and that allowed those documents to be searchable. They were advised of this over 2 years ago.
Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the polls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn. Oh, and thanks for being my neighbor. You can cross my bridge anytime you want, unless you're a fed.